Well, welcome back to windy and wet at Wellington, where the conditions and the locals couldn't have been more welcoming to this England side. Certainly a brisk feeling to proceedings early on day two for TalkSport 2's live and exclusive coverage of the second Test match between New Zealand and England. A ground that is steeped in history. You can go back to the 19th century to find first-class cricket being played here, and England are on the verge of becoming record breakers. No overseas side has ever toured and taken wins from all 6 of their overseas winter assignments, but England took a huge step towards that yesterday. To become record breakers, well, it needed the history, boys, and at a ground synonymous with famous moments in individual players' successes. You can go back to Brendan McCullum becoming the first New Zealander to ever score 300 in a Test match here at the Basin Reserve. Stuart Broad played just his second Test match on the way to the 1,000-wicket partnership with Jimmy Henderson here at the Basin Reserve. And yesterday, possibly, Harry Brook put himself in contention to be mentioned alongside those 2 names. Could this be the ground where he becomes a household name? Kia ora from New Zealand, where England's cricket carousel has moved to the capital, Wellington.
New Zealand have won the toss and they're going to have a bowl.
He's gone, he's taken it behind. Crawley pushed at Henry's delivery. Itching, taken at third slip. Good catch too, Michael Bracewell. Itching, oh, what a catch! Bracewell at third slip, that's even better. Scarcely believable stuff. It's 21 for 3.
New Zealand have England where they want them.
Steps away, does Brook, and just clears Tim Southey at mid-off.
Lofted down the ground, over the side screen for 6. Brook goes big.
If I was New Zealand, I'd be starting to get very, very concerned.
It's chopped away behind square on the offside to the boundary by Harry Brook, who reaches his 100.
Harry Brook, remember the name.
Now he just murders one through extra cover off the front foot.
They want Root to reach 3 figures. Could this be the ball as Wagner's in? Root gets across and clips the ball through the leg side.
Been a masterclass in boundary hitting.
Here we go again. This is Bazball. Well, here we are on the outfield. I'm going to have to drag Steve Harmison away from Ben Stokes. Harmy, you back in the room? I tell you what, yesterday was all about 2 men. Let's not forget Joe Root, because he went past 100 shortly before play was called off on day 2. On day 1 rather, we got 65 overs in. We were fortunate to get 65 overs in. And if offered, I think we'd take 65 overs today. If you're just joining us on TalkSport 2, we've been fortunate so far. There is a little bit of rain in the air, but it does seem, the worst of it seems to be skirting us somewhat. So hopefully we're going to get off on time. We lost overs yesterday. That means that we're going to be starting half an hour early today. I've long since lost track what time it is back in the UK, but that'll be 10:30 a.m. in New Zealand. I think that's 9:30 in the evening back in England. But we do need to talk about one man. He spoke yesterday with Sam Ellar following the game. He's 184 not out overnight, and the question was put to him, you must have an eye on 200. He said the number he's got his eye on is 210. And the reason for that is because his dad, David, scored 210 playing for Burley, which is 2 miles north of Headingley, against Woodhouse. Scored 210, 29 fours. Well, his son's only hit 24 fours so far, 7 sixes, and his son's only got 5 sixes, so he's a little bit behind there. But it was a lovely little insight into the workings of Brook Jr. But I tell you what, we were up there in the commentary box, weren't we? And we were watching something special.
We were watching something special, not only on an innings, on this series, Pakistan, but I think we were watching something special of potentially a career. You want to sort of put too much high pressure on label where he's at, where he could get to. But we were talking to him yesterday about his impact into the team, and we're talking about how Joe Root came into the team, how Kevin Peterson came into the team, and the way the boys play, and it's frightening. And he's just the way he sort of treated the New Zealand bowlers yesterday afternoon. Daryl Mitchell, especially, when Daryl Mitchell came on just after the new ball, the carnage was going, and he bowled a decent enough spell. And then when he came back later on, I think he treated Daryl Mitchell as though he was playing in his dad's club game. He really did, and I think he did it to most. I think just the way he's eased to find the boundary, and I think his tempo of batting is just unbelievable. He didn't just hit boundaries yesterday. He hit ones. The singles were important to him into Joe Root to keep changing the strike. And then when he got something that he was in his area, hitting zone, he was so destructive. It was fantastic. It was brilliant to watch yesterday.
Well, I say that cricket's been played in this ground for many years, and it is a ground that's synonymous with some. For Cullum, it's got his own little plaque. It's a bit like walking down the Hollywood Walk. His name's on the ground over there, alongside BJ Watling, the two saving a Test match against India back in 2014. Became the first New Zealander to go past 300 in that innings. Valentine's Day 2014. Martin Crowe, the great and late Martin Crowe, the best batsman ever produced from these Isles, came one run short of 300 at this very ground in a match which also saw the third highest score posted by Aravinda de Silva some time ago. So, looking at the list of top scores, it's just a little bit of a sprinkling of rain just sits us on the face here at Wellington. It's a battle going on overhead, much like there's a battle going on the pitch. It's the sun against the rain, and I'm not sure which one is actually going to win through. I'm hoping that we're fortunate like yesterday, but we shall see. But essentially, having a look at the scores, the top scores on this ground, 5 of them have been scored by New Zealanders and 5 of them have been scored by overseas opposition. So it is a ground that gives something to the tourist as much as it favours the home players.
Yeah, and it's a beautiful ground. It's a fantastic visual experience for the supporters. When pockets and areas, it's quite big. The sort of hitting zones to the sort of extra cover and mid wickets, they're big areas, they're big boundaries on that corner. But Harry Brook didn't come into his zones yesterday. He was hitting it straight down the ground. He hit 1-6 down the ground off Mitchell, and there was a man back, and the man wasn't even in the game. He wasn't even in the game. And when I look at this pitch, there's a lot of talk about this pitch being a good pitch. There's holes in this pitch. There's great big craters from the indentations, and if the wind gets up and it dries out that little bit more, Brown Anderson and Robinson have just looked at that pitch and they're licking their lips. They can't wait to get out there. I don't think this pitch is as flat as what Joe Root and Harry Brook made it. So it'll be interesting to see how today goes with a little bit of weather over the top. And then as the Test match weather hopefully gets better, I think England will come into their own. 315 at this minute in time. That goes beyond 450. I don't think England would like to bowl twice in a row on it. I think because of the age of their bowlers and the way where their bowlers are after back-to-back Test matches, the weather might determine that they have to do it. But with that, they'll fancy bowling on this surface because there's holes in it like you'd not believe.
Well, that's something that Harry Brook spoke about yesterday when chatting with Sam Ellard following his unbeaten knock of 184.
That was pretty special to watch. What was it like for you out there in the middle?
I know, yeah, it was good fun. Yeah, it was good fun. I haven't got many more words for it, to be honest. It was, I enjoyed it.
Let's go back then to the beginning of the day. A lot of green on the wicket. Both sides obviously wanted to have a bowl first. What was it like early on out there? Obviously, New Zealand picked up 3 early wickets. Was that first hour always going to be the most challenging hour of the game?
Yeah, absolutely. We just tried our best to try and put them off the lengths, and obviously it worked today. Another day it could have gone either way, really, but no, I think throughout the day it did just enough. Obviously, I've had a cracking day, and everybody's going to be like, "Why are you saying that? You've smashed it." But no, I think there's still enough in the wicket there for us to be able to bowl them out twice, for definite.
And what was your mindset going in then, at 3 down?
Same as usual, just be positive and look to put pressure on the bowler.
And when you are 3 down and struggling, I guess there's probably not many better people in world cricket to have at the other end as your Yorkshire teammate Joe Root.
Yeah, he's a phenomenal player, and it's just another 100 is ticked off there, and I'm sure there's going to be plenty more to come.
I spoke to you in Hamilton, Harry. By the way, you've become the first batsman in 9 Test innings to go past 800 runs in Test cricket. I mean, your numbers are incredible. You're smashing records. I spoke to you in Hamilton in the warm-up game, and you still said there's elements of your game you want to improve on. Do you still think like that?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm no finished article. Obviously, I'm batting really well at the minute, but it's not going to last forever. You enjoy these good times, but there's always hard times just around the corner. So I'm still going to keep on working at my game as hard as I can do, and I have done in the last 10 years. So, like I said the other day, I will say it again, there's plenty more to improve on, and there always will be.
And how special would it be tomorrow if you can get to that double 100?
Yeah, it'll be nice. Yeah, and my dad's highest score is 210 actually. So I'm not so bothered about the 200. It's the 210 I want to get past.
So, I love that from you. So tomorrow for you, it's all about getting to 211. Then you'll be a happy boy, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
And really though, the platform you guys have set up today, though, I mean, it sets it up pretty much perfectly for you guys to really go out there tomorrow and set that big first innings total.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously we've still got 7 wickets in the tank, so we're just going to go out there, try and keep on playing the way we have done, and keep up the momentum. Obviously, when you're on top and you've got the momentum and you declare, then things, you never know what's going to happen. Obviously, we've got 3 of the best bowlers in the world and bowling on a green one as well. So I'm sure they're going to enjoy bowling out there.
I think so indeed. Talking to some of the experts up in the commentary box throughout the day, something they always talk about you is just how still you are at the crease. In particular, your head doesn't move. You always look so still, so perfect. Just talk to me a little bit about that and sort of your technique out there in the middle.
Yeah, that's one thing I have worked on really hard in the last 4 years, and that's something I carry on doing. Every net session, I'm always trying to keep my head as still as possible. If your head's moving or your eyes aren't level, then it's a lot harder to pick the ball up. So first thing a good batter does is pick up length early, and keeping your head still is one of the main aspects of that.
Harry Brook there speaking with Sam Ellar following his unbeaten 184. Going to be seeing him bat further today. The rain seems to have stopped momentarily. I think that's a battle that will continue throughout day 2, possibly into day 3 here at the Basin Reserve. Interesting to hear Harry Brook say it's not just about natural talent, it's about working on maybe slight deficiencies and making sure he keeps the basics right. And of course, it's also about getting past his dad. 210 for Borley. I did notice that in that innings, David Brook, his partner, I think they had a partnership of about 267, was a 17-year-old. I think I'd rather have Joe Root at the other end, to be honest with me. But, just seeing Joe come out onto the field a few moments before we went to air, gave you a big hug. He's got a smile on his face. Talking during the week, he wasn't sure exactly where his role was or how he fits in this side. Well, he just has to go out there and score centuries like the ones we saw yesterday.
Yeah, it was perfect for him yesterday. He's been in that position so many times, going out 20 for 2, trying to put the fire out, getting the other man at the other end just to stick with him, get through this passage of play, and then kick on. It was a little bit old England, because it was 20 for 2 and it was Joe coming in, and it was the perfect innings for Joe at the time. You see him when he got 100, his reaction when he got 100. The umpire stayed on the field to get him to that 100, and for me, that 100 meant something to him. It'd be interesting when he speaks to Sam probably at the end of the game, just what his emotions were on that 100, because here's England coming in, a whole new different game plan, a whole new different way. But the one person I would not like to change is the man who's batted for us for the last 5 years, and that's Joe. So because of that, I'd be trying to keep him to understand that his role doesn't change. We bat around you, and yesterday, the way he held Harry Brook together, I think was a sign of, for me, a message to the dressing room to just let Joe Root be Joe Root, because I thought he batted superbly yesterday.
Well said, Harmy. Yeah, I think my favourite moment of yesterday was the reaction of Joe Root with Harry Brook on 99 for about 3 overs, and Root either took the strike or couldn't get off it. He finally got a single. I think it even made him reach 50. He didn't celebrate the 50. He was just so relieved. You could see him looking up at the England players. He was just relieved to get Brook back on strike, so Brook could, of course, first ball smash it for 4 and reach 3 figures. Well, look, we had some wonderful moments yesterday, some milestone moments, and some cricket worthy of this famous old ground, and I'm expecting plenty more today. That rain I talked about a few moments ago seems to have abated for the moment, and we've got plenty more for you as we build up to day 2 of the second test match here at the Basin Reserve between New Zealand and England. Going to have a little chat with a friend, Daniel McCarty, who has erred big time. He's from Wellington, and yet he's come underdressed for what is quite a brisk day. But first off, let's hear from the fast bowler Matt Henry, back in the side after missing the first test. He became a father in the last week, took 2 quick wickets in his first 3 overs, but felt that New Zealand took the pressure off the England batters after that good start.
Tough day of Test cricket. Obviously England batted very well. Joe Root and Harry Brook were excellent today, and they managed to put us under pressure. And I think from a bowling point of view, we got things right in periods, but just couldn't string it along long enough to actually create that pressure. But this happens in Test cricket, and it's we know that if we come back tomorrow morning and we do fix those areas that we want to get a little bit better in, then we can get back in this fight.
Well, Daniel McHardy alongside me. A little window into the world of touring with the cricket team here on TalkSport 2. Just before we came to air, essentially I was left on my own on the outfield. I came down here with Steve Harmison and Daniel, I looked around. Where were they? Well, Harmy was deep in conversation with Ben Stokes, and to the right of him was Daniel McHardy with his old schoolmate Brendan McCullum. And it says a lot that the England coach is asking you about weather forecast for Wellington, Daniel. And you haven't listened to your own advice. You look freezing.
I don't know what you're talking about. This is a personal affront. This is a glorious day in the Riviera of the South Pacific, Wellington. 16 degrees is all I need to get shorts on. I think it's actually a bit below that, might be 14, 15. A cool southerly breeze. Now, the southerly wind's really important. It doesn't dry things here at the Basin Reserve. If we had a northerly, my lord, things would change so much more, and it would change the surface so much more. I think, Harmy, and you have discussed the slight dents on the surface here. I know England would love those to dry out, become a little bit more pronounced, hence why they haven't gone with the roller today. Haven't looked to roll those dents out of the surface. So if it was a northerly, you might see it dry and more variable bounce. So I spoke to Tom Blundell as well, who's played a lot of cricket here. I asked him how did he judge the Basin Reserve wicket on day number one, and verbatim, it's a typical Basin wicket. They felt like with the new ball it posed a lot of problems. 21 for 3 reflected that, and I think he was a little bit disappointed they were not able. Now, I'm not sure if this was the wicket or the New Zealand bowlers just not being at a high enough level. He was a bit disappointed they didn't get as much lateral movement, especially off the seam. I think we're going to see that from Robinson, Broad and Anderson when they have a crack a little bit later today. So very good surface, pace, bounce in it, full value for shots. You just need to ask Root and Brook that. They were sensational. So this is a really important double session, I'll call it. 2.5 hours, 15 overs to the new ball. How do New Zealand play this? That new ball's going to be really important, but gee, they'd love one if not both, and before the 80 over mark, and hopefully that might present a way back in.
Now, I'm a little bit downbeat because my team Fulham are currently 1-0 down at home against Wolves. That game's going out live and exclusively on TalkSport right now. Are you a little bit downbeat because your chest was out, you were pumping, the blood was coursing through the veins when New Zealand took those 3 early wickets yesterday, but now, do you fear the worst?
Well, you do at 315 for the loss of 3, and with 2 set batsmen, and I look up, one's on 184 for 169 balls. It's bonkers, isn't it? The old adage is, I try to reserve judgment until both teams have batted. People make wild predictions about a green-looking Wellington surface, but it tends to play better. I think we've made that pretty clear to the TalkSport audience. So it's now up to these guys here, as the New Zealand side are on the boundary to rip into it, hopefully.
Well, the New Zealand team are on the boundary, which means we need to get off of it. So coming up, live and exclusive coverage from day 2 here at the Basin Reserve between the second test match between New Zealand and England.
A couple of minutes away from the start of day 2 of the second test match between New Zealand and England, and what a day it promises to be with the record partnership. Well, not yet a record partnership. It's the 3rd highest 4th wicket partnership for England in New Zealand, and who knows how far that Harry Brook and Joe Root can take it. Currently worth 294 with Brook and Root going well. Both got their hundreds in contrasting fashions. Harry Brook was the talk of the town, the headline maker yesterday, and Joe Root, it seemed, took no greater pleasure than allowing Brook to dominate. As John Norman described a couple of minutes ago, he did everything he possibly could to metaphorically hold his hand and steer him to his 100, and then he just let him go. I think Root was happy to watch the show. He was taking singles at the beginning of the over, not the end of the over, in order to feed the strike to Brook. There was a time when they were both trying to feed it to themselves, taking singles off the last ball of the over, but it was a glorious partnership, and they clearly enjoyed it immensely and took huge satisfaction from the success of their partner. You could see that from Harry Brook in his post-match interview yesterday, talking about Joe Root just ticking off another 100, drawing level, and they remind you, with Sir Donald Bradman with 29 test hundreds. But Harry Brook, again, many things were striking Steve Harmison, but the one that I particularly enjoyed was his assertion that it won't last. It won't last, he said. You know, there's always a downturn just round the corner.
Absolutely. Yeah, good morning, Manners. Good evening to everybody listening back home in the UK. It was a masterclass in boundary hitting. I think his balance at the crease is excellent. His execution of his shots is unbelievable. In interview, and when you talk to him every morning, he's always asking how you are, and he's always saying, have a good day. He's a very level-headed, humbled young man, and realistic as well, because when he talks in interview about having difficult times, there are difficult times coming around the corner. Nobody's career goes the full length without some difficult passages in it. But while you got the bit hit between your teeth like he's got at this minute in time, you've got to make sure you cash in. And there was times yesterday, no matter who was bowling at him, and I mean, his average now in Test match cricket for minimum 800 runs is over 100, past Donald Bradman, surpassed Donald Bradman's 99. It's just the numbers are frightening. So while things are going well for the young man, he's staying level-headed. He's working tirelessly hard to keep being the best he possibly can be. And while he's in this regime of freedom, expression, freedom to express yourself, and then to enjoy what you're doing out in the middle under Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes, I think he's only going to get better and better and better. And I think the biggest compliment I can pay to him is that I don't think I've seen anybody come into an England cricket team in the last 50 years have the impact that he has, and that's surpassing the likes of Kevin Peterson, the man he's batting with, Joe Root, and also Sir Alistair Cook. Three guys who have worked ridiculously hard, played in and around all well over 100 Test matches, and were proper ambassadors for their country when they represented England. And I think this young man's well on his way to hopefully forging a career in that bracket.
Just want to clear up one record. There has been some confusion about the record that Harry Brook holds, which is nobody has ever scored more runs in their first 9 innings. But this is his 6th Test match. He is behind Sunil Gavaskar and Don Bradman, who in 6 Test matches made 912 and 862 runs in 6 Test matches, but they required more innings. Harry Brook has 807 runs and counting in just 9 innings. Nobody has ever scored more in their first 9 innings in Test cricket. Matt Henry with the first ball of day 2, and it's edged, I think, a controlled edge as such, all the way along the ground from Harry Brook, and it's fielded its second slip. The Sun has made another brief flirtatious appearance just in time for Simon Finch, the Barmy Army trumpeter, to fire up Jerusalem.
Matt Henry can play the trumpet, and the New Zealand lads sort of helped get it fixed, and they were playing it the day. I bet you Matt Henry's
Here he is, the ball in hand rather than trumpet, driven by Brook for a couple out towards Beach Square Leg, Devon Conway Fields. England are underway on day 2.
Just about to say, I think those times yesterday when Matt Henry would rather have been playing the trumpet than bowling at Harry Brook in Joe Root. Looking at the wicket this morning, man, there's holes in it. There's little gouges in it, a lot of green grass on top, so the indentations in the surface. And I personally, looking at this wicket, I still think there's a bit in it for the bowlers. I know Dan's a local here, and he says it's not going to dry out as much. It's going to stay flat.
Here is Henry again, and forward comes Brook, pushes that defensively out on the onside. It is scarred. I mean,
big time scarred.
Yeah,
big time scarred, man. And the scars in them, they're quite deep. And we've seen what Broad did in Leighton, Mount Maunganui when the lights came on and got the ball to move. With the accuracy and the relentlessness of Broad, Anderson and Robinson, it just takes one to go up or to go down, and all of a sudden it's in the batsman's mind.
Here is Henry once again, bowls a short one to Brook, and I think we've got to put that down as a play and miss. I need Army's expert opinion from the replay, but I think he wanted to drop his hand because that one rose quite big on him, but I think he just didn't drop them in time. I think that was a play and miss from Harry Brook. I reckon it might be the 6th in this innings.
when he started playing missing in the first innings, then he started hitting boundaries. So, ominous sign for the New Zealand bowlers.
Here's Matt Henry once again to crease now. Bowls. Oh, that's a false shot as well. Trying to punch it off the back foot. He gets a thick inside edge and drags it back onto his pad, onto his thigh pad. And yeah, definite false shot there. And he walks away in self-admonishment, cross with himself, really looking up heavenward, saying, almost, I don't know, almost, what are you doing? Just, it's the first over of the day. What are you doing? It was the kind of shot that he played so gloriously yesterday, back foot punch through the covers. But it's a little early. Here's Henry once again, and this time he does steer it entirely deliberately into the gap between second slip and gully, but it's fielded by Henry Nicholls, diving away to his left at gully, and he makes the stop. So just a couple off the first over of the day. England moved on to 317 for 3.
Yeah, good start from Matt Henry. Hitting the sort of good length, back of the length. But he does, he hits the pitch hard. I think he's probably the one that's had the most joy out of this surface, because he's hit the surface, he hasn't tried to sort of kiss it. Tim Southey's more of a bowler who tries to get the ball to swing laterally, tries to sort of pitch it up, kiss the surface. Neil Wagner, another one that tried to hit the surface, didn't have the joy that Matt Henry did, but largely down to the fact that I don't think Neil Wagner was in full control of lines and lengths. I thought Matt Henry yesterday morning especially, along with his captain Tim Southey, they bowled beautifully in that first 45 minutes.
Tim Southey it is then, running away from us from the RA Vance stand, and forward comes Joe Root to his first delivery of the morning and pushes it out into the covers on the offside. No run, 317 for 3. Do you remember when who was it said before the last Ashes series, we want to end some careers? Was it Nathan Lyon?
I think it was Nathan Lyon. He did say that he was expecting to end Broad Anderson's career, possibly Joe's career, because obviously Joe was captain. So
it was
interesting. It's an interesting comment that might come back to bite them now they're in India and the way they're going.
Here is Southey. That's pushed by Root up towards mid-on. Actually, what prompted me to say it and to remember that was almost a tinge of sadness if Neil Wagner's career has been ended by England on this short tour. For two reasons. I've got a soft spot for Neil Wagner. He's fought incredibly hard and made an astonishingly successful international career for himself against the odds. And secondly, I don't think other teams will play like England have against him. Here's Southey again, and that is pushed out towards cover again defensively by Joe Root. Remains 101 not out. Do you know what I mean? I think Neil Wagner has still got some miles left, some fuel left in the tank against other teams. But he's been so battered in these two Test matches that I wonder whether he's still got the heart for it.
Yeah, I'm with you. I hope it doesn't end his career. Stint he's got coming up at Yorkshire.
Reverse scoop from Joe Root, played magnificently, superb. He practices it. I know he got out to it in the first Test match, but he's hit it for 6 in the second over of the day. Southey just turns and stomps back to the top of his run-up. He's seen it all before. Joe Root, reverse scoop, second over of the day, 6 runs, off you go.
300-run partnership between Root and Brook. 107 for Joe, 186 for Harry Brook. I'm trying to waste some time here, Manners, because I've got no idea what to say about that last shot. It's ridiculous.
It's Southey again. Root comes forward and pushes it to cover, and then he admonishes himself, as Harry Brook had done in the previous over. It's like, what prompted it? Why then?
I was about to say after the ball before that Joe Root played that shot very, very well, which was the ball in and around sort of off stump, a good line, a good length, challenging the outside edge, and they both played it very, very well yesterday into the gap, and they kept rotating the strike and getting singles. So now they've got a man there. It'll be interesting to see what Joe does. And then he reverse swept him over the top of second slip.
This time is chopped into the gully and fielded by Henry Nicholls, and there's no run. My goodness me. See, Michael Atherton was making the point when he was out playing the reverse scoop in the first Test at Mount Maunganui. Michael Atherton made the point on commentary that you know, it's not high risk. He doesn't regard it as high risk or a particularly fancy shot because he practices it so much, and he nails it sort of apparently 19 out of 20 times when he practices it, and so to him it's not quite the same as
it's a bit like playing a pull shot, high risk shot from a short ball.
Right.
You know, man's in the, but there's not a man there in the deep, but they practice it, and when it comes in the game.
But that's the kind of shot you play to a good ball.
But that's the thing now. You play a good ball instead of forward defence, trying to get in behind it. They're now trying to help it over the top of the slips.
Matt Henry continues. That one is driven ferociously back to the bowler, who takes an astonishing return catch. Harry Brook has gone, and a brilliant caught and bowled from Matt Henry. That was a fierce return drive from Harry Brook, who receives a handshake from a couple of the New Zealanders as he makes his way from the field. But he's gone in the third over of the day, and it's taken a moment of absolute genius from Matt Henry to end an astonishing innings.
We have seen some ridiculous catches. I was going to say we've seen some fantastic catches in this game so far, but he gets an assist off his left elbow, his right bicep, cushioned chest, and then managed to grab it as he's fallen over. Harry Brook gets a standing ovation from everybody inside that ground, and the players on the balcony have come just to acknowledge what has been a fantastic innings. Them shots that he played yesterday were straight down the ground. That one just sat in the pitch a little bit, not quite over the top of it, and he's hit it straight back at Matt Henry. And like I said, he's hit it that hard. Matt Henry hasn't been able to get his hands there in time. It's hit inside of his left elbow, it's bounced off his right bicep, and as it's rolled across his chest, it's bopped into his left hand, and he's managed to grab onto it for dear life. It's probably one of them ones where if you dropped it, you're thinking, right, I'm off now, I'm going home. This is the only chance I'm going to get this boy out. I've got to grab it, and boy, he did. So good. Another fantastic catch by New Zealand in this test match. That's 3 now out of 4 wickets. They've been exceptional catches.
And the smile of semi-disbelief on the bowler's face when he did emerge with the ball in his hand, and it hadn't gone to ground, I think expressed as much about the fortune and the misfortune for Harry Brook, but Matt Henry just couldn't believe it, could he?
Relief as well.
It's like he's got a 1 in 100 shot, and there's one lucky ball in a barrel of 100, and he's reached in blindfolded and plucked it out. It's his lucky day, Matt Henry. But it's not just luck. I mean, there's a good deal of skill involved as well. First of all, the courage to attempt to field such a fierce drive. Ben Stokes, the captain, is at the crease, and Henry is into him. First delivery is pushed out up towards mid-wicket. No run as Will Young fields. Well, the over that Matt Henry will remember for a while. Just brilliant. I mean, we keep being shown replays of what was an astonishing return catch. When I say he had the courage to try and field it, actually, it was hit so hard he couldn't get out of the way.
No, it hit him, and then his great reactions, to sort of grab it at the sort of second or third attempt.
3 slips in a gully now as Henry is into Ben Stokes again. He leaves one alone outside the off stump, and there's no run. Ben Stokes, what a man to have coming to the wicket for England at 323 for 4 in the 68th over. And he'll naturally be positive. Will he give himself those 20 balls though? Too often, I think by common consensus, he hasn't given himself those 20 balls to just get himself in. Here is Henry again, and it's down the leg side, and he's off the mark with a 4. It's a lovely glance. In at the hip and tucked away off the thigh pad by Ben Stokes, and played that absolutely delightfully. Fine in both senses of the word.
Yeah, definitely. It was a good leg glance. Henry obviously been bowling so much to England's right-handers. It was a good area, good line, good length for the right-hander, but unfortunately the England captain is left-handed, and he just didn't bounce on him, but just managed to just tickle it round the corner and got it fine for 4. Little confidence booster for the England captain.
Here is Matt Henry again, and Stokes is down the wicket, driving through extra cover. It might, yes, it will get to the boundary. It's pretty damp out there, a lot of rain overnight, and it was slower than it was yesterday, but Stokes, twinkle toes, what ball was that? His fourth ball?
Yeah, fourth ball down the wicket. I think, again, because Matt Henry's gone two-leg side the ball before, Ben Stokes is thinking, well, he's going to push it a little bit more across him and overcompensate, so Stokes come leg side the ball to give him a little bit more natural width, and the ball's on a good length and he's able to ease it through extra cover. Good imposing start from the England captain.
What I find fascinating is the level of anticipation, and you can call it guesswork if you like, but it's educated guesswork. The amount of anticipation of fast bowling. Here's Henry once again, bowls for Stokes, who pushes it towards cover and is immediately screaming no as he set off for a quick single. Root responded, and then Stokes said no as Devon Conway comes in to do the fielding. 68 overs gone, 331 for 4. Anticipation of what ball is going to be bowled. I know that's not particularly hard with Neil Wagner because 1 in 2 is going to be short, but there is a sense that they are, if not entirely premeditating their shots, at times they are anticipating what's going to be bowled.
Yeah, and that was I think a key point to the sort of middle session yesterday afternoon, that Harry Brook was setting himself for a certain ball that was in a certain area, and if he got it, he was trying to hit it out the park, and more often than not it came.
Southey in once again and blocked defensively by Joe Root out on the offside. He then asks permission to field it for the fielders, and there's good reason for that, by the way. Michael Bracewell is one of the great gentlemen of international cricket, said, yeah, sure, Joe, but there are times when in very different weather conditions when a batsman might have a sweaty glove, and if he touches the ball on the bowling side and trying to get it to reverse swing, there's been some very firm words exchanged between fielders and batsmen in that circumstance. That short top edge pull up into the air, out towards deep backward square leg, and it'll fall safely. Well, Joe Root momentarily would have had his heart in his mouth, and you could see immediately he was concerned because he followed the ball flight up into the air, and as he was running he was watching the ball thinking, land, drop short.
Yeah, Will Young out at sort of deep square leg. Joe Root's come down the wicket, 2 paces down the wicket towards the ball, sort of inside. I think he was looking for the full ball that he clips through mid-wicket, and Southey's gone the other way. He's gone to the bounce and top edge. It's a long way out there. Will Young's a long way out there, deep square leg, and I don't think he picked it up cleanly at the start.
Here's Southey once more, and it's full, and this one is the ball that Joe Root was waiting for, that one in at the pads and the clip through mid-wicket, and he will pick up 2 runs. I must say, I was wondering whether he was a bit too deep. I mean, he's right on the boundary, Will Young, and what is that? 70, it's going to be 70 yards.
70, easy 70, and possibly a bit more. It's
yeah.
the longer side of the ground. I don't think we're playing, centre pitch. He's a long way, and he is 10 yards off the boundary as well.
Here is Southey to Joe Root, and he goes back to the ball just back of a length, tucks it off his pads for another single out towards deep backward square leg, and it's Will Young who gets there as well to do that fielding. Stokes 8 off 5 balls, Joe Root 112 off 192, and the man out is Harry Brook, just a couple of runs richer than his overnight score. Dismissed for 186 to a remarkable return catch from Matt Henry. Don't forget, this Sunday, TalkSport brings you exclusive radio commentary of Jake Paul against Tommy Fury from Saudi Arabia. Coverage will start here on TalkSport 2 at 7 p.m. before switching over to TalkSport at 9 p.m. for the main event. Here is Southey once again, full and wide outside the off stump. Now, that's just been handed to me. Is that breaking news, Harmy? How's your boxing?
Boxing's not the greatest.
Not your actual boxing.
No,
you're following.
I'm definitely a heavyweight at this minute in time. I'm not sure what weight category these two are fighting. I think the two sort of reality cruiserweight, is it? two reality TV and YouTubers going head to head in Saudi Arabia.
Here's Southey once again, and that's pushed defensively by Ben Stokes back towards Tim Southey, but I'm sure it's big news amongst the boxing
Massive
fraternity.
Yeah. Tommy Fury is obviously he's a boxer. Jake Paul was the YouTuber, and I think Jake Paul's gone into boxing, and Tommy Fury's cracked him out. I think there's been a war of words, and I think there's a few other former boxers. I think Carl Froch was one being called out to come out of retirement to fight some of these YouTubers. So boxing fans, if you like that sort of thing, tune in. TalkSport 2, 7 p.m. on Sunday night. But I must admit, boxing's not. I just don't see the fixation of somebody standing in the ring punching each other in the head. Really don't.
We should have given that breaking news to Dan McHardy. He's taking over from me in 1 hour's time. We'll see how Dan stands on boxing. But look, as I said, obviously there are millions of people who do see a lot of point in people punching each other.
Absolutely, it's a popular thing.
So that's great news for boxing fans, and great news as well for cricket fans. Matt Henry is still going strong. Still no rain here at the Basin Reserve in Wellington, and he's up to the crease now. Bowls and steered nicely by Joe Root again. They're looking for that gap between third slip and gully, sometimes second slip and gully. And everyone who's come to the crease so far, certainly Harry Brook and Joe Root during their monstrous partnership, 296, are looking for that shot a lot. And actually, unusually, more often than not finding the gap. It's not a big gap at all between third slip and gully. Gully quite narrow, as Matt Henry's in once again. Bowls in at the thigh pad of Joe Root. He tucks it away out towards Devon Conway at deep backward square leg. They go through for another single. Root 113. Ben Stokes has 8. The biggest disappointment for Harry Brook today, by his own admission. He said yesterday he wasn't so much worried about the double 100 as 211 was the score that he had in his mind to surpass his father's career best score. David Brooks scored 210 for Burley against Woodhouse in the Airwharf League.
Yeah, Airwharf League. I think that's Leeds area. I think Burley's just sort of north of Headingley.
Here's Matt Henry again. It's a bounce, a very, very short bounce. I think that must have been pretty close to being called a wide, actually, by umpire Rod Tucker. That was Ben Stokes began to duck and then realised he didn't need to.
Yeah, for me that's a wide, I think. And they've normally been hot on the wides, two umpires, and at Mount Maunganui, Alim Dar, Rod Tucker and Chris Gaffney. They've all been very, very quick to give the wide. I think they missed one there.
Yeah, that should have been a wide. Here's Henry once again from the Government House end. Balls to Ben Stokes, who's opened himself up there like a baseball slugger. Suddenly the front foot had gone, right foot had gone out towards the leg side, and he was almost chest on there, looking to smash that one. I don't know actually where he was looking to smash it. He was just trying to smash it.
I think it was one of them ones. I think he's expecting the short ball again and looking to try and hit the short ball straight over Matt Henry's head. And when you get into that position, that's full, obviously you're in a good position just to open the shoulders. And
here's Henry again up to the crease. Bowls. Stokes is on the charge and he carves over the top of backward point down to the boundary for 4. I spoke about him giving himself 20 balls. Well, he didn't. He gave himself 3. And he said his third boundary. He's 12 off 10.
Yeah, I think he's trying to get 30 off his 20 balls that you're giving him manners. And again, he comes down expecting a short ball, looking to hit it straight. And I say if Matt Henry goes full, because he gives himself that, opens that front shoulder, it gives him a big wheel arc to swing and hit through the line of the ball. And now deep point has gone out onto the boundary.
Yeah, Deep backwards point. And he tries to play the reverse scoop now, does Ben Stokes. He's way across to the offside. And but unlike Joe Root, he doesn't nail it. He doesn't make any contact at all with it. So it's extraordinary from Ben Stokes. I mean, he's a man with a dozen Test match hundreds, and he's just playing as if it's the death overs in a 50-over game. 70 overs gone, 341 for 4. More from Steve Harmison, and you'll be with Dan McHardy.
Yeah, Ben Stokes has just looked to play the scoop shot, which was a surprise actually because there's a man back at fine leg. Didn't quite execute it properly, not like Joe Root in the early throws against Tim Southey, but one captain exchanging to another, having a little chat as Tim Southey walks past. I'm not sure what that was about. There was a few smiles involved. It was just Southey in admiration of probably where this game's going from an England point of view, and also a little bit of disbelief on how to combat that. Dan McArdle.
Harmy, good to see you. Good morning. Good evening, wherever you may be listening. Here is Southey bowling to Root, who drives straight back to the bowler who fields in his follow-through. England starting the day at 315 for the loss of 3. Brooke gone, caught and bowled Henry for 186 with the score at 323, ending a brilliant partnership with over 302 to be exact. And took some catching by Matt Henry. I wonder where New Zealand would be without their catching. 4 wickets they've only taken, and 2 of them really shouldn't have been. Here is Southey bowling short, and it's hooked away through square leg, straight down and out towards. It's going to be a single as Will Young comes in. How many times out of 10 do you take the Matt Henry catch? You're the fast bowler.
No, not many. Probably the hardest catch to take is the caught and bowled, no matter whether it's looping at you or it's being hit straight back at you, just because of the reaction time, and you're sort of, as a bowler, you're trying to sort of finish your action off and follow through. And the one thing I would say about this team is, because of the way they play, they give you chances, they give you a chance, but actually the only chances they give yesterday were the ones that were taken, and some of them were half chances.
Southey sees Stokes going outside of leg stump, trying to hit him high over the bowler's head, and almost another outrageous catch. This time, I think that's Kugelheim who's on. Running back from mid-on, trying to go back towards the advertising paint-ridden sign on the field behind the bowler's mark, and he just might have got a fingertip on the outstretched right hand. Stokes gets a run, and this is going to be a fun 9.3 overs. I sense England want as many runs here before the second new ball. It's 343 for the loss of 4. Stokes onto 13. Here's Southey bowling full outside of off stump. It just worked handsomely by Joe Root as he takes a shuffle down to the pitch of the ball, works it into the gap at mid-wicket. 344 for 4.
Yeah, it was a fantastic effort there by Kugelheim. Just out of fingertip, but just out of reach again. This time Southey's gone short. He's gone for we've seen Ben Stokes coming. Instead of going that full, trying to sort of bring it back towards the pads, he's gone for the shorter ball, and he's just spliced it up in the air, managed to get enough on it, like you say, just around that sort of painted advertising sign in the middle of the pitch.
Southey from the Vance stand in. A gloomy Wellington day, bowls full outside of off stump, pushed into the point region, no run. So now that you've spoken like a true fast bowler and tried to, suggest every caught and bowled is difficult, as always the world's hardest catch, you're bowling the left-hander next to third slip. How many times do you expect Michael Bracewell at third slip to take that catch on day one?
You expect them to take it because they're in there for a reason. They're good at catching. You'd hope that they catch it. But because of how hard, I actually thought the one before, I'm not saying it was a better catch, but it was a more difficult catch to take because of how quickly it come at him, where the one he took one-handed, it was a little bit of a stretch, but it didn't go that quick, so you'd have seen it obviously for a little bit longer.
Here's Southey once more, and a beauty, beating Stokes all end up, standing tall, going past the outside edge as he squared the English captain up. He survives the end of the over. 344 for 4. Here's Jared Kimber.
Hey mate, I thought you might want some good news about New Zealand cricket, which is currently, since 2018, they're the second best catching side in the world. 80.3% of their catches New Zealand has taken. The only team in front of them is South Africa at 80.5. So you could basically say they're the best catching team in the world if you squint.
And I would agree with that. In fact, I'd love you to break down those numbers. For some reason in my mind, I think over the last couple of years they might have dropped a few more than
They have.
previous years.
I think you're right. I think they're quite often they're known as the best slips fielding team in the world. I think for a long time they had that, but I think the overall catching South Africa might have just beaten them. But I can have a look. But I think they are dipping down a little bit. Ross Taylor was such a good slip fielder. You lose him, and you're going to take a bit of a regression, I would have thought.
Well served in the slip quarter many years. Stephen Fleming gobbling everything up in the slips. He's certainly not the mid-1990s. New Zealand couldn't catch a cold. He's a nasty bouncer round about chest height and played nicely by Root over the top of the ball into the gully region. No run. What's your dream slip quarter?
Oh, dream slip quarter. Interesting.
You ponder that, Jared. You want to elaborate? Carry on your point?
Just it's something that England, for all the Bazball changes that they've made in their cricket, they're still dropping a lot of chances. And they haven't been able to really consolidate a lot of the chances, but their bowlers have been good enough to make more of recent times. But we saw in the Ashes that come back to bite them.
Coaches love work-ons, Jared, don't they? Here is Henry again from the Government House end. Heck of a length just worked into the gap at mid-wicket by Root. Another run, 345 for the loss of 4.
I think the ones that I've played with, I would say Marcus Trescothick would be at number 1. Trez just caught everything. Fantastic catcher. Michael DiVinito, probably the Tasmanian batsman. Played a few one-day internationals for Australia. He didn't drop many. Martin Love didn't drop many either, but I'd just go Diver over Lovey and possibly Colley, and then probably third slip would be Andrew Flintoff, who probably covered about 3 or 4 slips, size of stature and bucket hands. I would say there would be my 3, and then I'd have to find a place for Colley, because Colley took some unbelievable catches off me. Probably at 4th slip or at gully.
Henry in again, squaring Stokes up, but he finds the middle of the bat and pushes to the offside of the wicket. I'm surprised you've only named 3 slips. I was expecting you'd name 5 or 6 here.
No, by the time you had your short leg, I'm trying to think who would be short leg. Ian Bell probably would be short leg.
Be Booney, wouldn't it?
Booney, yeah, but Booney was a slip fielder when I played with him. He was never going to go in at short leg as
He'd
captain
retired.
of Durham. He'd retired. He had given the helmet away big time.
Here is Henry once more, Fuller this time, and eased beautifully forward a point off the front foot by Stokes. And do a gap, they got 1, they'll come back for 2. He moves to 15, 347 for 4.
Nasser Hussain, when Nasser gave up the captaincy, he ended up at Boot Hill. He was at short leg. Wasn't the best short leg. He was just you bowled to try and get him to get them to hit them in that direction. But Nasser caught a few on that West Indies trip. But Ian Bell would probably be short leg.
Henry once more moves past the umpire with the outside of off stump. Back cut down to the fence for 4. Just wide of the gully, who's Henry Nichols. But too strong for Devon Conway coming around from deep backward point. Another boundary to Stokes. 350 is up for England. 351 for the loss of 4.
That really is a beautiful shot, because that is a good ball from Matt Henry. That was a good length ball. You know, a lot of left-handers that would have got into trouble, and Ben Stokes has just given himself some room, leant back, late quoted it through the gap. For me, that's a sign of where this England cricket team has taken Test match cricket. The bowler if he bowls a good ball, there's a high percentage he's going to go for 4.
It's a really good ball, Harmy. You're right. This one's further up. It's pushed into the cover region. No runs. 5th stump line with the top of the stumps. Not much wrong with it, but Stokes just good enough to send it away down to the boundary for 4 to end the over. 351 for the loss of 4. Just tuning into our coverage, you're listening to TalkSport 2 on DAB, online at talksport.com via your smart speaker or by downloading the TalkSport app. Follow us and contribute. Our social media at cricket_TS and at TalkSport2. If you're just tuning in, where have you been? You're missing out. Runs are flowing. It's that 36 runs have been scored in the opening 30 minutes of play. New Zealand have secured a breakthrough. Harry Brook gone for 186. Root is still there on 116 not out, and Ben Stokes 19 off just 18 balls with 4 fours. 351 for the loss of 4, and it's very good morning to Frankie Mackay as Neil Wagner's going to come into the attack.
Yeah, it is a good morning. Always a good morning in Wellington. That's what you expect me to say, isn't it?
Well, to me, yes, you would have to.
No, but it's been a good start. It's been a solid start, I think, from both sides. Again, hasn't been too much wrong, I think, from the New Zealand side. A great caught and bowled from Matt Henry, and now we'll have our first look at Neil Wagner.
Yeah, from around the wicket to start of the right-hander Roots, who's batting a long way outside his crease, and he comes forward and pushes the ball through a gap at cover point for a run. So for the right-hander, we had a slip in a gully, very much an in-out field, both protecting the offside boundary and the onside. Let's see what they will conjure with the left-hander. Stokes now on strike. You would imagine Wagner, firstly, will go back over the wicket. He does do that. So at first slip, it's Michael Bracewell, who's lining up at more of a second slip. You've got a gully, who's Henry Nicholls. Deep backward point. Latham's at cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg, long leg. Advancing down the wicket is Ben Stokes, following him as he went outside leg, stumped at Wagner, and it's just gone past the inside edge, and one of those blows, I think it's just missed the thigh pad and just got a bit of flesh and just hurt the English captain.
I was going to say, based on the reaction, hopping around, stamping the feet, it might have just caught a little bit of skin on the way through.
Wagner pitching that one up a bit fuller. Stokes stays in the crease, gets the ball leg side and works it through square leg. Got one, he ran the first one hard. Won't get a second because Conway gets to the ball, releases quickly. 353 for the loss of 4 of the New Zealand fans. Appreciative of the effort of Conway in the deep.
A better start so far as well from Neil Wagner. He's had a bit of a tough time of it, but looks like there's a little bit more zip about him today, a little bit more pace. It just maybe a sign that the rhythm's a little better.
It's a big day for him. He's around the wicket again to Root, who from the crease line plays the ball into the gully region. And they need something from him. They need something from Bracewell. They need something from Mitchell. Because the new ball attack, and we've seen it again today, despite some inventive strokes from the English batters, Southee and Henry have been very good. Wagner, Mitchell and Bracewell, so far by my count in this test, Frankie, 33.4 overs, none for 196. That's about 5.8 runs and over. That needs to change. Well, here's more runs though as Root comes down the wicket. Bit of an agricultural swipe across the line. Popped it a fraction but got it well wide of the mid-wicket into a gap at just 1 run. 354 for the loss of 4. They're on the charge quite literally.
I had a little brief chat with Neil Wagner. He actually said yesterday tougher bowling conditions than they looked, just because the wind was a little bit gusty. So normally, well, not normally, that's probably a little bit harsh. Often there's a strong breeze here. It's strong the whole way, but said gusty made it tough to get your rhythm.
Backing away is Stokes and hitting a ball that would have passed over the top and middle, maybe through cover of the back foot. Just 1, 355 for 4. There is a very late over feel to a one-day international. They're all wearing white. It is Test cricket. Is this all about trying to maximise the 7 overs before the new ball, or is this how they'll attack the new ball as well?
I think there's a little bit of both. I think it is looking to utilise that older ball while you've got it, potentially the best of the batting conditions they're going to see for a little while at least. But also I just think it's the way that Ben Stokes has looked to play. He wants to dominate. He wants to really be leading the charge with Baz ball, Ben ball, whatever you want to name it. He's really been the man to try and show he's leading from the front in that regard. So I'm not shocked he's come out to play like this. I think they're trying to, again, as always, just continue to move the game on, and they'll want to have a bowl today. They know there's weather coming in later on. They'll be looking at that, but they'll be desperate to get as many on the board as they can, as quick as they can, and then have a crack on the surface while it's still green. There's still some sideways coming from it, and there's some pretty handy new ball bowlers in that English lineup too.
Absolutely. Robinson, for me, I think is going to be a key man with that height, the ability to hit the pitch hard. Matt Henry is the only real New Zealand hits the pitch hard on a good length. Here's a reverse sweep attempt. They stifled appeal for LBW because Bracewell's into the attack. Not surprising for me, a double change. The new ball is just 7 overs away. Can't bowl Henry or Southey right through to that and then expect them to make the most of the new ball. So Bracewell with his off breaks bowled 7 overs, none for 33. Last over yesterday went for 11 runs, so he did a decent job. He's bowling from the Government House end, from around the wicket to Stokes, who leans forward and pushes the ball to point off the front foot, no run. Sort of bowling downwind. The breeze is more of a southerly today, more of a southeaster yesterday. So, if anything, downwind, but going over his left shoulder, maybe pushing the ball away from Ben Stokes, who gets the reverse sweep away down to the fence for 4 on this occasion. Between slip and the gully, 4 more. 3, 5, 9 for 4.
Just incredible batting from Ben Stokes. Not a bad ball by any stretch of the imagination from Bracewell. Just slightly outside the off stump, but there or thereabouts where he'd be hoping to bowl, try and bring that slip into play. And it's just the wrist work from Ben Stokes, the fast hands. He's able to get it behind the man at a backward point, a deep gully.
Bracewell goes slower, pitches on middle and leg, catches the outside edge. It's very well bowled. Problem is, it's gone wide of Mitchell at first slip. Not even sure it would have carried, and they'll creep back for 2 runs. Bowled Bracewell, 27 to Stokes, 361 for 4. Frankie.
That's really well bowled, that one.
Is that spun on the basin on day 2?
That's genuine turn, that one.
The apocalypse is coming. Coming forward, pushing to cover, there's no run.
And even better yet, it's spun out of the centre of the pitch. That's pitched in line with the stumps, gripped away from Ben Stokes. It's not out of any footmarks or divots or anything you could blame for that. That is just genuine grip out of the surface.
It makes the ball look like a cherry in his hands. Big hands, reverse sweep attempt. It's shorter, bounces over the bat, over the shoulder of Stokes into the gloves of Blundell behind the wicket. The end, a rather eventful over. Cost 6 runs. Almost. It's England. 361 for the loss of 4.
Pleased you mentioned about Michael Bracewell's hands and what it looks like when he's holding on to the ball. It's just incredible. That is one of those sights that it almost doesn't look real. You see him wrap his fingers around it to bowl a ragging off spinner, and it certainly doesn't look like that when I'm holding onto a cricket ball, that's for sure.
You keep talking about off-spin bowling because I'm going to get out of the way and John Norman's joining in.
Well, it is my favourite thing to talk about, so definitely encouraged to see some spin out of the surface. Jack Leach will probably be feeling the same, that there's a little bit of encouragement off the green seamer.
So here is Wagner, and this is ridden quite nicely by Joe Root to the leg side. He moves to 119, 101 overnight. He's still there, 119. Alongside him, Ben Stokes, 27, and going out a run a ball. 1 wicket to 4. That of Harry Brook. He added just 2 runs to his overnight score before he was quite brilliantly caught off his own bowling by Matt Henry. He picked up his 3rd wicket in the innings. Wagner again, as steps away does Stokes. He could be out here, caught at mid-off. Running to his right is the substitute fielder Scott Kugelheim. Stokes tries to muscle this up and over. No connection, and so England lose their 2nd this morning. 362 for 5.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Just gets the front leg out of the way, outside the line of leg stump, so it allows him that swing of the blade to try and go up and over the offside, but just doesn't get the timing. Hits high on the bat. He throws the head back in dismay. Can't believe that he's managed to pick out the substitute fielder Kugelheim at mid-off. It's a bright and breezy 27 though from the skipper Ben Stokes. Just showing once again England's desire to push this game on and continue scoring at that fast rate.
Do you think they've got a total in mind? Do you think it's time or a total? Because from the first over yesterday, what we saw from England was that they were quite happy to sit on Henry and Southey, knowing they could take advantage of what was to follow, and they did do. Now, second new ball is due in 5 overs, so it could have been an overs thing, as you may mention, or it could be they've got a score in mind and they want to get New Zealand out there.
I would have thought if we were talking a number, I would think that number would be 450, which is actually still, it's a reasonable way off. I mean, potentially not with how the English side have scored throughout this Test series, but 362 for 5. I would say, if you are contemplating the way of going about this Test, is the option to bet once and to be able to put a score on the board, that if you do need to, because of weather being around, you have the option to bowl it aside twice, bowl them out twice. 450 becomes that magic number. It also, of course, gives you a little bit of wiggle room to come out and bat a second time and try and put a little bit more of a total on the board to give you some breathing room if that weather doesn't come through. But yeah, for mine, I'd say the number's 450. If you're talking about time, that's the harder one to guess, because the thing they will be very mindful of, this English side, is they'll be desperate to have a crack at this New Zealand side with a brand new ball on a pitch that's still absolutely offering assistance to the seam bowlers, but they won't want to run the risk that they do it when there's a bit of moisture around. So they won't want to run the risk of having the new ball when it's potentially drizzling, the weather coming in, because as soon as the Kookaburra ball gets wet, gets damp, that just becomes awful to bowl with, and awful for the remainder of the innings you've got it. So there'll be a little bit, I'm sure, of toing and froing around exactly what they want and exactly what time, but I'm pretty confident if I was having to put my name on it, I'd say 450's the magic runs number.
Yeah, I'm with you there, Frankie. You got your predictions spot on yesterday, as Wagner is in, folks defends. We've got a mid-off, a catching cover, point, gully, 2 slips, long leg and straightish mid-wicket for the new batter, Ben Foakes, who's been speaking during the game, saying doesn't really do Bazball. He's not exactly Bazball, but I'm not sure that's what England need right now. Got Root at one end, Ollie Robinson to come. So Stokes and Brooke both out this morning, and speaking with Daniel McHardy before play, those are the 2 key wickets, and we said if you get them out before the second new ball, New Zealand still got a sniff. Forward is Foakes, good length delivery from Wagner, targeting off stump, and there'll be relief from him as well. His figures are taking a punishing or some punishment at Mount Maunganui again in this second Test match at Wellington, playing in his preferred position as second change. Just seeing a replay of a attempted sweep in the last over from Bracewell, which New Zealand didn't review. It wouldn't have gone their way, but still was quite close. Stokes missing on that occasion. Didn't last too much longer. Again, targeting off stump, pitched up, driven nicely. Best looking shot of his short 3-ball innings so far, but can't beat Tim Southey at mid-off. I'm sure I'm not revealing any little secrets from Spark Sports, where you've been operating, that you're part of the TV coverage out here, Frankie, but you were bang on yesterday with the amount of overs that you predicted. 65 you suggested. We got 64.4 or something. Wagner again, left alone this time by Foakes. No run. So you won yesterday. What was today's prediction? Was it overs again, or do you mix it up in the Spark TV commentary box?
No, it is. It is mixed up. So the king of the sweepstake, Craig McMillan, he's the man that comes up with the sweep for every day. And so...
Is there a wager? Is there money involved, or is it just pride?
Oh, well, pride is the key thing, because winning is the absolute key. But there's a $5 in. So each day you want to be part of the sweepstake. You put your $5 in the pot and see how that goes. So actually yesterday could have ended up a great day. So we were going to get 64.4 overs. That was my prediction, and we ended up with 65. And if they had gone off for rain at 64.4, I would have not only won the sweep and won the money, but that means the bank has to double it if you're spot on. So I was 2 balls off getting the first double up of the summer. So love the win, but a little bit of disappointment thrown in there as well.
You can never win too much. That's the thing, isn't it? That's my problem with gambling. Bracewell is in with Root back and across and clipping the ball backward a square onto the leg side, into the leg side. We've got 5 overs before the second new ball is due. England 363 for 5. You know, we've got one of those crowds here at the Basin Reserve, Frankie, which is quite commonplace when England travel. Usually takes place the morning after the night before. And I'm sure that Cuba Street was absolutely heaving yesterday. I was knackered. I was in bed by 9:30. Bracewell again. Down the track, and has Ben Foakes been stumped? I think he has. Coming down the track, the ball was fired down leg side. Blundell disturbed the stumps, and Foakes is walking off. Now, this could be a big moment in the match. Foakes has been deceived. He's been stumped without scoring. Essentially overbalanced and fell over. And I think he just slipped. And Bracewell takes his first wicket. So 3 wickets this morning. And all the downbeat and gloomy nature of the Kiwi fans has suddenly been replaced by a little bit of hope.
Yep, definitely perked up at that. That's Ben Foakes got himself in a real tangle there. Just a little shimmy down, I think, in the end to try and cover it with a defensive shot, but just seemed overbalanced. Feet went out from underneath him and ended up on the deck trying to slide a foot back, and no wicketkeeper likes getting out stumped. No one likes giving a dismissal to their opposition number, but it's a massive breakthrough for the New Zealand side to be able to have picked up 3 wickets this morning even before the new ball is due. You actually start to say, in this position, England squandering their advantage somewhat, was so far ahead of the game, the overnight stage. Now you feel that 450 actually feels a long way away.
Well, the Day Hawk makes his way to the crease, and look at him. He's going through all the repertoire. The punched front foot drive, the back foot pull, flexing his knees, getting himself going. Stuart Broad needs to take advantage of the Day Hawk. Spinner at one end, 75 over ball. I mean, it's all set for Stuart Broad, isn't it? It was, I suppose, a little bit of a criticism of how England went about things in the first test. You know, they were in an incredibly strong position. If you move away from the declaration, because that made sense with, you know, that last hour and a half of the day taking place under floodlights. But they really did, you know, stake how they were going to be going out about things inside that first 1 or 2 overs today. So here we are, 315 for 3 overnight, 10 overs in to day 2. Fast forward button continues to be pressed. 3 wickets falling. They do still have Joe Root unbeaten on 120 as Broad lets his first delivery go. So going back to the bet, it's about boundaries today.
It is. So number of boundaries hit in the day, so 4s and 6s combined, and then you pick your lucky number.
Around the wicket, Bracewell on the sweep. Little paddle sweep from Stuart Broad. Helps it round the corner. Short leg was interested for a fraction of a second, diving to his left, but 2 runs to the score. Stuart Broad off the mark. So sorry, you said how many boundaries does Mystic Meg, the Oracle, Frankie Mackay, suggest we're going to see today?
Well, I've gone slightly unique, and I've gone for 38, which is actually the exact amount of boundaries that was hit yesterday. So it's a good number. It finds me in the middle of the pack, I think. Lowest was 17, highest 56.
Bracewell again, forward. In defence is Stuart Broad, runs this to the fielder, just backward of a point. So you've gone for 38. So how many have we had today? Let's have a look. We'll ask our scorer, Gary Morgan, to have a little look. 5 4s and a 6 so far today. I suppose a lot of that depends on how long England bat for. I suppose these wickets, you're probably cheering those on, because if England bat for a couple of hours as Stokes and Root, then I think your boundary count might be a little light. Bracewell again fires this in and plays with a straight bat, but opens the face slightly to Stuart Broad. Sees the over off. A wicket coming from it. Starting to get used to that smile from Michael Bracewell. Usually when fielding, now whilst bowling. Might have a job to do with the bat as well. England have lost their 3rd wicket today. They lost 3 yesterday, 3 today. Joe Root's moved from 101 not out to 120 not out. Stuart Broad 2 not out here at the Basin Reserve. Jarrod Kimber's got something for us.
Yeah, I just wanted to have a look at Bracewell's spin. So far in New Zealand matches, he's spun the ball 3.9 degrees, which is quite a lot, because the ball doesn't really spin in New Zealand, as I'm sure Frankie can attest. And normal spinner since 2008 has been 3.3. So for someone who's not particularly a front-line bowler naturally, he certainly gets a lot of revolutions on the ball. And it reminds me a lot of Moeen Ali in that way, someone who was late to off-spin, but because he spins it so far, he's quite handy.
Neil Wagner back into the attack. There's an appeal for leg before wicket. Joe Root has attempted the reverse paddle over first slip. There's been no connection. Wagner wanted the leg before. Blundell and Southey just having a chat. Of course, New Zealand burnt 2 reviews inside the first 6 overs yesterday, so they've been loath to do it. Oh, I tell you what, Southey has got in there with, I would say, 0.5 of a second of the timer remaining. Was that a little bit of a hopeful punt again from the Kiwi skipper?
Yeah, I think so. I think with Joe Root on 120, you've got to look at the tail if you can get him out.
Well,
ball is close to the bat. Please confirm.
Seems to me that the connection on the pad is well outside off stump. I mean,
roll forward.
It must be difficult when a player essentially flips their batting stance, is facing the bowler, square onto the bowler. You just get very excited. This would not be given out.
Go back to on-field umpire. Please stay with the decision, not out. Wait for the call. You on screen. Make your signal.
Yeah, the gamble has not paid off, and really, with a shot like that, the umpire's got the best view. Wagner again on the up, driven by Root, square of the wicket, wants 2, but fielding is good. So just the 1 run. It means that Stuart Broad is going to have to face a little bit of chin music, I imagine. Haven't seen too much of the short pitch stuff from Neil Wagner in this Test match. He was punished at Mount Maunganui. I think we might be about to see some against Stuart Broad, Frankie Maguire.
Yeah, I would agree, and I think the big reason around that is there's been enough assistance for bowling the ball into the surface, pitching it up. He actually got the ball to shape a little bit yesterday, and there's definitely some seam movement on offer, so I think that's been plan A. Saw a little go at it with the short delivery yesterday afternoon, but he was put to the sword a little bit again from Root and Harry Brook, so it wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. Got men out on the hook, and it's not, we'll be honest, it's not what Stuart Broad really wants to be facing, is it?
Not really, no. Yeah, as you say, 2 men out on the hook. We've got a catching mid-wicket and also in front of square leg, but this is larruped over extra cover. Few bounces and away to the boundary. And apart from Michael Bracewell, who was kind of half in, half out at extra cover, none of the New Zealand fielders moved.
I don't mind that from Wagner. That's a little bit of the bluff. Set the men back on the hook and the pull, and then go for the length delivery, hoping that you catch Stuart Broad hanging back on the back foot and possibly the ability to attack the outside edge. But I think you might see a fired up Neil Wagner now.
Little movement to the leg side from Broad. As the Yorker squeezes the ball out to point and is sent back by Joe Root. Tom Latham has just been moved back about 5 or 6 yards deeper at square leg. Got a fielder at backwards square leg on the boundary. One at long leg. Kane Williamson at mid-wicket. And the crowd absolutely wrapped by what we've seen today here at the Basin Reserve. 3 wickets. A little cameo from Stokes. And now the day hawk, Stuart Broad, readies himself. Wagner is in, moves away again. It's a back of a length delivery which Broad misses. Hits him in the stomach as he tries to... Well, he shows us all what he intended to do, which was a graceful, straight out the textbook clip off the hip
into the expanse on the leg side, would have come through for a comfortable single if it hit it.
But it's always the key, isn't it, when you're practicing a shot, what it's meant to look like. It wasn't quite the execution that Stuart Broad found the first time around.
One ball left of the over. Broad readies himself. Wagner is in and tries to heave this up over square leg. Can only inside edge it onto the turf, and that is the end of the over. So, over number 77, 3 away from the second new ball. I mean, this is usually the period where everything kind of quietens down a little bit, while we kind of wait, holding patterns from the fielding side, you know, the opposition, depending on the state of play. One eye on that second new ball, Southey and Henry readying themselves, but actually, you feel like something big is about to happen with pretty much every delivery. Live and exclusive coverage of this, the second test match from the Basin Reserve, New Zealand against England. We've got plenty of sport coming up across the TalkSport network, though. Don't forget, Game Day returns across the TalkSport network. 2 live and exclusive Premier League commentaries. And I'll mention exactly what they are after this Bracewell delivery with Joe Root down the track, and he has hauled this ball, which is pitching just outside off stump, and he is targeting the William Wakefield Memorial, and he hasn't come too far from hitting it as well, over mid-wicket. Another 6 to the score, and Root's had enough of sitting at the non-striker's end. He wants to get involved. He moves to 127, and the score here at the Basin Reserve, 376 for 6 as Bracewell back. And again, down on the sweep, this loops up over backward short leg. Root wants 2, he's running. He's coming back for 2, come what may, doesn't care what Stuart Broad's going to do. You hear the crowds. Something's happening here at the Basin. 378 for 6. Bracewell's rattling through the over as well. All action here on the morning of the second day. The weather has played kind so far, and we look set fair for the next. You can't really forecast too far. I mean, 20 minutes segments essentially when it comes to the weather. I think we're all right for 20 minutes. What score will England be then? Bracewell again on the pole, and that's probably the sweetest connection of them all, but straight to the fielder at backward square leg. So Stuart Broad will face those 2 games that I was mentioning. Leeds against Southampton. Wow, that is a game and a half. 2 teams in the bottom 3 in the Premier League. That's on TalkSport 2 at 3 o'clock. And Liverpool against Crystal Palace, my neck of the woods there, Selhurst Park, about a mile from where I live in South Norwood. That's on TalkSport 7:45. Bracewell again, and Stuart Broad manages to inside edges through his legs and away for a couple. And I told you it's all happening out there, Frankie. Do you follow a Premier League team? Do you have any interest in football at all?
No, unfortunately not. Spend my time watching cricket instead. No, I haven't caught the football bug as of yet.
Well, if you ever make it over to England, I'll take you to Craven Cottage. It's the Basin Reserve of football. Well, it is actually, in one way. I'll tell you why in a second. Bracewell again. No run from Broad, who's forward. Plays with an open blade, but diverts the ball straight to the fielder on the 45. Oldest professional club in London. Did you know? On the banks of the Thames. There can't be too many football grounds in the world that has a cottage in the grounds. Craven Cottage does. Fulham drew with Wolves tonight. I'm in a much better mood than I was at the start of the day when we were 1-0 down. We're a small club. There's no pretentiousness about us, you know. Plenty of humility. I mean, this is key. This is a Kiwi football club.
You're selling it. You really are selling it. So I will take you up on that offer next time I'm in your neck of the woods.
Book it in. Last ball of the over, and Stuart Broad winds back for the big sweep. He was only ever going to get a single for it. It was almost an exaggerated shot, but no real connection of any note. And Frankie Mackay, I think, is going to make way. Well, book it in, Frankie. I'll bring you along to Craven Cottage. So, where are we now? 2 overs away from the second new ball. It's all changed in the commentary box as Frankie Mackay makes way. I think Jacob Oram, possibly Steve Harmison are coming in. His Manners, are you ready as well? Is that 20 minutes gone already? Wow, there we go. It's a shame. Jacob's coming on. and possibly Jared as well. I was on air with Jacob yesterday, offended him by saying he wouldn't look out of place in an axe throwing shot. And then today I reminded him of the hat-trick that Ryan Sidebottom bowled at Hamilton, and he was the third victim. So it's probably best I'm off. Root down on the sweep again. Exaggerated appeal for leg before wicket, but the impact was well outside off stump. And anyway, I think New Zealand have lost all 3 of their reviews. OK, after a word from Jacob Oram, it will be the returning Neil Manthorpe.
Well, first of all, John, good morning to everyone. But yeah, you're right, you ripped the scab off that wound from the hat-trick back in 08 in Hamilton. Thank you for that. But it's been a pretty good morning, actually, of Test cricket all round. It's been entertaining, as you know, the way England will play. The Black Caps will be happy because they've got a few wickets. Neil Wagner will be happiest of the most, given yesterday's carnage that he's picked up the wicket of Ben Stokes. And it's just the bottom line is it's great to watch this Test cricket at the moment.
Certainly is. Here's Wagner once again. It's short, and Stuart Broad has a hack at it. Backing away, giving himself some room, as he tends to do outside the off stump, and then swinging lustily at that one, but making no contact. 382 for 6. England are batting like a team with an object
tee-off time.
In well, so a pressing engagement that they need to make. They're batting like a team that really wouldn't mind being bowled out if they don't have a declaration in mind. Here is Wagner once again, another bouncer, and Stuart Broad has a heave at this one. It's a timely top edge, and it's down to the boundary for 4. And there's a glove punch being offered by Joe Root, which Broad accepts. I was always taught not to celebrate false shots, but I don't know. Yeah. Top edge for 4, Harmy?
Yeah, good top edge for 4. When you look at it, you're thinking, in my day, I'm going to keep harping back to my day, which wasn't that long ago, but you always batted for the guy who's got 3 figures at the other end, and you try and hang around. Stuart Broad, I don't think fancies that bit.
Wagner, low full toss, leg side, and punched by Broad up towards the deepish mid-on, Southey Fields, and they go through for a single. 387 for 6. Well, Jacob was playing even more recently than you, and the game has changed between your time and now profoundly, hasn't it?
Well, it's changed in 12 months, and I've been retired a lot longer than that. It just feels like, I was looking at that field just then, and you might see glimpses of that with, there was a very fine deep third man, fine leg, and 3, I think it was mid-wicket, square leg, mid-wicket, mid-on. You would normally see that with the opposition 9 down.
Short from Wagner, doesn't get up much, and it's pulled by Joe Root out towards long leg. And they go through for a single. That was very kind of you, diplomatic of you, to describe it as a very fine third man. We used to call that backstop at under 11s.
Yeah, I played with a wicketkeeper like that once as well.
He was almost behind the keeper, Jake. I mean,
well, here's that field again, and like I say, normally this would be attributed to a game situation when you're 9 down, you've got a set batter there just trying to get his runs when he can, knowing that if number 11 gets on strike, it's probably the end of the innings. But England is 6 down. And Stuart Broad is batting at number 8 / night watchman in the first test.
Low, slower ball, I think, from Wagner, perhaps, and it's half volley length, leg side, and punched away by Broad for another single. 389 for 6. Hence my conclusion that they've got a bowling time in mind, if not a tea time.
Yeah, I think they will have a bowling time in mind. I think obviously there's a forecast for a little bit of rain around, but at this minute in time the sun's trying to pop out, and I think if it gets that little bit warmer, I think it might be hard work for the New Zealand batsmen to face Broad, Anderson and Robinson, because the ball will swing. It swung for Tim Southey first thing yesterday morning, so there'll be a score in excess of 400 probably wanted by Ben Stokes. I'm not sure he'll want to go too far forward than that, because I think if you do go into the sort of the realms of 500 and beyond, and then sometimes you have to bowl twice in a row, and I don't think Ben Stokes will want to do that with Jimmy Anderson at 40, Stuart Broad at 37, and Ollie Robinson's bad back.
Driven up the ground towards mid-off, straight to the fielder, and there's no run. Jake, the pitch looks quite damaged. I mean, you know the Wellington, the Basin Reserve pitch better than Harmy and I, but it does. The scarring does seem to be quite significant. There's a sweep shot and appeal for leg before wicket, an impassioned one which finally persuades Rod Tucker to raise the finger. He had a big long think about that, and Stuart Broad reviewed it immediately. I'm not even sure that he went down to have a chat to Joe Root though. He just immediately reviewed it.
Well, I sort of think it took Rod Tucker so long to give it out there. He must have been thinking about some doubt. Somewhere along the line, there must have been a question or two as to why it could be out or not out. It wasn't an immediate decision. And I just think the nature of the game, and with reviews remaining, it probably makes sense to go with it.
Ball is close to the bat. Please
it looks very, very close. Joe Root, to be fair to Joe signalled straight away for referral, and I think because England have got 3 left, you might as well use them. But that looks very, very close, to be fair, and I don't think there's any bat in it.
That's very old school, Harmy. We don't say it looks very, very close when we think it's out these days. That's old school. You think it's absolutely dead.
I think it's stone dead, yeah. I'm trying to be as diplomatic as I possibly can and try and see the side from the New Zealand side who have had some toil out there. But no, I think this is stone dead. Yeah.
Turned just enough and it's hitting the top of the middle.
I even think Stuart would have walked off for that one if Joe Root didn't give him the signal. I know one thing, Stuart Broad would have referred it if he had been bowling to that one, because that pitched middle and hit middle.
I think it's actually a beautiful delivery from Michael Bracewell, and I think it's the delivery that's finally persuaded me to stop constantly referring to the fact that he's only been bowling off spin seriously for a couple of years, because that was beautiful flight, got it up above the eye line, and he's just straightened it just enough. I think it was a lovely delivery.
Yeah, look, he's done really well. I mean, I think the key word in your sentence before was seriously, because he has been bowling for a long time, but just not seriously for a couple of years. He always bowled, he was that one spell in innings, in one-day cricket bowler for Wellington or Otago before he came up north, but has really taken it on the last couple of years, and he's been outstanding for the New Zealand white ball team, in particular the T20 side. So it's just a continuation of that progression in his spin bowling career, I suppose.
Of all the professions that you would think would be difficult to make the transition from T20 cricket to Test cricket, would be bowling off spin, which is one of the hardest things to do in cricket, I think. But he's done that job, hasn't he, for New Zealand in T20 cricket, and has done a really good job. And then, to make that transition to Test cricket, though.
Well, I would, and I'm sure Harmy would argue, the physical toil of having to run in and bowl seam is up there, but I think the mental anguish that probably comes with being a white ball off spinner and right-handed batters just trying to hit you over long on and cowl all day would take it a bit out of you. But he's a strong guy, he's a physically big guy, and I think what you've seen with players who come into international cricket later, they're actually a little more hardened as well, mentally and emotionally, and they can handle it. They've had to work hard to get to this level, so they're like, I'm not giving it away, what do I have to do to get better? And they work their asses off.
389 for 7 into the 80th over. The new ball is available after this one if New Zealand want it. It's a quicker one as Ollie Robinson pushes it defensively out on the onside to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, bowling, fast bowler, it does take some toll on your body and heart, and it is hard on your body. But I don't fancy bowling spin at all.
Pushed up defensively back towards the bowler, and there's no run.
From a seam bowler's point of view, the minute I stopped sort of frightening people was the minute I got out there. The game changed a hell of a lot. These reverse sweeps and scoops and stuff like that. When people started doing that to me, that was time to retire.
Robinson forward, and there's a cry of catches. The ball hits him on the pad and bounces out towards Daryl Mitchell, who's fielding it slip. 389 for 7.
We're talking about reverse sweeps. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but seeing Joe Root get off the mark this morning, and his 4th ball reverse scoop for 6 over third man is just crazy times, outrageous.
Bracewell in again, and Robinson forward, then back and across, and tucks it off his pads out towards square leg for another single. 390 for 7. End of the over. 80 overs gone. 390 for 7. Here's Jared Kimber.
Yeah, it is incredible to have a look at Michael Bracewell's record. So his first year in first-class cricket, he didn't bowl at all. His second year, in first-class cricket, he didn't bowl at all. He bowled 5 overs in 2013, 1 over in 2014. In 2019, he bowls 20 overs, and at that stage, that's pretty much as he bowled in the 7 years before that combined. Then he bowls 138, 167, 144, and 79 so far this year. So he's crushing it this year. So it really is so late, his development as a bowler. So I think it's okay to mention it, Manners. I think he's aware of it.
Thank you, Jared. And by the way, during the course of that over, if anybody was offended by Jake Oram's reference to hard work, then I apologise.
Yes, I apologise as well. But you've still got to work hard for the young kids out there. There's no other option than working really hard.
3 slips and a gully as Tim Southee is back into the attack. Captain's prerogative, new batsman, and Southee suddenly freshened up, and he's back into the attack from the R.A. Vance stand. Has he taken the new ball? I didn't see. I mean, he might be bowling a couple of looseners with it.
No, new ball, brand new ball taken. Why wouldn't you? Ollie Robinson on strike, and he's captain. I'm not sure I'd be bothering to bowl with a ball that the Dogs had a go at and been belted all round the basin reserve by Harry Brook. Definitely captain's prerogative, and he's taking the very first over.
Here he is again, up to the crease now, bowls, and it's good delivery from Southee. Maybe just nipped away, swung perhaps, and beats the outside edge into the gloves of Tom Blundell. So anyway, Jake, I was asking you about the indentations in the pitch, and you know, it looks like you would expect some uneven bounce, but historically that doesn't tend to happen. And the pitch does flatten out here at the Basin Reserve, but it does look quite damaged, and I was just wondering if it was a bit damper than usual on yesterday.
Well, I think that's exactly right. I think yesterday was a bit soft, so you've got where the ball's pitching, and I think that's why England didn't choose to use a roller this morning.
Here's Southee once again, and that one is pushed straight to cover. Devon Conway can't believe it. It's like a magic trick. It's gone straight past him. He had it covered, and then it spun sideways, and it results in a single.
So I don't think they wanted to flatten out those little divots or scallops, and we're talking minor ones, but I think they wanted to keep them pronounced, almost have them dry out, I was going to say, with the sun when that does peek through, and then it creates a little bit of uneven bounce when they come out to bowl. And I think that's why they didn't use either the heavy or the small roller today.
Yeah, I spoke to Ben just before we went on air. He was talking to me and John Norman, and that was exactly what he said. He said we didn't put any roller on it because we didn't want to flatten any of these sort of scar and scuff marks out. So I would imagine between half time, I would imagine New Zealand will use the heavy roller.
2 slips and a gully, and here's Southee again, beats the off drive from Ollie Robinson. He was stretching for it, he's reaching for it. Have you ever heard indentations referred to as scallops before? I love it. That's a new one to me.
Yeah.
It's exactly right, isn't it? It's got a little scallop
Little
shell.
scallops, yeah, and just watching that ball just nip back through Joe Root's. I was trying to hit a big booming off drive. Ben Stokes has just been pictured on the balcony. He's got his whites on, and I think Ben Stokes is wanting to watch how this new ball reacts on this surface before he makes any decisions.
Southee in again, short, pulled by Root magnificently through mid-wicket. What a wonderful shot. It's gone for 6, and he was on the move when he played it, taken a half step down the wicket, back of a length, and he's pulled it over mid-wicket for 6.
It's just a beautiful shot, and it takes a lot of class and a bit of courage, but also when you're on 132 before that shot, you can do that. But you're right, came down the wicket, so you're actually playing that off 18 yards, 20 yards, and it's a front foot pull, and it's gone a long way. Sounded beautiful too, like a gunshot.
397 for 7. Here is Southee once again. He's played the reverse scoop again. It's gone straight over the slip cordon, and it's another boundary. 4 more runs to Joe Root. And you have to say, the practice does pay off. He knows exactly what he's doing. He used to make it up as he went along, but now he knows exactly how to play the reverse scoop, and he's played it to perfection. And England have declared.
No, drinks. No, Joe Root. I think Joe Root would be very upset after playing, the reverse scoop if Ben Stokes had declared, especially on 142. But Jake, talking about that shot, and we've seen him do it again to Southee this morning. I think against somebody like Tim Southee, who's more sort of skiddier and he kisses the surface and skiddier in trajectory, as opposed to Matt Henry bangs it in and Neil Wagner bangs it in. I actually think there's a less risk in that shot of Southey than any of the other bowlers, for the simple fact is he's got a deep point, he's got a deep square leg, he's got nobody down at third, and all he has to do, because Southey's so accurate and he's looking to try and pitch it up and swing it in and around that sort of 4.5-5 metre mark, then even if he gets down there early, he can just pick it up nice and easy. So I think there's less risk in it of somebody like Tim Southey, but you've still got to practice it and you've still got to execute it.
I agree. I think Southey bowls such consistent areas, and he knows that all he's trying to do with a couple of slips and a new ball, he wants to pitch it up and pick him off. So it's kind of like baseball, with a strike zone. Batters know pretty much where it's going to go, and I think the same thing there. You read the field, you read the ball and the situation. They know Southey will be pitching it around about there, and in a way, he's just going with the swing. But you've both said it, you've got to work hard, and shots are only high risk when you can't play them. If you practice them enough and they're a club in your golf bag, to use that metaphor, it's not high risk. The risk is absolutely reduced if you're good enough to play that shot.
And there are no fielders there.
Exactly, there's no fielders there, and that's the gap. Joe Root's looking around the field and going, that gap's been plugged, that gap's been plugged, that gap's been plugged, down at fine leg and deep square and down at point, mid-on and mid-off or straight. So I'll either come down the wicket, don't quite get it right if he bowls me a short ball, brings fine leg and deep square into play. So because of the way Southey bowls, it's actually, when you think about it, it's not actually as high risk, because all he has to do is get something on it, because it's a new ball. It's going to come off the surface that little bit quicker. He's just got to beat the man 18 yards away, which is the 2 slips. Once he gets over that, it's going to run away for 4. What he did yesterday, he got it for 6.
Usually when one attempts to defend oneself against an on-air gap, you dig yourself into a deeper hole. But very rarely do you see players and umpires all head with such enthusiasm towards the drinks break, and so it did look like a declaration. And also the replay screen in our commentary box actually blocks out the view of the 12th and 13th men as they made their way on with the drinks, and it really did look like a declaration. And England have been playing with such intent this morning that it appeared to me obvious that they wanted to have a bowl before lunch. And then when we saw Ben Stokes on the change room in full whites, standing on the balcony, standing up, again, that sort of intent, the sense of intent seemed obvious.
Well, and watching and playing enough cricket, you get a feel for the rhythm of it all. And a lot of the times, there's a message run out, or the captain might just go, your last one. So the fact he went bang for 6 and then sweep for 4, you thought, okay, yep, that was the over where we get the runs and then you're off. So I could see how it could happen.
I don't think it's going to be too far away. I think Ben Stokes will see this over from Matt Henry, maybe see one more from either from Southey and Henry, and then it wouldn't surprise me if then he's thinking about declaration. I think he'll want to have a look to see what the new ball does on this surface. If it's just sort of nipping about and it does stand up, then I think his decision will be easier. It will be a lot easier made once he sees sort of 24 balls with the brand new ball on it. To come back onto the pitch, it does get better, it does get flatter here, and talking about being damp. But the accuracy that Anderson, Broad and Robinson bowl with, it just takes one to go up and down. And Jake, you know more than anything else from a batting point of view, if you see a ball misbehave, that gets in the mind of the batsman. That sort of inconsistency of foot movement, and anybody that has that against England, against Broad, Anderson and Robinson, will pay.
Matt Henry is in to the attack once again with the new ball after the drinks break, and the first one is steered into the gully, and there's no run.
Out of those bowlers, we know James Anderson's world class, but Broad and Robinson, the way they just are able to nip it, especially Robinson, the way he just, on a length and just nips back into the right hander. We saw that a couple of times up at the Mount. Broad hitting the stumps a lot. Those are the two, if there is any sort of movement off the seam and variable bounce, those are the 2 of the 3 that I'd be especially worried about. Understanding that Anderson's no mug either, and he's going to be able to swing it around both ways too.
Here's Matt Henry from the Government House end, the Adelaide Road end, and it's dropped down on the onside, and they sprint through for a quick single. Root called, and was very keen to get down the other end, and he slipped actually as he completed the run. He ran past the stumps, and there is obviously moisture and dampness in the outfield. That's on the edge of where the cover would cover the square, so that would be a runoff area, so it'd be quite damp, and he has just had a bit of a tumble there.
Yeah, he was actually, it went through, Matt Henry threw the ball at stumps, it went through all the way down to Neil Wagner at fine leg, and Joe thought he could turn and go back for a second, and what happens, he slips and falls over, and I wouldn't say it was a good job, because Ollie Robinson wasn't watching, so he had no intentions of going back for a second. But the thing about Anderson in this party of the three, because he's so accurate and he challenges in at the sort of inside and outside edge, any sort of movement from the other end will help Anderson.
Henry in again, and Root pushes up defensively towards mid-on. 142, Joe Root. Ollie Robinson has 3. England 402 for 7. And if you're wondering how Harry Brook went the start of play, resuming on 184, he added just 2 runs before he was caught and bowled spectacularly by this man bowling now, Matt Henry. And the ball seemed to hit him. It was hit so hard back to him that he couldn't get out of the way, but he managed somehow to juggle and catch the rebound off his own body. Tried to play the reverse sweep again, does Joe Root. It doesn't go according to plan, apart from the result. That's hit the top of the bat, top edge, maybe hit him on the shoulder. It's gone straight over the keeper's head. It's 4 runs, but that one, for once, doesn't... Oh, hang on a minute. That was gone absolutely 100%.
Exactly where he wanted it to go, that man. That hit the middle of... If Stuart Broad's LBW referral was hitting the middle of middle stump, that hit the middle of Joe Root's bat.
Middle of the sweet spot. Time for me to get out of here. Been a bad stint. That's gone absolutely perfect. Well played, Joe. Here is Matt Henry once again. Short, classic pull shot, hook shot actually, down towards deep backward square. Neil Wagner does the fielding. I think it was the position that Joe ended up in.
Well, the
crumpled heap.
Yeah, and he wasn't going reverse for once. We haven't seen the conventional lap off the seamers, so he was in a different position to normal. But you saw where it hits the bat. This is what I was talking about before with high risk and low risk. You could argue, apart from the fact it's the top of middle and off, there's very little risk because he's hit in the middle of the bat.
Absolutely brilliant from Root. It's 147. Now Robinson on strike, and he drops it down on the onside. He's happy just to let Joe Root carry on towards 150 now, and knocks it away for a single. I think he's a very accomplished number 8, although he's batting at number 9 in this innings. And England are 408 for 7 after 82 overs.
And that's what this England team has done and changed what Test match cricket looks like over the course of the last 12 months. It's because, you know, the old adage of a good ball is a good ball on any surface in any cricket. Well, this batting unit of England are hitting the good balls 360 degrees. They're literally, that you just said there, Jake, was hitting, that probably was at top and middle stump. That's gone over the wicketkeeper's head for a 1-bounce 4. Intentionally.
3 slips in a gully. Here's Tim Southey trying his luck with Ollie Robinson, and a massive appeal for leg before wicket. Not just an appeal, and he's begging the umpire to give that one out, Tim Southey. Actually, it was a celebra appeal.
Well, he didn't turn round in his appeal. He just kept running down, thinking that's obvious. So just seeing this again, going down. So obviously Southey quite have his angles right. Good decision, but yeah, the way Southey hardly turned round to appeal until the very end of his follow-through, I think he thought it was dead.
Yeah, and he's got a wry smile on his face now there, because I think Tom Blundell was quite smart in saying no skipper. He got that one wrong. And that's a thick outside edge, and that one does fly between third slip and gully down towards the unprotected third man boundary, and that is an unintentional 4 for Ollie Robinson, and takes England up to 412 for 7.
That's a good tail ender shot, that is. It really is. You talk about the scoops and the reverse sweeps that the batter's practice now. Well, there was a shot of a batsman who doesn't practice that much on his batting, trying to get through mid-wicket, going straight over the top of what would be gully area. That's once, twice, 3 times, and rolls away for 4.
Robinson is 8 not out, and Southey's into him again. He again backs away and gives himself some room, and then swings through the line over the top of Neil Wagner at mid-on, only just over his head. Wagner thought he was in business for a catch momentarily before having to turn and chase it back down towards the boundary. 414 for 7. and Joe Root approaching 150. 147 not out.
And even though these are mishits and not quite the quality of, say, Brook and Root from yesterday, these runs and these shots just keep knocking New Zealand down another peg in terms of confidence and enthusiasm.
Now backs away, and Southey goes full and wide of off stump, and Robinson has to try and reach for it, makes no contact.
And that's kind of my concern with where this test match is heading. I mean, there's been some changes in the New Zealand bowling lineup from what it was. There's only really been one in the batting lineup, and that's been Ross Taylor departing. You've still got Latham, Conway, Williamson, Henry Nicholls. They've been there for years. So I think the quality's there, but I just feel like at the moment it's not quite the same vibe. And I look around the field in between overs, no one's running anymore. No, shoulders are slumped, and I get it. And I've been there enough times, don't worry about that. But it just, you feel like the momentum is such with England.
Southey into Robinson, who's back and defends, no run.
We were talking about Broad, Anderson, Robinson before. You could see England declaring on 430, 450, whatever they decide to go on, and suddenly New Zealand are 10 for 2, 20 for 3, 40 for 4, because England's going to come out like $1 million. Suddenly we're going to be talking about that pitch having a few more demons in it. New Zealand's not using their feet and quote unquote upsetting the length of the bowlers, and it's a different game. It's a totally different game.
2 slips in the gully and a very fine third man. Southey is in again. That one beats Robinson. Oh, it's new ball, different language at the moment, and that one Robinson would have appreciated that actually as a bowler. He is now looking down at the pitch as he walks up to have a chat with Joe Root. End of 83 overs, 3 with the new ball, 414 for 7. You and I, Harmy, did agree this morning that we didn't think the pitch was in any way flat, and it doesn't look like it with the new ball.
No, I don't think it's flat. I think because of the nature of how damp it started, I think them indentations are probably a little bit more than a normal Wellington wicket. And I think, like I said before, it's from a bowling point of view, you just want one to go up, or you just want one to go down. Especially the accuracy that Robinson, the skill level that Robinson, Anderson and Broad have got. And the minute one does misbehave, then as a batsman you're sort of constantly questioning what's going to happen down there. And because of the way the 3 England seam bowlers bowl, that could cause a hell of a lot of problems for the New Zealand batting unit.
Here's Matt Henry continuing from the far end, and that's a good delivery. Good enough to beat Joe Root on 147. 218th ball he's faced, and it goes flying past the outside edge. A little bit of movement from Matt Henry. Just before you leave us, Jacob Oram, I'd like to just ask you about Joe Root and his shots from the perspective of a man such as yourself, who was always said, and you did have enough, I don't know, traditional, classic, whatever you say, shots. You hit very good at hitting through the line, hitting down the ground, hitting straight drives in orthodox fashion. That one is steered behind square on the offside by Joe Root into the gully. And so there are people that say Joe Root too has enough, inverted commas, proper cricket shots without having to get funky.
Yeah, and his record was pretty good heading into this Bazball era in the way Ben Stokes has taken this team forward. Absolutely, but if he can open up more of his game and more shots and the freedom and courage to do that, he goes to another level in terms of a play.
Oh, he's short, and it's hooked by Root, not just off the front foot. He's taken a step and a half down the wicket, but he still manages to hook it down to fine leg for another single.
So I suppose the challenge for Joe Root is to know when to play those shots and in what situation and how often and all those sort of questions, which is the mental side of Test cricket, which is the hardest side. I mean, it's a better problem to have than having no shots, I suppose, and not being able to score runs. So I think just as this team evolves, and let's be honest, potentially Test cricket evolves, you're going to have more of those conversations about the Joe Root type player.
Here is Matt Henry once again up to the crease, bowls, bouncer, a harmless one, very short, sails into the gloves of Tom Blundell, and it is called wide, actually. He thought about that, Rod Tucker. I think he's let a couple go, hasn't he, Harmy?
Yeah, I think he let one go really early this morning. I think that was a wide first thing this morning. I think that was, obviously that's Ollie Robinson's a tall man, 6'3", 6'4". I think that Joe Root yesterday, it was perfect situation for Joe Root to come in. That was old-fashioned, that was old England, old Test cricket.
Matt Henry in again, another bouncer, short wider this time, and it's also left alone, ignored by Ollie Robinson.
And there was no question that Joe Root had to go back to what he has done for the last 4 or 5 years for England, which was 20 for 2 when he walks out, 20 for 3 when Harry Brook walks out, and that rebuilding job that he's done many, many times successfully for England. So I think it was the perfect innings for him in this game. Time he went in, built back up, and then he had Harry Brook to clear the counter-punch innings that really sort of floored New Zealand.
Matt Henry, and again he goes full and straight. Robinson pushes it up towards mid-on, straight to Conway. No run, 416 for 7. So, Jake, you were referring to the bag of 14 clubs that you're allowed unless that's changed as well. Still 14. So how close did you come to putting the reverse scoop into your bag of cricket shots during your playing career?
I don't think it existed, really. I mean, that's the lap off the seamers had come in, but definitely not the reverse. Unless I was bowling.
Last ball of the over, pushed up towards mid-on, and they go through for a single, and Joe Root is 148. Ollie Robinson with that single moves on to 11 not out, and England are 417 for 7. Ben Stokes standing on the dressing room balcony with intent in full whites 20 minutes ago, but no declaration. I was speculating anyway about England having a little bowl before lunch. I don't think that'll happen now, but who knows. 417 for 7. I think Jared is still with us. Jared, if you could have a quick word, and then Dan McHardy and Michael Atherton will take over.
Yeah, I think the most interesting thing about this particular innings so far is just that when you look at the economy rates, Tim Southey's gone at 4.59, Matt Henry's gone at 4.57. Everyone else is well above that, although Bracewell's just under 5. And again,
here's Robinson launching Southey wide of mid-on, scooping it, then a lofted drive, just backing away outside of leg stump, accessing that onside and getting some runs. 400. That was rather optimistic of me, Anthers, saying 319. Me projecting their refraction, 419 for 7.
Morning. Sorry, slightly delayed coming in.
Fished me late. Here's a lofted drive. That's better. Punched past the bowler, just to the onside of the stumps. Long chase for Wagney. Slides, keeps it in. A good crisp stroke there from Robinson, who moves up to 15. It's 421 for 7. Fashed me late. You're a true blue Wellingtonian. Or you've always got to be late.
You're the Wellingtonian sat here in shorts with this very cold southerly still blowing in. It's a funny old scorecard, isn't it? Root 148, Brook close to a double century. Not much for anybody else. I reckon there's still a bit in this pitch.
I think if you bowl well, it always is. 421 for 7. And this one is a towering blow up, rather longer, and it's going to split 2 fielders running back from mid-wicket and 1 from deep forward square leg. Pinpoint placement from Robinson. That's what he'll be telling everyone out there as he gets 2 runs for his efforts. He's 17. It's 423 for 7.
Well, this was launched many a mile in the air, and he got lucky, really. Latham running backwards from mid-wicket, and I think it's Will Young out at deep square leg who came in and then slipped on his backside. It's still a bit wet out there after early morning rain and the rain we've had in the build-up to this game. He's left a big skid mark on the outfield.
Southey past the umpires, 1 for 85, wider of off stump. He bowls onto his toes and pushed into the cover region. We know 423 for 7. It's always a good score, batting first in Test match cricket, but here at the base from reserve, my magic number's 300. If you are batting first and if you can get beyond 300, you tend not to lose Test matches here. I think it's only happened twice since the end of World War II. A side has got more than 300 and lost. It almost looks beyond New Zealand at this stage. Gee, they're going to have to bat well. Here is Southey, wider of the crease, full on off stump, turned into the onside. There's no run. The obvious exception, Athens, in a quite staggering Test match here about 4 or 5 years ago. Bangladesh sent in on a pitch not too dissimilar to this, made 500, didn't 590 odd, and lost by 7 wickets.
Well, New Zealand have a formidable batting line. If it was interesting listening to Jacob Oram, what he was implying there is no matter the names on that list and the records, there's just a feeling that these two teams are moving in very opposite directions at the moment, one up and one down.
Hard to argue here. Southey once more shorter outside of off stump, and it's pulled away powerfully through square leg, through one of the heavier parts of the field where the practice facilities are, sort of clogging in front of Young. He keeps it in front of him, 424 for the loss of 7. And they are, with all due respect to Bangladesh too, you can't really compare the bowling attacks. England will be good enough to extract lateral movement. Anderson will swing it, only with the new ball. But it's the seam movement. Speaking of Tom Blundell before today's play, I think he was a little bit disappointed they weren't able to get the ball to go off the seam for longer. They were obviously good for 40 minutes, but I'm not sure they were really allowed to.
Well, there will be less of a drop-off for England from the new ball pair to the first change bowler, whether that's Robinson or Broad, depends on who opens. So they should be able to keep the pressure on for longer, and that's been New Zealand's problem in this innings, when Southey and Henry have given way.
Here's Henry once more, bowling out full on middle stump, worked up towards mid-on, no run.
This was, of course, where Broad and Anderson first came together for England in 2008, 15 years ago.
Incredible.
Taking over from Harmy, who's here, of course, with us, and Matthew Hoggard.
Yeah, that drop-off, so obvious on day number 1. Wagner, Mitchell, Bracewell. None for 194 on day 1 as Henry hits a hard length on off stump, playing with soft hands as Robinson, no run.
What is Saturday in Wellington? Is this, club cricket obviously happening today?
Yes.
Is it, around and about?
Yeah, I think...
right in the middle of a season, is it?
I think it's the club cricket one-day final today.
Okay.
There's a bit of rain around, so a lot of club cricketers might have played what we call in this part of the country, or this part of the world, the Friday night card, where you gamble on the weather. Here is Henry, getting an outside edge, and it's dropped by Blundell. Now that is a rarity. That's fairly regulation, needs to shuffle a foot to his right, gets 2 hands, and he's dishelled it. Didn't miss a catch all of 2022. He will be very dirty upon himself.
Well, he's a very, very good keeper, Tom Blundell. He's already taken an excellent stumping today, and, well, it's a bizarre drop, really, because, well, it was going straight into Mitchell's midriff at first slip, but Blundell's footwork was just a little bit slow, I fancy.
Henry now will have the wicket as Robinson backs away and just bunts the ball straight to mid-off, who's almost parallel with the umpire. And Blundell will have the biggest smile on his face. Robinson goes, caught Southey, bowled Henry. It's 4-2-4 for the loss of 8.
Well, it's a very tame end for Ollie Robinson, who the ball after getting dropped by Tom Blundell just gives himself a bit of room and hits it gently, really, because it came off the splice of the bat to Tim Southey at mid-off, and immediately Latham and Mitchell turned to Blundell and gave him a kind of gentle high five, as if to say it's not been very costly at all, but Blundell will still be fretting over that one that he's put down, because he's a man of very high standards.
So Leach come out, 424 for 8, plenty of action. Brook only adding 2 to his overnight total, gone for 186, brilliantly caught by Henry off his own bowling, thundered back to him, head into his chest area, bobbled around. He reacted so quickly with the left hand, one hand, and he held the catch. 4 for 323 at that stage. Stokes a breezy 27 before he was caught by Kugelheim at mid-off. The substitute fielder off the bowling of Wagner for 27-5 for 362. Folkes was stumped, falling over to a ball that spun from straight down the leg side. That's quite an odd part of today's play, has seen the ball spin at the Basin Reserve from straight, as Bracewell had his first wicket. Folkes gone without scoring, 6 for 363. And Broad was LBW bowled Bracewell for 14. He reviewed. The review showed it was hitting the top of middle stump. And the 8th wicket falling. Good partnership though, as Robinson made 18, 424 for the loss of 8. Henry now has 4 for 96. Mad Henry.
pick of the bowlers. This as far as the return, the numbers speak for themselves, but I think he shows the potential danger of what is to come for the New Zealand batsman. His ability to hit that pitch. Robinson, for me, I think could be a real handful. And as the left-handed Leach leaves outside of off stump, there will be no run.
Yes, we always suspected that Matt Henry would stiffen New Zealand's bowling lineup after Mount Maunganui, where they had the two debutants, Blair Tickner and Scott Kugelheim, and he's definitely been the most threatening of the bowlers. He's probably done more off the seam than anybody else, and he's a bit quicker. He's just probably got a yard on everybody.
That he does. Now on bright sunshine from around the wicket, bowling full and beating the outside edge of Leach, who came forward to defend, but all just hitting that seam and moving away. Another successful over for Matt Henry. 22 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 96. It's 4-2, 4 for 8.
Just going back, we were talking a little bit about domestic cricket here in Wellington. I bumped into a young lad and his father in the cafe this morning where I was having breakfast. I think they were from Havelock North, which is Hawke's Bay region. And they came to agree yesterday, they came today, and I said, "Oh, are you coming tomorrow?" He said, "No, I've got to get back because my school side is having a 3-day game." He's a young leg spinner, he can't have been more than 11. I thought, well, probably in England there wouldn't be very few schools that would play 3-day cricket. It's quite an impressive thing.
We can welcome and talk sport listeners to our coverage here on TalkSport 2. Very positive cricket again as England advancing from 315 for 3 at the start of the day, 424 for 8 as here's Root coming down the wicket and trying to hit the ball to Havelock North. He's kept the head up. It's gone past the inside edge and sailed over the stumps.
Well, he's got a licence here now, Joe Root, hasn't he? He's 148. He's played quite magnificently this morning. But with Jack Leach just arrived at the crease and only Jimmy Anderson to come, Root is just going to try and play every shot that he's got. He's already played most of them this morning as well, reverse scoops and scoops for sixes. And the field is very spread for him as he looks round, just peers over his left shoulder to see where the boundary option is.
Mid-wicket goes all the way back, probably an 80-metre hit out there. It's a very big boundary. Now thunders the ball out towards Latham, who'd retreated at deep mid-wicket. A fall-away pull stroke. Fine sound off the bat as they will add a run to the total, 424 for 8. And 4-5, the scoreboard. Someone's nodded off in the scorer's room.
Everybody out on the boundary except a wide slip and a fine gully, and that's it. Everybody else saving the boundary.
Fly slip almost on the 4th slip line, dead covered long off on the offside, but it's the onside's going to get peppered here, you think, with this length. Southey's bowling very short, strong pull stroke from Roots, who will take the run. That's why the scoreboard did not take over. They didn't take a run, so I apologise humbly to the scorers. It was egg on my face. 425 for 8 as Root does move to 149.
He's still England's best player, Joe Root, for all the chat about Harry Brook, who has made a magnificent start to his Test career, obviously, and may well become a great player in time. Root is still England's best player for me by a distance.
3 slips in the gully for Leach as Southey from the bandstand end, bowling around the wicket, very full, played into the point reach, and there is no run. Well, he's just been prolific around the globe, year after year. 10,000 plus now, isn't it?
He is at 50 or thereabouts, which puts him in the absolute highest rank. I think he's as good a player as I've seen for England, going back to 40 years or so, I suppose.
How hard is it to do it year on year on year?
Well, I think you've just got to have a love of the game and a love of batting, which he has.
It's the left-hander, waits again, comes forward, drives nicely into a gap, just forward a point in the offside. Should come back for 2. So Leach is off the mark with a shot of real assurance, 427 for 8.
Yeah, he's got that love of the game. I also think what's really impressive since he stepped down from the captaincy is just the way he has enjoyed playing in this kind of new team, new era, new style of play. It can't have been easy because there's an inherent criticism of his time as captain, isn't there? England were winning 1 in 17 at the back end of his time, and now they're winning 11 in 12. There's an obvious inference to be made there, but he's not carrying any jealousy at all, which is impressive.
That's a real test to him. Here's a leading edge that will go over between second and third slip. Down to the fence for 4. He's trying to scoop the ball, sort of drop kick it to the onside. The ball just moving away, but not close enough to the outstretched hands of Latham and Bracewell. 4-3-1 for the loss of 8.
Yeah, Leach looking to work to the onside as Southey came round the wicket, and it was a kind of bowled with a slightly off-cut action, and so it just held up off the pitch and took a leading edge and flew over the second of the 3 slips. So it's a good result for England, because not only is it 4, it keeps Root on strike.
So 116 runs have been added today. 22 overs. Discretion advised to our listeners on TalkSport 2. My maths involved. I'm willing to submit that. Yeah, I'll stick with that number. Here is Henry searching for a 5-wicket haul. He moves past the umpire at the Government House end. This one is hit high to deep backwards square. Coming around is Conway, but it's 4-0 because it's just crept over the rope for 6. It was very full, and he has smashed it away. Joe Root, raise your bat. 150 not out. What a way to end the innings, because yes, England have declared 435 for the loss of 8, and Joe Root will get rapturous applause here from the Basin Reserve crowd.
Well, it's a magnificent innings from Joe Root, and he gets applauded off by Devon Conway, who now trots off the field to get ready for batting. I actually thought that had gone for 6. The umpire gave 4, and it must have just landed just inside the rope, but he kind of just timed it gorgeously, really, to the leg side, and he was playing all his shots at that stage. Lovely way to get to 150, magnificent innings. And then the declaration immediately, so the word had come from Stokes, there was no hanging around. Root just ran off, so they knew exactly what they're about, and they've got a good little period now before lunch to get at New Zealand's top order. 435 for 8, the declaration.
He likes 100, 29 of them in Test cricket. He loves a big 100 too. I think our statsman's pointed out that's 14 times he's gone beyond 115, 150. That's outrageous stuff. But those two numbers in the middle, the heart of the English order, stick out. Root's 153 not out. Brook 186. They combined for a monster partnership with 302 runs. Michael Atherton 21 for the loss of 3 after Crawley 2, Duckett 9 and Pope gone for 10. England were in a spot of bother. They turned the game on its head and actually made it look quite easy. Yeah, ridiculously so.
It'll be very interesting to see what happens now, because when you look at that scorecard, you've got that massive score from Brook and you've got the 150 from Root. What's the next highest score? 27, I think, for Stokes. So it shows that for the mere mortals in the England side, apart from these two gods of batting, Root and Brook, that it's been quite hard work, and there's a bit there for Henry, who finished with 4 for 100 in the end. So I think England's bowlers will still fancy their chances now with this new ball just before lunch.
Absolutely. So the conditions, well, it's a frustrating type day, especially if you're the ground staff. Speaking to Hagan Faith, there's rain in the forecast and he looks like he's a little bit stressed, but so far so good. About 5-10 minutes before play started, 10:30 local time, we had a little Wellington sprinkle, a light drizzle, but that pushed away thankfully, and at times we've had the sun break through, and England have been able to take their score from 315 for the loss of 3 through to 435 for the loss of 8. As I mentioned with Michael a little bit earlier, a score over 300 generally guarantees, well not guarantees, but generally puts you in a position not to lose a test match here at the Basin Reserve. In fact, only one side has scored more runs in the first innings of a test match at this ground to go on to lose Bangladesh a few years ago. But this English attack far better and more suited to these conditions, and well, Anderson will find swing that southerly is pretty consistent, so it's a nice wind if there's such a thing in Wellington. Michael, I think it's a decent wind for him maybe to bowl up into and look to say swing it away from the right-hander.
Yeah, I think Anderson will bowl from our commentary box end, which is where Southey operated, so slightly into the breeze, but there's a slight crosswind helping that outswing. And then it's interesting who will get the new ball with him. Will it be Broad, who did take the new ball and so successfully in Mount Maunganui, but that was under lights with a pink ball, or will he go to Robinson? England's slip fielding coordinator out there at the moment. Crawley, Brooke and Duckett are taking catches. Collingwood and McCullum doing the coaching work, and Jeetan Patel. England don't have a fast bowling coach here at the moment, so Jeetan Patel is the kind of does the coaching work for both spinners and seamers. He's out in a beanie. He's a Wellington boy. He's come well stocked for the weather here.
Well, he brings enough energy for two people, for two coaches.
I walked up to the ground with him the other day. He's a grand lad. Moved to Birmingham, of course, with his family, but this is where he's from. This is where he grew up and played most of his cricket. So he knows these conditions well. He'll have had I think a fairly extensive chat with Leach about how to utilise the breeze or the wind here as a spinner, which he did so successfully. It's Broad who's out there at the moment, so it looks like he might get the new ball with Anderson, and England will be keen to get at the top order before lunch.
You're very proud Wellingtonians. Jeetan Patel, his club just through the Mount Victoria Tunnel in eastern suburbs, and they're from a junior, but he's just loving life in this English camp, and understandably so, on a winning tier, and now they've set themselves up to add to that. 435 for the loss of 8 wickets. The full scorecard: Crawley 2, Duckett 9, Pope 10, 186 to Brooke, Stokes 27, folks without scoring, Broad 14, and Leach was not out 6, alongside Joe Root, 29 test match hundreds, 153 not out. For New Zealand, Southey 1 for 93 off 24 overs, but he might have bowled a little bit better than that. That's just how it goes sometimes. 4 for 100 off 22.1 overs for Matt Henry. That last boundary not only brought up the 150 for Root, but the century for Matt Henry. Mitchell Nunn for 61 off 9 overs. Wagner 1 for 119 off 21 overs. It has been a very difficult series for a wonderful full throttle cricketer and competitor for New Zealand, but maybe just Father Time is catching up. 1 for 119, while Bracewell 2 for 54 off 11 overs with his off breaks and got some to spin. Let's keep that in mind. 435 for the loss of 8. England, we know, will find something in this surface. Michael, I'd love to get your thoughts on how New Zealand should counter it. When I looked at Brooke and Root, I saw two very contrasting styles. Root batting a yard, if not further, outside of his crease and almost coming down to negate any lateral movement. When Brooke was different, he was sort of batting deep in the crease, allowing himself a little bit more time.
Well, that's the beauty of the game. There's no one way or right way to do it. You find your way, and my advice to teams playing against this England team is really just stick to their knitting. Don't get sucked in to trying to emulate the scoring rate that England are playing at, because you may just not have the tools to do that. Now, you look at New Zealand's lineup, it is still a very formidable lineup. I'm a big admirer of Tom Latham. I think he's an excellent cricketer. Devon Conway is a superb batter. He's got an excellent record here at the Basin Reserve. Williamson is one of the best players I've ever seen. Nichols is struggling a little bit in the last couple of years and could do with a score, but you know, you look at that top 8 really, Bracewell coming in an 8, and you'd say that's a very, very strong lineup. So New Zealand should still be confident of batting well on here, but it's just that you get this feeling with England that they're just so confident. Confidence really coursing through this team at the moment, and they just feel slightly invincible. They feel as though they can beat anybody, and that's amazing how confidence can change so quickly in a team, and it's precious, invaluable, really.
And conversely, and sorry to cut you off there.
And the other way, yes, absolutely.
Exactly what Jacob Bourne was speaking about. Conversely, I think New Zealand feel fallible and beatable at home.
Yeah. Well,
that's how they built themselves to World Test champions, was their wonderful record at home, how difficult they were to beat. This would be the first Test series loss in New Zealand in 6 years.
Yeah, and three defeats have come in the last calendar year. And of course, New Zealand's last 7 tests has brought 5 defeats and 2 draws. So that's the point that Jacob was making, really, that these two teams are travelling in opposite directions. And that's the cycle of sport. You know, not so long ago, New Zealand were almost invincible themselves, World Test champions, very, very strong team. You lose 1 or 2 senior players, results start to turn against you, and the cycle of sport just moves inexorably. No matter how good or, you know, whatever kind of cricket nation you are, you will go through cycles where you're just not quite as strong, and where a team starts to transition and change, and you get that feeling that that's where New Zealand are right now.
New Zealand wanted to strengthen their batting. They felt, you look at the numbers, and we pointed this out ahead of the start of play, that England have only batted beyond 90 overs 3 times and now 22 test innings under Stokes and McCullum. Well, 87.1 overs is all it's taken for England to get to 435. So New Zealand's gamble, you could argue, didn't pay off as far as limiting England in the first innings after winning the toss, remember, having them 21 for the loss of 3. So they've tried to stack the batting. The batter's good enough.
Well, I was just looking at Anderson, number 9 on his back. He's marked out his run, which he's done for about, well, God knows how many times in his career now. But of course, he's the new number 1 ranked bowler as well. That the ICC rankings were updated ahead of this game, and he's gone back to the top of the rankings ahead of Pat Cummins at 40 years of age. There are only 4 bowlers in history who've been the top ranked bowler at an older age than Anderson. You've got to go back to the 30s and the 1930s and 20s. They do those rankings retrospectively, of course, and most of them were spinners. Clary Grimmett and Titch Freeman and Bert Ironmonger. What a name that is.
Clary,
what a great name.
Good Kiwi spinner, that one.
Well, Anderson, amazing. 40 years of age, number 1 ranked bowler.
I'd love to get your thoughts on this. There's so much talk around the New Zealand cricket community about the age of the New Zealand side. It's like, there's no one under 30, as if 30's now the age where you're officially old. Have they not heard of Jimmy Anderson? I know he's probably an outlier. He's going to bowl around the wicket. First ball for the Van Stand end, bowling to Latham. He's got a heavily packed slip cordon, 4 of them, and a gully. But Latham's right in behind and defends the ball back along the wicket. Latham and Conway have had a lot of success at this ground. One's a Wellingtonian, one's from Canterbury. I think Latham got a first-class 100 here in October, where the ball was bending around corners early in the season. But this will be a huge test over the next 32 minutes through to lunch. Remember, we haven't even hit lunch on day number 2. Anderson pushing up into this moderate southerly breeze, past the umpire, Fuller this time, and it's just dabbed into the onside, and New Zealand will get off the mark with a well-judged single to the onside as Latham has won without loss.
Yeah, Conway was good there. The understanding between 2 established openers, it was quite a chancy single or a sharp single, but Conway at the non-strikers end, he didn't hesitate at all. He saw Latham nod at him and he just set off running, and that is the key to opening batsmen. You've got a terrific understanding, and you don't really need to shout your runs. You can just look and nod and off you go.
Slight adjustment for the left-hander Conway. Latham also left-hander. Conway will have man under the helmet on the onside to contend with, 3 slips in a gully. Anderson's going to go over the wicket. And often you like to challenge the outside edge of the bat. It's more the inside edge of Devon Conway's bat. Seemingly looks a little bit more vulnerable there. Squats at the knee, waits for Anderson. Has him defending from the crease line in front of that front pad. Very straight. Looking to tuck him up, pushed up towards mid-on, no run.
Yeah, you're right, the slight adjustment. So short leg comes in for Conway because they'll bowl straighter and threaten that inside edge. They've still got 5 men catching in that arc from to the left of Folkes, 3 slips, a 5th slip, Stokes, and then a gully, Duckett, so nobody at cover on the offside.
Anderson, once more, this one nips back and hits high, round hip height. Conway's trying to leave on length. You can hear at the base and tend to get good pace and carry, but that one was just too close to him, and that's probably one of those blows you don't want to rub, but you want to rub it.
Yeah, on his inside thigh. But you're right, he's left it on length, and it's something Zach Crawley might think about from time to time as well.
Anderson bowls a beauty! 18 the outside edge, behind the slips, they've all gone up. I detected a noise. Jimmy Anderson's not all that interested.
I heard a great noise.
Definite noise. And we can hear the stump microphone, and England's players are saying, we heard a noise, and it's definitely not body, so they have sent it upstairs to review. There was a sound.
Pope was the man saying, I heard a great noise.
Not out, I have checked the Fed delivery, what was in place.
Definite noise, we detected. It's beautifully bowled, squaring Conway, all ends up angling across, hitting the seam, just shooting away.
Ball is close to the bat. Please confirm without right.
Well, from the naked eye, I can't tell.
It's a lovely ball. It's what Anderson calls his wobble seam ball, with his fingers slightly split, and he's looking to seam it rather than swing it.
Ultra edge. There is the faintest of touches, and Devon Conway will have to go. You might have to drag him off. He looks forlorn. But what a start for England. Jimmy Anderson, #1 in the world, and it's only taken 4 balls for joy for this quite phenomenal seam bowler.
Yeah, great delivery. Splitting his fingers on the seam, the wobble ball, and it did just nip a little. And then England's fielders were good. There was a kind of conversation with them. They all said, yeah, we heard a sound. It definitely didn't hit the body, and therefore, what could it have been other than the outside edge? So good bowling, a good review, and Conway, who's got a fabulous record on this ground, has to go. And well, New Zealand under real pressure here with Williamson, their best player, coming to the crease.
Just brilliant stuff from Anderson. 2 left-handers, different approaches to both.
Yeah, the natural thing you'd think would be Jimmy Anderson try and swing it back in at the left-hander, because he's such a brilliant outswing bowler. But there he was definitely trying to hit the seam. I think they feel that because it's cool and blustery, that seam is more dangerous than swing. So you'll see Anderson bowling a lot with this kind of split grip on the seam as he tries to wobble it down and get it moving off the deck.
So Williamson, who had a double failure, not Wanganui, may not want to turn around, because that's quite an intimidating cordon. 1, 2, 3, 4 slips. Gully's very fine. It's almost 5 slips and a leg slip. So you've got a Broad at shortish cover. Robinson creeping in line with the stumps on mid-wickets, and here is Anderson keeping Williamson on the crease line as he plays with soft hand into the gully region. Could be a big day for Kane Williamson. He's 33 runs away from becoming New Zealand's all-time leading Test run scorer. But boy, this is going to be a huge 26 minutes through till lunchtime. Michael Atherton will take his leave. Steve Harmison will jump on board. New Zealand losing. Conway caught off the bowling of Anderson by folks behind the wicket without scoring, and after 1 over, New Zealand are 1 for 1. Latham 1, Williamson without scoring. New Zealand trail by 434 runs. G'day, Army.
Yeah, what a start for England, what a start for Anderson, and a huge amount of credit there for me was Ollie Pope. He was the one adamant. Anderson, not much of a celebration. He wasn't sure. Ollie Pope was adamant. Helmet comes straight off, along with Zach Crawley, who was hit second slip. They were more animated than anybody else. Joe Root was going along for the ride, and I think it took some convincing, did Ben Stokes, England captain, off of Ollie Pope. But what a decision it was. A little feather, a little feint nick from Anderson. And Conway, who got 77 in the first innings at Mount Maunganui, he had to go, and here comes Stuart Broad.
Stuart Broad, whose spell really turned the match decisively back England's way in the first test for his first delivery. It's wayward, down leg side, and no run. So 1 for 1. What a scene we have here at the Basin Reserve. This is as good as it gets, Harmy. We've been extremely fortunate today with the weather. It's played kind. There was a little bit of a sprinkle when we're out on the pitch just prior to play, and you just had a feeling it's going to go one way or the other. Well, we might be getting a little bit of rain as we go later into the night back in the UK. Broad again, identical deliveries. Not quite got the line right yet. Down the leg side. But the tempo of the game, well, it hasn't relented. We've not had one of those drifting passages of play yet. We haven't had any silent shout-outs today. We can change that, of course, but for now, all attention on the cricket. Haven't even heard a siren today. Broad again. He's in, and there's a stifled shout for leg before by Stuart Broad. Inside edge onto the pads, just flies into the slip cordon via the turf. Broad with that distinctive white bandana on, a la Pat Cash from back in the day, although he had a kind of a checked effort, didn't he? Yeah, former Wimbledon winner, Aussie tennis star. You just got the feeling Broad wants to get involved here as we head towards the lunch break. Still 23 minutes to go as Latham faces up and plays this nicely to mid-wicket, where it's fielded, hurled back to Ben Foakes, who earlier today was dismissed, stumped without scoring. Bracewell with one of his two successes. England starting the day, 315 for 3. Declared 435 for 8. Joe Root, 156 not out, I think. We'll just check that. There's a little bit of a confusion whether that last shot he played was a 6 or a 4. Either way, 153, went past 150. Forward in defence is Latham. As New Zealand just try and get through to the break without further mishap. Devon Conway, who was dropped early on in his innings back at the Mount, went on to score 77. Was dismissed cheaply in second innings for just 2 by Stuart Broad, and has just gone early again without scoring. Caught behind. The scorebook will say that Anderson struck Foakes with a catch, but it was Ollie Pope at short leg, really. He should be in there. Down the leg side again, Stuart Broad finishes the over just as he started it. Jared Kimber, were you wanting to get involved here?
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about the difference between New Zealand and English conditions. We obviously lumped them all in together, and they're very similar. But if you look at the first 20 overs for Jimmy Anderson in test matches in both countries, the average swing he gets in England is 1.56 degrees. The average swing in New Zealand he gets is 0.9 degrees. So it's a massive amount of swing he's getting in England compared to New Zealand. And the average seam in England is 0.76 degrees, and the average seam in New Zealand is 0.72. So almost identical when it comes to seam, but it's swing that is the big difference. And I would say, Harmy, that's probably the difference between the Kookaburra balls and the Dukes balls. Although, to be fair, the Kookaburra balls do swing a lot more since they've fixed them in 2020.
Yeah, spot on. It is the Kookaburra ball, the degree. They do tend to swing that little bit more at the start of an innings, but obviously not as easy to maintain.
Anderson started his second innings, and Williamson is off the mark. The ball squirts out past backward point for a single. 2 low scores at Mount Maunganui came into that test match. Daniel McCarty just made mention, 33 runs needed to overtake Ross Taylor at the top of the run scoring charts for New Zealand in test cricket. Started the series 39 runs adrift. Scores a 6 and 0 in the first test match. Brought in within 33. Now 32 runs away. How he would miss, or how we would love to have Ross Taylor. The security of knowing Ross Taylor was due to come in at the fall of the next wicket. Wonderful batter, but decided to walk away from the game at international level. This time last year, I think it was a series against the Netherlands, an ODI series where he bowed out at his home ground in Hamilton. Anderson again, and Latham forward covering up. Straighter from Anderson. As Mike Atherton was saying, 4 slips and a gully in place, and England are bowled in some pretty juicy and enticing conditions on this short tour. Twice they've had the new ball at night under the floodlights at the Mount Maunganui, and here again today, might be during the day, but Latham crunches the ball down into the grass, backward a point. But these are the conditions you just absolutely love to bowl in as a fast bowler. Scoreboard pressure, new ball, 2 bowlers in form, and they've sat back for the last day and a half. Now they want to get involved themselves.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%, and not get too many better bowlers to exploit the conditions than Broad Anderson with the tail up. Jimmy Anderson, 40-year-old, #1 ranked bowler in the world.
Left alone this time by Latham, no run.
And Jimmy's end, you looked at it this morning, talked about the scarring on the wicket. Jimmy's end wasn't as severe as what Stuart Broad's end is, because largely down to the fact that scarring that Stuart Broad's bowling into was from Matt Henry, who hits the deck a lot harder than Tim Southey. And Tim Southey pitched up, kissed the surface with that brand new ball. Probably not as big at indentations as what Stuart Broad's got, and I think that's why these two are bowling from the ends that they are.
Over the wicket, Anderson pitched up and kind of half driven. The ball squirts out to backward a square on the offside, and Latham comes back for a second. Problem for New Zealand is that these conditions look ripe for a little bit of seam, a little bit of swing, but CricViz, who power a lot of our stats, a little conversation going on a WhatsApp group an hour or so ago between them and Jarrod Kimber, and there was turn for Michael Bracewell, who picked up 2 wickets earlier today, so Jack Leach may well play a role as well. 4 slips in the gully in place as Latham is forward again, looking compact actually. No run, he's 3. Williamson 1 at the end of that Jimmy Anderson over. He's picked up the 1 wicket to fall. Devon Conway going cheaply. New Zealand 4 for 1 after England declared at about 20 past 12 in the afternoon here in New Zealand, so about 20 past 11 back in the UK. And they still trail by 431. England 435 for 8 declared, with Joe Root unbeaten at the end, 153 not out.
Yeah, Stuart Broad's going to get a chance to bowl at Kieran Williamson, a right-hander, and then scarring areas. That's where Stuart will be hoping to try and put an element of doubt into the great New Zealand batter's mind. Just going down a wicket, giving a bit of a tap. They used a heavy roller. England didn't use a roller this morning. Ben Stokes confirmed when he was standing talking close to me and you this morning, John, that they didn't use the heavy roller because they wanted to expose the scarring of the wicket as much. So Stuart Broad.
4 fielders in catching positions within the slips as Stuart Broad is in, and this ball from Stuart Broad is deflected past Ben Stokes at gully. He's going to give up the chase, but Harry Brook, what an effort that is to pull the ball inside the boundary rope at third. And we'll just have a little look to see if he's been successful.
Looked a good effort. Just wonder, he'd gone hard to pull it back and just reach for it first time and then grabbed it the second time. I just wonder if he's...
I think he's just about managed to claw that ball back inside the pitch before his right knee hits the old Toblerone. So fine effort if that is the case. Indeed he has. So 7 for 1 at New Zealand. Williamson moves to 4, but it's the left-handed Tom Latham who readies himself. Stuart Broad coming round the wicket to Latham, and again firing this down the leg side. No run. Latham will be quite happy to see that continue all the way up to lunch.
And talking about Stuart Broad and bowling to left-handers, and Yash is round the corner, and is David Warner, who's injured at this moment in time, broke his arm, and Broad's record against Warner. 14 times he's got David Warner out in 26 innings. But you look at Tom Latham, and I think it's 10 times in 12 tests that England bowler's been successful.
Latham again is forward. Broad does get the line right this time, but successfully negotiated by Latham. It's early on in his innings, but he's faced the majority of the strikes so far, 15 deliveries so far. England are going to have the advantage all the way up to lunch and for a good portion of the afternoon session as well. A little look to the heavens, shows a fair amount of cloud, but the good news is it's light in complexion. Saw some real dark stuff earlier today. I think we will get a little rain delay. Certainly some up by Palmerston North. As Broad is in, left alone this time by Latham. And it's no run.
Yeah, we were expecting a huge rain delay. We've been quite fortunate, I think, on this trip, John, haven't we? We've missed a cyclone which has devastated parts of New Zealand, which is seeing some of the stuff on the news was terrifying. Some of it taking out the top of the North Island, didn't quite get us to Mount Maunganui, and we got here. It's rained for 4 days since we've been here. Had to go into the suitcase for the big jacket, but it's beautiful as we sit here now.
Round the wicket again is Broad, straighter and defended by Latham, no run. We have been really fortunate, and I suppose we should make mention of those who've been really unfortunate. Blair Tickner, who played in that first test match, made his debut. His family were really affected. He lives in the Hawke's Bay region of New Zealand.
Lost his house. Did they lose their house?
Yeah, so his father lost his house. His father managed to be at Mount Maunganui for only half an hour of that test match, managed to see Blair's first test wicket. Broad again, popped into the outfield, and Williamson's got to scurry back at the non-strikers end, no run. But yeah, I mean, the devastation that has been wrought on this country, and you wouldn't imagine it or realise, but actually there's been more flooding. There's been further flooding in Auckland overnight. My father-in-law lives in Silverdale, which is on the North Shore, and he's a New Zealander. He's lived back in New Zealand. He lived in England for a while, but he's been back now for the best part of 40 years, and says he's never seen anything like the amount of rain that has fallen on Auckland over the last month or so. There's been flooding there. There's been people who've lost their lives in Auckland, in Wairau, which is just over the bridge into the North Shore, and then further up into the Northlands. The devastation up there has been catastrophic for some families. So, we have been fortunate with the weather and the cricket, but we are fully aware that it doesn't really matter. There's been livelihoods lost and homes beaten outside the edge of Kane Williamson's bat. I think he just withdrew this on length as much as anything, did Williamson. Again, wobble seam delivery, and that has jagged away from the right-handed Williamson, hasn't it?
Absolute beauty.
How's your luck?
It's an absolute beauty. Angling towards Kane Williamson, and to be fair to Kane, he's played that very, very well. A bit like Joe Root did, had to weather the storm in the early part yesterday morning. Didn't push at it.
Got a leg slip in place as well, as Williamson's playing away from the body, and he is edged to Ben Folkes, and Anderson has gone bang bang, 2 wickets at the start of the innings, and the former skipper's got to go with another single figure score. A deep breath from Williamson. He survived the previous delivery, but he was drawn into playing this one, and he's got to go. England strike again. New Zealand 7 for 2.
He's livid with himself, Kane Williamson, and so he should be. He's telling himself that was a cross-batted shot. It wasn't a straight-batted shot that needed to be played. It wasn't, I wouldn't say it was wide, but the length was sort of back of a length. Bit of bowling from Anderson. Just put the doubt in his mind. The ball before, angling back in towards the former New Zealand captain. It nipped away. I thought he played the ball before very, very well, but there, playing away from his body, not Kane Williamson like, really out of control of his movements and where he is on the crease and his hands. It was either a nothing or something shot, and he's managed to get a faint edge, and Ben Folkes is not going to not going to miss out on an easy catch like that. And 40-year-old Jimmy Anderson, who is #1 ranked bowler in the world at this minute in time. It's a phenomenal achievement as the age that he's at. He's got 2 for 4 off 2.2 overs. And talked about if this wicket's going to flatten out. Talked about indentations on this wicket and talking about how the relentlessness that Broad, Anderson and then Robinson's going to have with their accuracy and their skill level. Well, that was evident in the last 2 balls. Ball just a little bit going away from him, Kane Williamson, and he's played within himself and he's played it very well. And then that one there, just a little bit more away from himself, drew him, the former New Zealand captain, into playing a shot that he didn't really want to play. And he's managed to edge a ball, and he'll sit there, look at the laptop when he gets in and think, why on earth did I throw my hands at that? Why on earth have I been drawn into playing that? The reason why? Because of the skill level of James Anderson.
Well, you can almost feel the disappointment in the air here at the Basin Reserve from the spectators as Will Young shoulders arms, comes forward and lets this ball alone from Jimmy Anderson. 9 minutes until the lunch break. It's been a perfect session of Test cricket for England. Yes, they would have loved to have seen Harry Brook go past his dad's score of 210. He actually went early, added just 2 to his overnight score. England lost wickets along the way, but I tell you what, Harmy, you look at a scorecard, and we've all looked at scorecards over the years, and I tell you what, as Anderson is in again, once again Will Young happy to step forward, but then shoulder, arms, raise the bat aloft, wants to get his eye in on his return to the side. Big opportunity for a batter that you would have watched many times, Harmy. I tell you what, when I look at that scorecard and you hear what Harry Brook had to say about it, one huge partnership in 435 for 8 declared, and not a lot else. Anderson again, and this time Will Young is forced to play. It just says a lot, doesn't it? I think New Zealand lost their heads a bit. Harry Brook, masterful innings, but he did inside edge past his own stumps 3 times on another day. One of those goes early. It could have been a different day. Could have been. I'm not saying should have been, but could have been. But that partnership, what Harry Brook said afterwards, there's something in this pitch. Anderson again, and forwards. There's a huge shout for leg before wicket. Anderson once said a little look back to the slip cordon. Harry Brook's got his arms in the air. A shake of the head from Ben Stokes.
It wasn't high. It wasn't higher than line. It wasn't high from Saigon. It didn't look high.
Stokes doesn't want it. Stokes doesn't want it. And if you did pick up a little bit of that salty language, Jacob Oram has not walked out onto the field.
John, I was just about to say, that's brilliant. Listening to that, you can hear everything about what DRS is, and I'm not going to name who the culprit was who had the expletive in there, but to listen to Ben Foakes, he said there, if it's not high, the line's perfect, the line's good. There's 1 or 2 others were saying it's not high. Short leg said not high. Ben Stokes was, I think because of the review before, I think Ben Stokes wasn't really that keen on burning and potentially burning another one. But actually we haven't seen what would be the DRS. But first initial thoughts were possibly outside line of off stump. I don't think height was the issue. I think it was back leg on bending knee. So I think it might have cannoned into the stumps, but Matty just hit him just outside the line.
4 slips in place, a gully, right arm over the wicket is Ollie Robinson, and he's forcing Tom Latham to play straight away. No run, 7 for 2. We haven't seen a replay, we're about to. I think possibly hit outside the line and impact outside. So apart from some of the language, that was a perfect example and a little bit of insight into how a team makes a decision about whether to review an on-field not-out call. Clipped nicely to mid-on, where Anderson fields from the bat of Tom Latham. I think Stuart Broad would have wanted one more here.
I think because of the nature of the way the session set up, I think it was good from Jimmy Anderson. So Ben Stokes has decided I need to get Ollie Robinson in before lunch, get him a bit of a roll, see where PPR, get him into the game, see who has any sort of movement, get a longer spell after lunch.
Left-handed Latham readies himself as this time he's squared up, leading edge flies to Ben Duckett at backward point via the ground though, not straight to the fielder. He's faced 21 deliveries as Tom Latham for his 3 not out. He's actually shaped up well today, I thought.
Yeah, he has. He's not played away from himself. His bat's coming down, a beautiful play, and it's not coming sort of out to in. Devon Conway, I think that's why Jimmy Anderson was over the wicket, because Devon Conway brings his bat more sort of third slip, and that curtain rail across. And I think that's why Anderson was from from over the wicket.
This time he is beaten. Shape to come forward, and then maybe realised that the length wasn't quite there, beaten past the outside edge. This is I mean, what a delivery from Robinson. I'm not sure how you play that, to be honest with you. It was on a perfect length. There was a little bit of spiteful bounce with the ball, the seam just pointing towards second slip, would you say?
Yeah, but you play it exactly the way Tom Latham did. You don't push at it. That was what Kieran Williamson did the ball before he got out.
Latham again, as Robinson is in, this time Latham alone. This is a beautiful little examination of Latham's technique here. It's not like he's coming into this test off the back of a lot of runs. He's out for 15 in second innings at the Bay Oval, and was just a single late on day one.
Robinson will want to try and get it that little bit fuller. He's got 5 minutes before lunch, 2 balls before lunch, that little bit fuller.
Robinson is in again. This is left alone again by Latham. End of the over, a maiden for Robinson. Probably feels that he didn't make Latham play quite enough. Latham now 3 minutes away from that lunch break, but possibly the final over of what's been another stupendous session of Test cricket is going to be bowled by Jimmy Anderson, who's already picked up 2 wickets. The third, well, even Brendan McCullum would have expected 3 before the lunch break, would he, Tommy?
I'm not sure. Looking at what happened in the first innings, 21 for 3 in a short space of time. I think England will want to take one of these wickets with them towards the lunch, and that'll be the encouragement coming from slip, coming from behind the stumps. Let's take one with us. Let's make sure Will Young or Tom Latham enjoys their lunch break from a food point of view, and make sure they don't come back out. Man's gone into leg slip.
Tell me about this field then, Harmy, because we've got 5 slips, a leg slip, short leg, and Stuart Broad's gone to a wideish mid-wicket really. Anderson in, and they're trying to get Will Young playing across the pads. He does do. The ball really squirts out fine, and he gets off the mark. He'll be a relieved man, and the field will have to change now because the left-handed Latham will come back on straight.
Yeah, he's got 6 balls before a luncheon break. He's not bothered about being driven. He's got 5 slips in play, so no other men on the offside, anywhere near in front of square or anywhere near on the offside. And he's got his 4 men on the leg side, basically saying, I need to bowl straight at Will Young, and if he hits it on the leg side, well, then I've got protection to keep him on strike.
Gully now instead of a 5th slip, and off the back foot Latham pushes at this. No run. 4 balls left before the lunch break. We've had 8 wickets in the session, 6 English, 2 Kiwi. Jimmy Anderson with both successes after England declared for the second time in the series. 435 for 8 declared. Joe Root 153 not out. Anderson is in, cut up and over second slip for 4.
And just a little bit of width, but bounce from Jimmy Anderson. He's just dragged his length back just a touch, and that's good batting. This is good batting. Short, wide. Tom Latham's gone up with it. He's tried to hit it up in the air. I don't think he's trying to keep on top of it, and he's got a thick outside edge, so it is an edge, but I think Tom Latham was looking to go up rather than try and keep it down. If he tries to keep that down and closes the face a little bit, he gets a fine one and brings slip into play.
Latham moves to 7 as Anderson is in and plays forward defensively again. Well, the good length delivery from Anderson. 2 balls left now for New Zealand to navigate before the lunch break. Conditions here have eased overhead. Had a little bit of sun today, the thread of rain before play. We've had one of those crowds which have just been quite happy to sit back and watch the action. Big shot of weight. Latham defends again from the crease. Anderson has a little look at the footmarks.
Wonder if he's going to try and bring one back into Tom Latham's front pad. A lot of right arm bowlers will try and swing it back in towards the left-hander. Jimmy goes the other way. He always wants to go across and away from the outside edge and try and bring slip in player. But last ball of the session, the wind is favour for him. It's going over his sort of right shoulder. So if he does try and bring back, he will have assistance.
Last ball of the session, bowled by Anderson and driven by Latham. Straight to Ben Duckett in the covers, and that brings us to the end of the session. An extended one after the rain truncated play yesterday. 65 overs available. Well, we've just had 2.5 hours of at times spellbinding Test cricket. England accelerating from the offset. There was no seeing off Matt Henry and Tim Southey today so that they could feast on what was to follow. The tempo was electric from the outset, with Harry Brook departing early thanks to a quite extraordinary catch from his own bowling from Matt Henry. Beautiful straight drive which was taken at the second attempt by the bowler, who ended up with the best figures of the lot really. 4 for 100 from Henry. Showed a little bit of difference, a bit more cutting edge, fraction more pace, accuracy, and also consistency in line. Nice little moment there actually. One of the batters, Will Young, just shaking Joe Root's hand as
they both did.
They both did they? As they walking off the field here at the Basin Reserve. So Brook went early. We were disappointed not to see him go past 200, or more importantly, his dad's highest score, playing for Borley, the Yorkshire Leagues, 210. Stokes came in, thrashed around, a runnable 27 as Joe Root is applauded off the field by his England teammates. Folkes was dismissed without scoring, 363 for 6 at that stage. England losing 3 quick ones, almost falling over really as he was drawn out of the crease. Stumped from the bowling of Michael Bracewell, picked up 2 wickets. Stuart Broad being the second of those, the 7th Englishman to fall on the sweep LBW. Robinson last man out for 18, 1 ball after being dropped. That was a bizarre moment. Blundell has got one of the best records in Test cricket behind the stumps, just dropping a straightforward catch. But the ball after that, Robinson picking out Southey, I think it was, at mid-off. Joe Root at that stage signalled to the dressing room, come on, get me off, let's get tucked in. But the decision was made to leave him out there until he passed 150. He did so with a boundary, and England ran off straight after that. They gave them 32 minutes to bowl at New Zealand, and Jimmy Anderson struck not once but twice. Beautiful delivery to dismiss Devon Conway, wobble seam delivery which would have taken most batters in world cricket. And then Williamson, architect of his own downfall really. One of those shots that we always think of when it comes to Kane Williamson, that kind of back foot push, the offside, down to third, to get off the mark or to rotate the strike. This time it wasn't a shot to play, he knew it, walked off with a shake of the head. But you know, England started the day on top, and at lunch they continue to be exactly the same position, Harvey.
Yeah, definitely. They're well in control of this game, and yesterday was all about Harry Brook, and rightly so. The boy played unbelievably well, and how many times have we spoke about Joe Root in this illustrious career of 100 after 100 and hole after hole that he's dug England out of. Well, today he went past 150. Yesterday he matched Donald Bradman's record of test match centuries, 128 test matches Joe Root's played, and England were in a hole when he went into bat yesterday morning, and he's navigated that good ship England to a position of strength at lunchtime on day 2, with Anderson being his usual self. But for me, He was rightly applauded by not only his teammates, by the people inside this ground. The opposition showed their respect to, for me, brilliance. I thought Harry Brooks was a masterclass in boundary hitting and aggressive batting. Joe Root was a masterclass in test match batting, and test match batting alone. Understanding the moment, taking and absorbing the pressure, and when it was right to play the counter punch to elevate the score on red, along with his young partner, he did that beautifully. And 435 for me. Sorry, no matter what anybody says about Wellington and say it's flat and it's, you know, gets better. I'm sorry. The highest two scores in this, take away the highest scores of 186 and 153. The next highest is Ben Stokes at 27. Yes, England were trying to push on and trying to make the game, giving their wickets away. But I think Jimmy Anderson's just proved that there is something still in this Wellington wicket, and Broad, Anderson and Robinson will probably look to exploit it in the middle session and put New Zealand under the utmost pressure. And if England win the next session, for me, that's it. They'll win the test match.
It says so much about Joe Root, isn't it, that I would say on about 3 occasions in the last few hours, maybe last night, I went to say Joe Root top scored, because for so long Joe Root did top score, didn't he? He always top scored. There was very little coming in behind him, but he didn't top score in this test match. And for all the wonderful things that Stokes and McCullum have brought to this side in a short space of time, it's just the ability to have somebody other than Joe Root scoring runs. It makes such a difference, doesn't it?
And it has done for this unit. You know, Brendan McCullum, Ben Stokes' tenureship in charge. Number 5 has scored 8 centuries. And that's been an issue with England. It's not so much England being 20 for 2, because they've been consistently 20 for 2 during the Ashes, during India, during Sri Lanka, and well before that. But 20 for 2 turns into 170, 180, 200, 210 all out. Now, under McCullum and Stokes, the freedom that they've given, Bairstow and Brook at 5, and even Stokes himself coming in at 6, England have now got century makers behind that who take the game forward. Joe absorbed the game yesterday, and Harry Brook counter-punched and put England into a match-winning position. And like I said before, if this session goes in England's favour, I think it will definitely be a match-winning. Well, I can't see New Zealand coming back.
Kia ora and welcome back to our coverage here on TalkSport 2 of the second test between New Zealand and England, where the visitors well and truly on top, taking their score overnight from 315 for 3 through to 435 for the loss of 8 when they declared their innings closed. And then in 7 very demanding overs, the number 1 bowler in the world got rid of the 2 most important batsmen for New Zealand. Devon Conway gone without scoring. And then to cap a brilliant session of Test cricket, Kane Williamson also caught behind. So folks had 2 catches. Jimmy Anderson has 2 wickets for just 9 runs off 4 overs. Steve Harmison gets taller and taller every time I see him. Prouder and prouder of this English group. And another session where absolutely no doubt about it. Yes, they may have lost 5 wickets, but they've won another battle within this battle. And it looks like they're going to scurry away from New Zealand again.
Yeah, absolutely. Afternoon, Dan, and good morning to everybody listening in the early hours in England. And it's been a fantastic test match for the England cricket team, apart from the first half an hour when New Zealand bowled very, very well with the new ball in challenging conditions. Joe Root, Harry Brook have set this game up lovely, and Jimmy Anderson's got the key wicket, the key man of Kane Williamson. Yes, he's not in the greatest of forms, but he's still Kane Williamson, one of the top 5 batsmen of the modern generation, and Stuart Broad is. Knees are pumping, in he comes.
From the Government House end, the southern end, as he bowls very full, and dug out Will Young will collect his second run. So Young is on 2, Latham is on 7. And now I can't wait for this battle. That is Broad v Latham. Broad, an extraordinary amount of dismissals of Tom Latham. Latham's always had a little issue with people bowling around the wicket, looking to target the top of off stump, and if there's one man who can do that exceptionally well to left-handers,
it's Mr. Stuart Broad.
Yeah, it is, and you know Stuart Broad will be desperately hoping David Warner's arm heals in time for the middle of next summer, and the Australian selectors pick him to come over. I hope he comes over. I really do. I hope that's not the end of. You know, the Ashes deserves characters, good and bad. They need the pantomime villains, and I hope David Warner does come over for Stuart Broad to bowl to him.
The wind are blustery here in Wellington, leaning forward and guiding the ball past the gully with an open face, 2/3 the way to the boundary, and that will allow Latham to turn around and come back for a second. He moves to 9. It's 15 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, Stuart Broad, he just loves bowling at left-handers. I mentioned he's Warner 14 dismissals, I think, in 26 innings, and Latham, he's got Tom Latham 10 times, I think, in 12 Test matches, and that's a frightening number of. Well, he's got a huge amount of wickets in his career, Stuart Broad, but for left-handers, top-order left-handers, he seems to have their number.
Heavily packed slip cord and 5 behind the wicket alongside, folks. Here's a glorious drive, though, by Latham through the extra cover region out towards the Wakefield Memorial and on the embankment. 4 runs, 19 for 2.
Yeah, it's a fine shot by Tom Latham. Just stand and deliver. Ball outside off stump. Good movement, good balance. Very fluid. You know, his hands and his footwork and his body was all in sync there. It was a fantastic shot from Tom Latham. And Stuart Broad bowling around the wicket, it'd be interesting. There'll not be as many indentations around the wicket because it was Matt Henry from the Adelaide Road end, which was nailing the top of off stump, but it was all to right-handers yesterday morning.
Get under heavy grey cloud, but no sign of rain at the moment, which is great. This one's hit uppishly through mid-wicket past Anderson at mid-on, who off after it, but that will be 2 runs. He throws to the striker's end, but Latham is home. 2 more, 6 off 2 balls. It's 21 for the loss of 2.
Stuart just going a little bit straighter there, was looking to bring the stumps in play, overcompensating from the ball before. Just a little bit of weight. It wasn't a bad length ball. It wasn't a half volley by any stretch, but a good shot by Tom Latham in that one. Just trying to go that little bit straighter, see if the wicket, any assistance, see if he can get the ball to straighten, to hold and catch the edge of Tom Latham's bat.
And the headband is always Broad as he bowls very full on off stump, leaning forward, pushing into the cover region. Thought about a single, did Latham, sent back his Duckinson very quickly. So Folkes is the keeper, I know that. He's not wearing a jersey, so I can see his number and name. Help me out here. That's Root, that's Crawley, that's Brook, that's Stokes. Is that Robinson?
Stokes at 5th slip, Robinson's at gully. Duckett and Anderson are mid on and mid off. Pope under the helmet at short leg, and Jack Leach in his usual fine leg position, 10 yards in from the boundary. A little bit squarer than normal. He's not quite as fine as what you would have a regulation fine leg.
He's just crept off the boundary a little bit. As Broad full wide of off stump, no stroke. There's slight issue with jerseys, no numbers and names. Should be on both.
Yeah,
you wouldn't have thought, Harmy?
You'd think so, but I think they tried, didn't they? They didn't sort of stick to the jumpers, so it looked a bit average. When it'd be handy if they did the numbers on. I think it'd be harder to put the names on the jumpers, and also when you wash the jumpers, they tend not to dry that well, and sometimes they shrink and the numbers will shrivel up. So no, it's harder when you're up here sitting.
Yeah,
they've got the traditional jumpers on, but I do like the traditional jumpers when they used to go down the sweatshirt route. They had it was like a sweatshirt type, which was making it easier for the numbers to be printed on. For me, it didn't look right in a Test match. It did in one-day cricket. I didn't mind that, but in Test match cricket, I like a traditional sweater.
And I'm not whinging here from this ill-prepared commentator's perspective. It's more for those inside the Basin Reserve. I love to know who's involved. Good crowd in. The fans not allowed out onto the middle of the basin during lunchtime. They had best dressed competition. Sounds of Wellington's finest King Kapisi. Not sure he's going to be top of Harmy's playlist. Here's Anderson starting from the Van Stand end on off stump, and defending as he takes the bottom hand off the bat is Will Young.
No, he's not my idea of music. I'm not having a go at the guy. Very successful he is. It's noise. It's about as good as I. Yeah, and then I say that with a huge amount of respect and admiration for a guy who's obviously sold a hell of a lot of singles and albums and stuff like that. But I don't think I'll be playing it too much in the car on my way to the airport on the way back to Wellington.
Here is Anderson, full, and it's played towards point. There will be no run. Duck it around from the square of the gullies.
More Sam Allard's music.
Well, the good thing about driving down with Allard passing out basically for the whole trip was you got to choose the music.
I did, but I had to turn it up because the amount of snoring that he was doing was ridiculous. John Norman's laughing in the background, but he was in the front harmonising with him for an hour or two, so it was a difficult drive. Got into trouble with the local, constabulary for a little minor infringement of the speeding law.
Anderson, and again, beat to the outside edges. No, there's a feather edge, and Young goes. Disaster for New Zealand. Anderson has 3, and just like England were, New Zealand are 21 for the loss of 3.
Jimmy wasn't sure. He didn't appeal straight away. It's an absolute beauty. What a delivery this is. This is angling towards off stump. It's just bounced a little bit, and I'm not sure if it's clipped the shoulder of the bat or flicked the glove, and it's gone through to Ben Foakes. He had no hesitation whatsoever. He was celebrating. Umpire finger straight up, and I'm not sure. Will Young's gone for 2 off 9 balls. New Zealand are exactly the same position as what England were yesterday, 21 for 3, and unfortunately for Will Young, getting back into the New Zealand Test team, I'm not sure what he can do with that. I think that's just a beauty from Anderson. The perfect ball, dragging the batsman forward. You have to play at it, and unfortunately, it's just bounced on Will Young, clipped the edge, and it's the perfect wicket for a bowler of the quality of James Anderson. It really is.
21 for the loss of 3, but unlike England, who saw Harry Bradman Brooke come out at number 5, feeling 17 feet tall, you've got a player here who in all likelihood is fighting for his test match place. Henry Nicholls has had a very lean patch over a year ago. More than a year since he last posted a score beyond 40. On that day it was a fine 100 here. Certainly not chances. He rode his luck. I think he was dropped 3 or 4 times even before he got to 50 against the West Indies. Ended up making a big 170. He needs something special here. He's got 8 test match hundreds to his name, 3 of them at this venue. But this is a heck of an ask. The number 1 bowler in the world singing a tune.
Oh, Dan, I've just seen that wicket again. Jimmy Anderson's shaking his head with a quizzed look on his face, and I think that was more. That's a beauty. I think he's patting himself on the back there. It is literally, it's clipped the under part of the glove on the thumb as it's gone so I wouldn't say so unlucky, but Will Young can't do anything other than just prod forward. He hasn't pushed at it, hasn't done anything, hasn't chased it. Just brilliant from Anderson.
Just too good. Here is Anderson bowling to Nicholls. Leaves alone outside off stump. He will have 4 slips in a gully. Also a man catching around the corner. Short leg. Pope's gone to about 15, 16 metres away from the bat, just behind square. For that flick off the hip, Nicholls does play. And sometimes you just have to acknowledge greatness when you see it. And Will Young probably go back and articulate to himself what you just have. There's not much more I could have done there.
100%.
21 for 3. The sirens are out for New Zealand. As Anderson angling across Nicholls, leaving alone.
And times in your career, you can always look at what you could have done. You know, the mistakes that you've made. Could I have done anything more? And largely, there is things that you could have done. Could I have moved better? Could I have come into the ball a bit more? Could I have played just a little bit more closer to my body? Not many times in your career you can dip your hat and say, you know what, I just got beaten by the better man there.
Anderson shorter this time, width outside of off stump, and that's a generous delivery to a man who's battling himself as Nicholls just clips him away backward of point. No one fielding in that position. They're all behind the wicket looking for the edge. Nicholls is off the mark. A boundary to end, a successful over for England, 25 for the loss of 3. New Zealand trailed by 410 runs, Jarrod Kimber.
Yeah, you're talking about the last 12 months, so he has been struggling a lot. The interesting thing is, if you look at Henry Nicholls' record overall in Test cricket, when seam bowlers come over the wicket to him, he averages 46. when right-arm seam bowlers have been doing that in the last 12 months, he's averaged 13. So England generally want to bowl around the wicket to left-handers, but they've already had some luck bowling over the wicket to him, and I think they'll do that again. And I think he's maybe changed his technique slightly. He seems to be a little bit too open to me, but it was probably because he was being hunted from around the wicket for a while, and now they've got him on the other side of the wicket.
Yeah, Nick Nichols was a nickname thrown around towards him early in his career. He used to go hard at the ball with the hands. It's crept back into his game, is brought from around the wicket bowling to Latham. He props forward, defends into the onside, no run. That's quite a change, isn't it? Averaging 40 plus Harmy from over the wicket, and then it's this game. You just go through peaks and troughs. One thing that can be your strength, one season, you just can't get it away.
Yeah, but there's also so much technology in the game now that if you have got a slight weakness, you can get pinpointed and bowlers will change their plans accordingly. I think that's what's happened.
Broad moves past the umpire, very full, driven up towards Duckett, no run. So Latham with his Canterbury teammate Nichols. Mitchell, Blundell. Still plenty of batting to come there. Bracewell, first sign of the tail, although a ferocious hitter of the ball. And then Henry, Wagner, and Tim Southey, I don't think is going to give scoreboard any tips for placing a number 11 on the main scoreboard. Whether or not that will be the case, we'll have to wait and see. Here is Broad again, shorter of length, allowing Latham to leave outside the line of off stump.
I think the England players will be desperate to get this next wicket and get Daryl Mitchell in to the middle in the cauldron of what has been a few verbals in either direction. I think the England players were having a few choice words with Daryl Mitchell at Mount Maunganui, and I think when Joe Root was in the middle yesterday along with Harry Brook, I don't think Daryl Mitchell was hiding, coming forward with his opinions about where England were in the game.
Here's a beauty from Broad at short, goes past the outside edge just above waist height as Latham's trying to play from the back foot but probably hitting that seam and moving away. As we've seen throughout his very successful career indeed. Again, Latham hasn't followed that, not much he's done wrong there.
Good ball by Stuart Broad. Tom William feels as though the angle from around the wicket, he's having to play at it, but because of Stuart Broad's release point, he's just getting the ball to stand up on this surface, on this green grass.
Very full on middle stump, played into the gully region, no run.
Trying to bowl straight to Tom Latham, trying to get him to play as much as he possibly can. He's got short leg and deep. Ollie Pope is probably just a foot in front of square, and that's Stuart Broad trying to see if the ball does deviate either way. Inside edge brings in off the pad into short leg, or he could get the ball to hold up like he did in Mount Maunganui and bring slips into play.
Left alone once more, full shaping away. On Latham inside edge into the pads, wasn't it? First innings of Mount Maunganui, it ballooned up, taken by Pope. And then the second innings, it was wanting to make Latham play as much as possible. Latham wanted to leave. Broad, such a good line and length, wanted to hit the top of off. Latham sort of wanted to leave, should I play, and was neither here nor there in the end as it crashed into the stumps. I think took a little inside edge, but
just a little inside edge. The TV company put a graphic on showing Anderson's wickets from age, and the age 20 to 24 he's averaging 37, 30 to 34 he's averaging 25, and then they've got 40 plus. He's played 7 test matches, 28 wickets in an average of 13.60.
That career arc minus the 40 plus, that reminds me of one Sir Richard Hadley. Here is Anderson into the hip of Nichols, takes him around the corner to that man who's placed 15 metres from the bat on the bounce to Pope.
I think England are looking, they're trying to get Henry Nichols obviously to nick it to slip Anderson from over the wicket, and I think what they're saying to him is, we don't mind you playing it squarer. So Ollie Pope's gone down to round to leg gully. said to Henry Nichols, look, you can hit it square into, and hoping that he just opens up that little bit more and catches the outside edge.
Very full, and this is driven beautifully through mid-on for 4. That should make him feel better about himself. Leans forward, doesn't try to overhit it, sort of a punch drive, and a 4 to New Zealand, 29 for 3.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Fantastic shot from Henry Nichols. Didn't have to do much, to be fair. It was a full ball by Jimmy Anderson, over pitched, on off stump. Hit the ball back from where you come from. Henry Nichols just took a step out of his crease. Not much of a one, not Joe Root style or Ollie Pope style. Just a little step forward to get his momentum to go into the ball and use the pace on the ball from a ball that was over pitched.
Anderson shorter of length on leg stump, turned into the onside where Broad is there to field. Yeah, it was 28 wickets in his 7th test since turning 40, averaging 13. That is
not bad, is it?
7 for 54 in the first test, so he's struggling here. He's only got 10 for 74 in this test series.
It's just frightening. To go to number 1 in the world is an unbelievable achievement at any age, never mind at 40.
This one beats the inside edge, crashes into the thigh pad of Nichols, trying to defend from the crease line. I made this point with Manners for the following on pod in the lead up to this test match. With his skills, why not a couple more years? Doesn't rely on gas. He looks supremely fit, and obviously treats his body like a temple, unlike you and I at the buffet here at the Basin Reserve. And just the ability to move the ball around, to make it talk as he bowls a little bit wider of the crease, gets to left side though, and that sees Nichols flick him away through backward of square, rushing out towards the boundary, and the outfield just starting to get a little bit quicker. It's still slow across the surface. Normally long leg wouldn't even bother chasing that. That's 4 runs to Nichols. It's 33 for 3 as Nichols with his 3rd boundary to 12.
I don't think Jimmy would mind too much about that, because I think that's where Jimmy's wanting Henry Nichols. If he's going to play on the leg side, he's wanting him to play squarer. That's why, because he's more comfortable tucking it round the corner. If he gets him to play squarer, then he just opens his body up that fraction more.
Squares him up as he comes forward, defends rather tentatively into the cover region. There will be no addition to end the over. 33 for the loss of 3 after 11 overs. More from Steve Harmison talking about Jimmy Anderson, how he's going to get through to bowling in Test cricket as a 50-year-old, and then it's going to be John Law.
It wouldn't surprise me, anything that Jimmy wants to do, to be honest, and where he goes. Does he see himself finishing it at a big send-off at the Oval because of sentiment? If they win the Ashes, then that could possibly happen. But if Jimmy decides to go on for a couple of years, that wouldn't surprise me either. I think you're right. He doesn't worry about pace. It's not about pace through the air. Doesn't really take too much out of himself in his run-up and in his landing, his stride when he lands, and his front foot. It's not a heavy one like Stuart Broad takes it. He lands quite heavily on that front. Jimmy sort of caresses the front line as he goes over, and I think it'll come down to the want. Will he want to carry on for that length of time? And at this minute in time, when he's bowling the way he is, I think the want will always be there.
Broad's back, and this is edged past a diving 4th slip and away for 4. That's one of the rare sights in this relatively short innings from Tom Latham. Wasn't in control of that, but played it in soft enough hands. It bounced into the grass and to the left of a diving 4th slip. Is that Ollie Robinson at 4th slip?
Yeah, it's Ollie Robinson at 4th slip. Ben Stokes has gone to gully.
37 for 3 then New Zealand. They were 21 for 3. It's the score you want to be at. 300-run partnership awaits New Zealand. 435 for 8 declared England. Half an hour before the lunch break, an extended session of play, which saw 8 wickets at 4. Latham leaves this one alone from Broad, yet to pick up a wicket. All 3 going the way of Jimmy Anderson and Ben Foakes. Will Young, the 1 wicket to fall in this session. Almost unplayable delivery, possibly in a bit of additional bounce. They've got the line, they've got the length and that bit of lift. And Young wasn't able to get the bat or the glove out the way of a delivery that would have dismissed most batsmen, whether new at the crease, new to the team or otherwise. Broad again, left alone on length. Latham 19, Nichols 12. Daniel McCarty was just saying about the pressure on this group, but also individually. Henry Nichols. There's a test match here next month against Sri Lanka, and you imagine whatever happens in this match, and New Zealand are going to do well to escape with anything other than a draw. It may well be a time for the New Zealand selectors to blood a couple of new guys.
Yeah, quite possibly start a new cycle with some younger players, but you've got to have them. That's the key.
Broad again, slightly wider of the crease and straighter. No run. Latham resolute. 2 balls left of the 5th over for Broad. Wonderful spell of bowling from him at Mount Maunganui. It just doesn't quite seem as happy. He's having a little chat with the umpire here, Harmy. Doesn't seem too happy with possibly the follow through just past the stumps at the bowler's end.
Yeah, you've got to remember now, Stuart Broad's bowling around the wicket, and there's nobody really bowled around the wicket all game from that end. So the fresh footmarks, where the front line is, to get close to it for a no ball. So because there's nobody done it for the first 4 sessions of this game, then Stuart Broad's bowling on sort of a fresh area, and I think that's telling you there that there is still moisture in this wicket. There's still moisture in that end. He's also picking moisture up from the outfield, which is still relatively quite soft and quite damp. So he's probably just sliding that little bit, and that's why he's just dragged his length back.
Fingers across the seam for Broad's outside edge of the bat from Latham, who moves to 20. Fielded by Stokes at Gali. Just a little bit of a post-lunch lull in proceedings here at the Basin Reserve. Another capacity crowd. It's not the biggest ground in the world. I think the capacity is only around 7,000. But it's what you love about Test cricket in this part of the world. A full house, no matter how big or how small the ground is, it just gives that kind of feeling. And they're not quite on top of you here at the Basin, but it's got that kind of identity to it. There's a closeness. As Broad is in again on the pads of Nichols, who's been proactive in his short stay. Clips this to square leg and will come back for a 3rd. He moves to 15. And the tempo encouraging in an innings that could mean so much to Henry Nichols.
Yeah, it doesn't matter whether you're Boxing Day MCG, 91,000 people, 98,000 people I think England was a few years back. You're in India and some of the Chinnaswamy or the Wankhede Stadium in Mumbai, or you're in the Basin Reserve or Lords. It's a beautiful sight whenever you play Test cricket in front of a full house. Different types of grounds. Some have a special feel. Sydney certainly has a special feel. Lords, the event that happens at Lords, and here one of the oldest cricket grounds that's ever played Test cricket. It's situated beautifully inside town, and the punters are having a whale of a time at the minute.
Left-handed Henry Nichols facing up to Jimmy Anderson, fielded at cover, with Henry Nichols coming really for a big step down the track here and trying to negate the movement that Jimmy Anderson is getting off the pitch. A little look to the heavens. It is cloudy now. We've been treated to some blue sky. It's been a rarity, hasn't it? A bit of blue sky here in Wellington, a town or a city famous for its breeze, but we've been also fortunate as well. There are some darker,
I think we've been lucky, haven't we?
darker clouds on the horizon. Over the other end of the hill that is out the back of the Government House end is the airport, pitched up, fuller of length, and this is just played to Stuart Broad from Tom Latham. It's a bumpy landing here, isn't it, at Wellington? I remember the first time I flew into Wellington Airport, and my wife knows I'm not the best flyer. I mean, I think everybody knows I'm not the best flyer.
I got that the first time I ever flew here. We came in towards LAX, less than 3 weeks ago.
Was that the first time we've flown together?
No, that wasn't the first time we've flown together, but
hey, I was all right.
Didn't need to work out.
Anderson again, and Latham forward, covering up, no run. Well, it was back in 2008, I was ahead of that test that we've mentioned once or twice. And as we approached landing, my wife just turned to me and said, I didn't want to scare you, but essentially, it's always bumpy landing at Wellington. And you know what, she made exactly the right call. Kind of adopted the brace position, did a little bit of meditation. We landed, and this wizened guy who was sitting behind us, Anderson again, Fuller driven nicely to the right to Ben Duckett at mid-on, chase on, certainly 2 there, and a third. Good running from Latham, who runs back to the danger end, and he moves to 23, 45 for 3 New Zealand. And we landed and took off our seatbelts, and this guy just walked past and he looked over the top of my head and looked at my wife and said, your husband, he doesn't like flying much, does he?
No, it's not pleasant when planes come into land, and it's a little bit bumpy.
Here's a ridiculous crosswind. Nichols flex the knees, and this is off the hip. Down to fine leg. Jack Leach-Fields was in the air for a second. It would have bisected leg slip, and that fielder was backward of square. But the examination continues. Anderson now is just having a little word with the umpire. Now Anderson doesn't look happy.
Yeah, Jimmy's not happy because he wants the ball round the wicket, but the footholds from around the wicket aren't that great. He bowled one ball before, he got driven through extra cover. Obviously, they want to bowl around the wicket to Latham, he wants the ball over the wicket to Nichols, but the footholds from around the wicket he's having a little bit of an issue with. He keeps slipping, which doesn't give him consistency of action.
Round the wicket again then, as Latham is beaten. That's a beaut of a delivery. A little bit of lift again, but Latham playing inside the line, and all things considered, you can't edge all of them, can you? A little bit of fortune going the way of the batter on that occasion.
Definitely, and batter on that occasion, I think he played it well. He's not pushed at it. Tom Latham has left the ball very, very well. And when England have gone that a little bit shorter, a little bit fuller, and if it has deviated or has bounced, they've been able to not chase it, not play away from their body, which obviously that helps on a surface which has got some lateral movement in it.
Little conversation going on social media between PG Saunders and I don't like cricket, I love it. Enjoying the coverage here on TalkSport 2. Thanks for joining us throughout the night. If you're new to the coverage, well, welcome. It's an absolute delight to be able to broadcast here from the Basin Reserve in this 2-test series. A little chapter in England's long and storied past being brought to you here by the cricket team that we've put together and TalkSport 2 over the years. Myself, John Norman, Steve Harmison alongside me. What do you prefer being introduced as? Double Ashes winner or former #1 fast bowler in the world? Or #1 bowler in the world, actually.
I'm not really that fussed, to be honest.
Robinson is in, driven nicely to the fielder at mid-on. Anderson is this. Broad's been replaced. Robinson, who bowled 1 over before the lunch break, has been brought back into the attack. What a thing not to really care about. I don't care whether I'm known as a double Ashes winner, one of the stars of the greatest Ashes series in the history of the game. Or, if you want, you can always call me or refer to me as the former #1 bowler in the world. How long were you the #1 bowler in the world for?
I'm not sure, about a year, just over a year.
I'm not sure, I don't know. Anderson, or rather Robinson, sorry. It's just
a couple of birds flying just in the eye line of Henry Nichols. But no, I made a joke of it the other day. I think the bowlers around at the time when Matthias Muralitharan had a shoulder problem, Glenn McGrath was injured, and Shane Warne missed a little bit through being banned, so managed to climb to number 1 in the world, which was something I feel proud of. Now I've finished the game, but when I did it at 27, to see Jimmy at 40 is ridiculous.
Robinson, there is another way of this is defended back up the field. There's another way of introducing you. So just imagine it. Hello, welcome to live and exclusive coverage of the second test match here at the Basin Reserve live on Talk Sport 2. I'm John Norman. Alongside me, the 13th highest scoring number 11 in Test cricket history, Steve Harmison.
Yeah, apparently I was number 8 when I left the game. I'm now number 13. I love batting number 11. It was fantastic. I remember Phil Tufton was saying just because it's enjoyable walking off with somebody else, especially if you're not been there for very long.
Robinson again, shoulders armsters at Nicholls, leaves on length. He's 17 from 15. Up-tempo start to his innings, and I imagine New Zealand have got to play that way. They can't just bunker down. There's another couple of, they need to try and get on the front foot, metaphorically, as well as literally at times. They've got to try and disrupt this England bowling attack. They can't just be bowled at. The conditions are going to be suiting the English for quite some time. There's no drop-off after the new ball bowlers in the way that possibly New Zealand suffer from. 4 slips in the gully in place. Ben Duckett has moved just forward of points to Nicholls, who again doesn't play at this, from Robinson, yet to concede a run. 46 for 3 New Zealand.
Yeah, they've got to show intent, and that's what I think Tom Latham's done really well in this innings so far. He's showing intent. It is always sort of talked about as going at the ball. You're not going at the ball. It's being intent with your forward defensive, intent when you're leaving the ball, but show intent that you're in control of what you're trying to do. Where sometimes you get the feeling again, especially against England's bowlers who are very, very skillful and very, very accurate, that sometimes they're just waiting for it to happen.
Coming round the wicket now, Robinson, and this is straighter, defended by Nicholls. Gully's been taken out now, just 4 slips in place. Short leg.
Whenever you as a bowler, if a batsman leaves the ball with good intent, shoulder arms, and they feel as though they're in control, just deflates you with that little bit, rather than even if you're into the latter part of a 5, 6, 7 over spell, you see a batsman who is just he plays and misses, playing away from his body, just gives encouragement to the bowler.
Last ball of Robinson's over, fenced at by Nicholls. He may feel that he just pulled the bat out the line. Like to see that again, taken by Folkes. Good end to the over. Steve Harmison, 13th most successful number 11 in Test history, makes way. And former England captain Mike Atherton takes his seat there. It's movement away from the left-handed Nicholls. But Nicholls is still there. Possibly due a little bit of luck as well. He's 17 from 18, Latham 23 from 49. 1 wicket to fall in the session. That Will Young caught behind. 3 catches for Ben Folkes, 3 wickets for Jimmy Anderson. And Broad hasn't been taking out the attack. He's just switching ends. He's going to be bowling from the advanced stand end, which is where we find ourselves, Mike Atherton. Brilliant interview with yourself. Well, I don't even know if it was an interview, actually. It was more of a chat with Neil Manthorpe during the lunch break. If you missed it, or you just caught some of it, that will be released as a podcast probably the day after this Test match finishes. You and Manners go back a few years, don't you? I mean, Manners has been out in South Africa, of course. I know he commentated on you when you were still playing.
Yes, 94-5, England's first tour of South Africa post-apartheid. Manners would have been doing that one.
Broad is in. This is almost Yorker length, dug out by Latham. That was the same. Wasn't that the year that the Barmy Army was?
No, the Barmy Army
first.
The Barmy Army first came into being on the Ashes tour of 94-5, where I was captain.
You were the first.
Yeah, it was Atherton's Barmy Army
it
for a while,
Atherton's
but then they got a sponsor, so they binned my name and it became the Mitsubishi Barmy Army, and now they're just the Barmy Army.
Well, that's a quiz question in itself. When did Mitsubishi replace Mike Atherton? Broad again, pitched up again, driven, and no run. 46 for 3.
What a spell that was from Jimmy Anderson. 7 overs, 3 for 26. Bowling, just seam bowling really. Anderson's renowned as a swing bowler, but it's no day for swing. It's too cold. The winds are too buffeting, so he decided to just bowl what he calls his wobble seam ball, and quite brilliant opening spell again from the master.
I did ask Harmy, when was he number 1 in the world? I think he was aged 27 when it happened. Driven into the ground and fielded at Wideish mid-off, just for a single. Have you been impressed, by the way, Nichols? I mean, there's so much pressure on Nichols, but you know, he hasn't scored a huge amount of runs, but at least he's come out and he's just shown a little bit of intent.
Yeah, he's under pressure. I bumped into his mum and dad actually in my hotel last night. And I was asking them about how, you know, nerve-wracking they find it watching their boy, in particular when they know, perhaps, you know, I'm not saying this is his career-defining innings, that his career's on the line, but he needs some runs. He's had a couple of thin years. He's been a very good player and had a good career. Probably makes it easier as a parent to watch when you know that your boy's had a bit of success under his belt.
Nichols it is facing 3 slips and a gully. Broad is in, wrapped on the pad, but that's too high. Going down leg side as well, so no real dramas here. And of course the press officer for New Zealand cricket is his brother, isn't it?
Yeah, Willie.
So, you know, it's a real... Well, I mean, it is a family affair, cricket, in this part of the world, isn't it? You've got Tom Latham at the other end. His dad played for New Zealand.
Yeah, Brendan McCullum's father was a first-class cricketer for Otago. Because it's such a small population base, there's lots of family connections, famous families in New Zealand cricket, the Bracewells and the Hadleys.
Could have had 2 of them here if Doug Bracewell had been selected. Broad is in, and Nichols gets on the front foot.
Just going back to Nichols, I think every cricketer goes through a stage where they know their career's on the line a little bit. I can remember Andrew Strauss in Napier in 2008, and he went out and got 160 and then was England captain a year later. I can remember Paul Collingwood at Edgbaston in one particular year where everybody was saying this is his last chance, and he got 100. The really good ones who have a long career tend to, at that critical juncture, critical moment, they tend to be able to pull something out.
Well, this is a critical junction indeed. As once again, Nichols is forward, plays this into the onside. No run, end of Stuart Broad's 6th over, number 21 from him. 47 for 3, New Zealand. You know, you don't really have it so much anymore, but there was always a big debate. As a spectator over on that bank over there, just goes on a little tumble. I'm not sure what he's up to. There was a debate about DRS in the game. Should we have DRS? Shouldn't we have DRS? I don't think that conversation really takes place anymore. But I always thought of, can you remember Rob Bailey, his final innings in Test cricket?
Caught off his thigh pad.
Yeah,
down
West
the leg
Indies.
side.
Final Test of that dramatic and historic series. And Viv Richards, essentially the umpire didn't give it out. I don't know if you remember. And Viv Richards was standing at first slip, I think, maybe second. And it's caught by the keeper, Dujon probably. And the umpire pretty much says not out. And Viv Richards runs up the field, twirling his finger. Robinson is in again, and Latham, trying to get on the front foot, succeeds. Just plays this nicely down into the ground, no run. Viv Richards runs from first slip, and a little bit like Stuart Broad when he does those celebre appeals, when he's not actually asking the question of the umpire. And Viv Richards runs the full length of the strip towards the umpire, celebrating, like twirling his finger. Celebrating a wicket that hasn't been given, and it's almost like the umpire watches that and thinks, oh, it must be out, and he sticks his finger up.
I think the umpire was Lloyd Barker from memory.
Well, Neil Manthorpe's behind. He's nodding his head. Well, I always think of that moment because I was a kid following
DRS, you're right, has taken some of that element of luck and fortune away. But even with DRS, there are still moments of fortune in the game, aren't there? You might get dropped at slip, for example. I can remember Alistair Cook going through the worst trot of all time, and we went to the Rose Bowl and he got put down off Pankaj Singh, I think, in an Indian series, and he went on to get 100. Otherwise he was a goner. And you just have those moments of fortune that can help you.
Round the wicket is Robinson, short leg in place, really angling the ball into the off stump, good length, and fielded. Yeah, I mean, that famous 2010-11 series where Alistair Cook scored 716 runs or something stupid. You know, he went into that final test of the summer against Pakistan, didn't he?
Yeah, got 100.
And he got 100, and there were loud calls for him to be dropped.
But that's what separates those who have a long career from those who don't. There's as you say, there's moments that comes, and the really tough nuts, the tough cookies, just manage to pull something out when needed.
It's a great point. Tough cookies. Robinson over the wicket now to Latham. This slants across the left-hander. No run. I mean, I remember reading say two very different characters, but Geoffrey Boycott, one of the biographies of Geoffrey Boycott, Leo McKinstry. If you've never read it, read it. It's an extraordinary book. But also a book on Ian Botham was released similar. I read it around the same time. Neither of those two players, actually, as they went through the ranks, were earmarked for greatness necessarily, as in teenage years. But it was the strength of mind, as much as anything, that the sheer blooded mindedness of the two. Left alone again, shoulders on, says Latham, no run. One ball left of Robinson's third over, yet to go for a run. It was almost over my dead body's spirit, and of course natural ability. How can Ian Botham not have natural ability? How can Geoffrey Boycott not have natural ability? But there is something, and you, having worked with a lot of former sports stars, sports people, there is something different about you lot.
Well, not all of us, but I do.
No, I
do
think there
think
is. I think there is.
Yeah, I was
there is a
chatting
mental.
with Manners about Stokes. I think he is just made differently for sure.
Yeah, there's varying degrees of it, I'm sure, as well. Robinson, and again, no run from this over as well. So 3 overs. I'm not sure he's getting either batsman to play quite as much as he'd like. Maybe bowling a fraction too short, but he's yet to go for a run. The pressure's still very much on New Zealand here at the Basin Reserve, but a little partnership of 26, of which Henry Nicholls has scored 17. Latham has been there since the start, 24 from 58. The deficit's still a massive one, 388. England declaring earlier today 435 for 8 with Joe Root. I was about to say top scorer. He didn't top score. He hit 153 not out. Harry Brook top scorer with 186. And Stuart Broad with ball in hand. And after a little word from Mike Atherton, it'll be Neil Manthorpe.
Yeah, Stokes just rotating his 3 main seamers, which he will do for a while yet. Superb opening spell from Anderson. Broad now replacing him at the commentary box end, and Robinson looking in a decent rhythm. 3 maiden overs at the far end.
Here's Broad, turned away by Nicholls into a gap on the leg side. Trots through for another single. There'll be a lot of New Zealand cricket fans, the vast majority, if not all of them actually, wishing Henry Nicholls the very, very best in this innings. There's a feeling that he's been living on borrowed time. In fact, most people said that he was in Last Chance Saloon in the first Test match and he failed there. It hasn't reached 40 for over a year. Broad into Tom Latham now on 24, and the opener comes forward and plays it again defensively up towards mid-on. There's no run.
Telling John I bumped into his parents last night, Henry Nicholls, in the hotel. I can't think there's a worse game than cricket for parents watching offspring play, particularly if it's a batsman. Really nerve-wracking. I speak as a parent of a young player, by the way.
There's that one moment that you fear that you might miss, isn't there? That here is Broad up to the crease once again, and Latham comes forward once more, pushes it out into the offside. And the irony, of course, is that the one moment that you miss is when he's out. So you don't want to go to the toilet, you don't want to jinx him.
Well, I reckon, well, obviously Stuart Broad is the son of a former cricketer, Chris. I think it's easier if your boy's a bowler, because there's not quite that finality, is there, about when a batter gets out. So I reckon Chris has had it slightly easier with his boy. Well, also being a brilliant bowler, that helps.
3 slips from the gully, short leg in as well, as there usually is for Broad, and he's in once more. That's a good leave, that, from Tom Latham. It was angled back into him, came forward and then stepped back and shouldered arms, allowed it through to Ben Foakes. Not something that you do with a faint heart, leaving Stuart Broad as a left-hander. 48 for 3 New Zealand. Jimmy Anderson has all 3. It's bowled magnificently. And I was going to ask you about Ben Stokes. Again, we spoke about his mental fortitude during the lunch break. Here's Broad once again outside the off stumps, left alone again by Latham. It's more, I'm interested in the body parts between his shins and his thighs. Those knees.
Well, one knee, left knee.
One knee.
Yeah.
I mean, I get the sense that there may be a sort of finite number of overs left in his career, and he's almost aware of it. You know, probably got 1,000 overs left. Where do I want to use them? Rather than a need-to-know basis, he plays on a need-to-bowl basis, doesn't he?
I think that's exactly right.
Here's Broad once again up to the crease now, bowls. It's a drive ball, and it is driven. It's a lovely shot by Latham. It's a chase on for Ollie Robinson, and the wet outfield, or damp outfield, slower than it was on the first day, allows Robinson to overhaul it and scoops it back, and they do run through for a couple. Latham, 3 actually. Latham moves on to 27. 17 overs gone in this New Zealand innings, and they've got the 50 on the board, 51 for 3. If that was the case, then I guess, you know, long-term planning-wise, Stokes would be thinking, I don't know, I'm making that number up, 1,000 overs, it might be less actually, but, you know, he'd be thinking, where do I want to use them? How many do I want for the Ashes? How many am I prepared to use in the IPL? How many would he want to bowl if he's going to play in all 5 Ashes Test matches? How many overs do you think he'd need? 100? 120?
I think it's, as you said, though, I don't think he puts a number on it, except that there are a finite number because his knee is not perfect. So he will just save himself for when it's really necessary, either when he needs to put in one of those spells when the game is on the line. It's a bit about what we talked about at lunchtime, that his impact as a player is those game-changing moments. That's where his greatness emanates, and so he's going to save himself for those moments.
Robinson in again, and Latham now plays a similar leave to Ollie Robinson, but it's even closer to the off stump, and Robinson holds his head in his hands and runs his fingers through his hair to indicate to the batsman that he's playing a dangerous game, leaving. Oh, it's bounced over the top of off stump.
For some reason, Ollie Robinson gets a lot of people out, padding up, playing no shot, and this was perilously close to either bowling or getting Latham LBW. It was, who was it in the first test? He got Daryl Mitchell out, didn't he, shouldering arms. Gets a lot of people out like that because he bowls a full length for a tall bowler.
4 slips in a gully of weight. That one goes the other way, just straightens a little bit and beats the outside edge. Latham deciding to play at this one.
Well, he looks in a good groove here, Ollie Robinson, round the wicket. He's got the wind. He's bowled 3 maidens. They've yet to score a run off him in 14 balls, and he's there or thereabouts all the time. You know, I think as an opener or top order batter, if Ollie Robinson's bowling at you, he's going to make you play virtually every ball. He's not going to give you anything loose. Give you a tough examination.
From the Government House end, Ollie Robinson up to the crease again, bowls. Latham on the back foot to a rare back of a length delivery from Robinson. And it's pushed up towards Stuart Broad. He's now wearing his cap. Every now and then, from time to time, just sporadically it seems to me, he does wear the cap, but mostly he wears the sun hat.
It's a cap day though. They've all got
well,
caps.
I know,
it's too windy for the sun hat. Even the umpires.
The
umpires have taken their floppies off and have got their baseball caps on.
Mid on, mid off as well for Robinson, so he's going to be bowling full length, you would think. It's well fielded as he plays it defensively out to Ollie Pope at short leg, dives to his right and then flicks it back towards the stumps. It's Ben Stokes at 4th slip. All the players have got their sweaters on, so you become a little bit lazy as a commentator. You become used to, I have anyway, used to seeing the numbers and names, whereas for many, many years you'd just, from this distance anyway, learn players' little mannerisms and little movements, the way they walk, the way their shoulders hang. But haven't seen Stokes in the slip cordon match. He's at 4th slip at the moment. Here's Robinson again, and up onto his toes goes Latham, playing it away out towards mid-off. I assume that those finger injuries, particularly the right index finger, that's all sorted.
Well, yeah, you're right. That's why he hasn't fielded in the slip so much of late. He had that very bad finger injury, but before that he was an excellent fielder in that position. He'd always go to the widest of the slips because he was the best at catching on the dive, and so that's where he is now at 4th slip. Remember that brilliant catch he took at Trent Bridge when Broad took 8 for 15 and Australia were bowled out before lunch.
Robinson again to Latham. Forward he comes, pushing it straight back to the bowler. Robinson fields off his own bowling, and there's no run. Robinson has now bowled 4 consecutive maidens, 4 overs, 4 maidens, none for none. And Tom Latham has 27 from 69. Henry Nicholls has 18 from 22. New Zealand 51 for 3 after 18 overs. Harry Brook is he's a regular slipper, is he? You normally find the youngest member of the team.
I think you want to, if you're a specialist batter who doesn't bowl, you want to make yourself into an outstanding fielder somewhere, because what you want to be, you want to excel across 2 disciplines at least. So if you're not bowling, you've got to excel as a batter and you've got to excel in the field. And I always felt slightly one of the issues with a couple of players England had recently at the top of the order, like Burns and Sibley and Hamid, all fine batters no doubt, but they didn't really excel in the field anywhere. And I think, you know, you've got to make yourself a kind of specialist. And I'm not saying they were poor fielders, but they kind of didn't, you wouldn't say where were they a specialist fielder at in a certain position, whether it be close in, short leg or slip. And I think as a top order batter who doesn't bowl, you've got to try and make yourself into a specialist somewhere.
Jared Kimber, for those of you who don't know, Jared's written one of the most informative and entertaining histories of cricket, and he'll be able to tell us immediately who, he'll give us a short list of specialist batters who were hopeless fielders and didn't bowl.
Kevin Peterson had that incredible start to his career, but I suppose he was a bowler, right? There was a big movement of, and Athers will know about this, a big movement of having, especially in England, of having your captain at mid-on. And I always wondered how much that was from the gentleman era, when they weren't particularly good fielders, and they thought if they hit themselves at mid-on, they didn't have to field. But yeah, I think generally, most batters have some sort of fielding ability. But I think what Athers is talking about is whether you have a specialist position that you can actually fit into, and not everyone does, right? You see someone like Cameron Green who looks built for the gully. Not everyone has that position.
Change of bowling. Jack Leach will come back to you. Jared. Forward comes Henry Nicholls to the first ball from Jack Leach and defends it.
Yeah, I certainly wasn't saying the others were poor fielders, just that to make yourself a specialist, because I think then in selection it adds to your favour. If suddenly you're a bit shorter runs.
Leach again, it's his first over. Sweet shot! And just for a moment thought that Nicholls had gloved it, and there's a man around the corner at Ollie Pope under the helmet, a short leg, backward short leg, and he was diving, but it came off his shoulder, the batsman's shoulder, not the shoulder of the bat. 51 for 3. Jack Leach took some time with Ben Stokes to set his field, so it's not a sort of preconceived field at all. It was discussion of who's on strike, 2 left-handers, and they took some time, 2 or 3 minutes actually, to set this field, and it's been done with great precision as Leach turns once again up to the crease now, bowls another sweep shot, and it'll be fielded out in the deep by Ben Duckett, a deep backward square leg. So they'll know, they've got all the history, haven't they? They'll know exactly, they're not just left-handers, they'll know whether they're sweepers or not, and this certainly was a sweep field for Henry Nicholls with a man at 45 and a deep backward square, and that man at behind square, backward short leg, and it's a similar field for Tom Latham, so he's also a sweeper, you would think. And at mid-wicket, deepish mid-on, mid-off, cover, backward point, turned away off his pads by Latham, just past Ollie Pope at short leg, backward short leg. 52 for 3.
Yeah, that position, Pope is just, about 2 or 3 yards behind square, and it wasn't far away actually where Latham took that ball. He has to be quite careful.
Here's Leach again. Oh, and he's down the wicket comes Latham, and he's driven it straight back over the bowler's head, over wide, long on, and it's gone for 6. That's a super piece of batting from Tom Latham. Unexpected, out of the blue. He's used his feet, got to the pitch, got the elevation, everything perfect. 6 runs.
Might have gone out of the ground, this. He hit this fantastically well. Strong lad, right out of the middle. And he might have gone onto the giant roundabout that that goes around the edge of this ground. Watch out if you're in a car.
I think it did. Anyway, or maybe it has been thrown back and Leach has got it back in his hand now and immediately makes sure he's not going to be driven this way. Much shorter, so short that Latham goes right onto the back foot and tucks it off his hip for a single to deep backward square leg. 59 for 3.
Just going back to fielding positions, the best place to captain from is first slip, without a shadow of a doubt. You see everything, you chat with wicket-keeper slips to discuss ideas, you get a feel for how hard the ball is hitting the gloves. Think of some of the best captains that I've seen: Fleming here, Mark Taylor, Australia, Graham Smith, South Africa, Clive Lloyd, West Indies. First slip was their position. Best place to do it from.
Jared, I wonder whether you can think of an acclaimed captain who fielded from cover. So a real jack-in-the-box, a sprightly cover fielder who captained.
Well, they start as cover fielders, and then when they become captain, they move themselves to somewhere easier, don't they? I mean, Ponting was a cover fielder, so was Michael Clarke and Clive Lloyd, we just mentioned. They're all cover fielders. They weren't when they were captaining, were they? And booked themselves in the gentleman's lounge then.
Ollie Robinson continues. 4 overs, 4 maidens. And he's driven now by Latham to wideish mid-off. Jimmy Anderson fields. That's right, isn't it? It's one of the conventions that is not challenged. I'm trying to think of a successful acclaimed captain who fielded at cover.
Kane Williamson used to field at mid-off, didn't he?
Mid-off's fine.
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, because you can chat to the bowler and you've got quite a nice view of what you don't want to be is square the wicket, because you can't really get a sense of what's happening.
Here's Robinson once again, and Latham tucks it away off his hip. Well, he had to concede a run eventually, and he does, out towards deep backward square leg. 26th ball that he's bowled, and finally concedes his first run. I suppose it would depend on your relationship with your wicketkeeper, wouldn't it? If the wicketkeeper is the vice captain and he could act as your eyes and ears, which they often have to do, and the rare occasion, increasingly common actually, occasions where a fast bowler captains the team. Rely very, very much on your keeper. I wonder whether stats exist for the most number of test matches in which the keeper, first slip and second slip have been unchanged. There's a decent delivery from Robinson, which doesn't bounce quite as much as Nicholls expect, hits him on the pad. I'm thinking of so Healy, Taylor and Mark Waugh, they would have done it a lot. Boucher, Smith, Callis.
Yeah.
They'd have been.
Yeah.
What was your most
Well, I think of when England went to number 1 in the world, it was Pryor, Strauss, Cook.
I'm not sure they would have been together all that much, though, because I think
maybe.
Cook came in a little bit later.
There's Robinson again outside the off stump, left
Swan,
alone by Nicholls.
Sorry, Swan second. So it was Pryor, Strauss, Swan. But you're right, I think all the best teams, you look behind and that cordon is settled, and if it's not settled, it's usually a reflection that a team is going through a transitional phase with a lot of changes to personnel, and it doesn't help.
New Zealand 60 for 3 now, with Tom Latham 35, Henry Nicholls on 19, and Jimmy Anderson has all 3 wickets to fall. Conway 0, Williamson 4, Will Young 2, as Robinson is in once again, and forward comes Nicholls playing defensively towards to mid-off, but the bowler fields. The almost settled cordon, Jared, that comes to mind? Or we mentioned the big 3.
Yeah, I think you'd really struggle to go past the, Healy, Taylor, Waugh. I suppose I think Gilchrist, Warne and Moore later on as well. I think those are the ones that there was someone who tried to work it out once if they had been who had been in first slip and second slip and third slip the most together.
Here's Robinson once again, and forward comes Nicholls playing defensively, and there's an appeal here. The stumps have been thrown down, and there's a polite appeal from Ben Stokes at fourth slip, asking the square leg umpire just to have a little referral there, to ask the third umpire to have a look. Seemed to me that Henry Nicholls' back foot never left the crease. But 20 overs gone, 60 for 3. More from Jarrod Kimber. It's Drinks, actually. Drinks coming onto the field on this elongated day, half an hour longer than usual. In fact, Michael, is your time done?
It is, but I'm happy to stay for a minute or two with you, man. I think Henry Nicholls just had his bat down. He turned his back to Robinson, and his bat was in the crease, and Robinson then threw down the stump. So I don't think there's any danger at all for Henry Nicholls. But it's been an excellent start for England. 60 for 3. Anderson outstanding, and Latham looking good, though. He's a very tough cricketer, is Tom Latham. We're just getting a replay of that. Just gentle appeal, really, and Henry Nicholls' his bat is in his ground and it never leaves, so he will resume once Drinks is done, and this is a career-defining day for him. Gets a score and he might still have a Test career ahead of him. If he doesn't, there'll be calls for change.
Not sure what Ben Stokes has seen there. Back clearly down, never off the ground, as Michael Atherton pointed out. You're listening to TalkSport 2 on DAB, online at TalkSport.com via your smart speaker or by downloading the TalkSport app. Give us a follow and send us your messages at @cricket_TS and at TalkSport 2. Triple change in the commentary box. Musical chairs. I wasn't very good at that as a kid, but I found a chair. Found a couple of New Zealanders who weren't frowning as much as they were about 30 odd minutes ago. Jacob Boreham and Frankie Mackay. New Zealand are 60 for the loss of 3. They were 21 for the loss of 3, losing wickets at 1, 7 and 21. The two big men before lunch. Conway without scoring, Williamson without scoring, both caught behind, and then it was Will Young, a near unplayable delivery. Jimmy Anderson, and the ball just to move away. Extra bit of bounce, and I think just rubbing the glove. Will Young, Jacob, spent most of his time as an opener, batting 3. He's come up through the ranks of the middle order, thinking, here we go, finally, and then I get a Jimmy Anderson special. He must not be enjoying life right now. 60 for 3, New Zealand.
Well, that's the problem when you lose early wickets, isn't it? You expose that middle order to fresh bowlers, still a good wicket and obviously a newer ball. You would have hoped that with that opening experience, Will Young would have the technique and the skills to overcome that, but sometimes the bowlers just bowl well and they're allowed to, and it doesn't mean you just gloss over it and move on. You try and learn from it, but there's a reason why Anderson and Broad have played for so long and taken so many wickets. They are good quality bowlers, and you'll get the odd good one, but this partnership has turned it around, and New Zealand cricket, well, New Zealand I should say, and Henry Nicholls in particular needed it.
Sometimes you just get a beaut. I remember Neil Broom, long time domestic cricketer in New Zealand, finally got a chance in Test match cricket after some one-day hundreds here at the Basin Reserve up against South Africa, and got an absolute snorter from Kagiso Rabada, third ball in his Test career, Frankie. It's just like, 10, 12 years on the circuit, get a chance, and have to trudge back off after 3 minutes.
Yeah, that's not too much fun, is it, that one? But I actually think often, if you do just get that absolute jaffa early on in your innings, you don't do too much wrong. You walk off and you kind of just cop that. That's almost a more enjoyable one as a batter than when you're the one that's made a poor decision, poor execution.
Drinks are off the field. Leach from the advanced stand in, pushing Latham, the left-hander, back towards his leg stump as he rolls the wrist, turns it to square leg, and there is no run. So Latham is 35, Nicholls is on 19. It was a boundary, a ball early in Nicholls' innings, first 12 runs, through 3/4, but he's been curbed a little bit by a very disciplined Robinson. We've seen Latham attack as he tries to reverse sweep, and it's hit the back of the bat, gone straight up in the air, and he's been caught at slip. Well, that's a gift. He's reviewing though,
and he's pointing to his arm guard, and he's
He's
gone straight away, so he's hoping for Latham. He's correct.
I have checked this is a
the decision was out.
Decision not out. Please give me the front on spin.
That's 60 for 3. Leach from over the wicket, pitching outside of off. Just gone past the gloves. Is it the forearm, the bottom of the forearm?
Can you give me the side on, please? Aldridge?
It's just beyond the gloves, is it, Frankie? As Frankie puffs her cheeks out, thinking maybe Daniel's looking at with one New Zealand eye open.
Yeah.
It might be just above.
Is it
Tom
conclusive?
Latham's been more
Roll forward.
definitive than we have been.
Looks to me mix the gloves and with the elbow. Okay, can you go with
The voice of Alim Dar, of course, is our third umpire. So he's well through the stroke. The ball's bounced on him.
Roll forward. Yeah.
Bottom of the forearm guard.
Oh, I think it's not out, yes.
Can
But
you go,
the worrying thing
can
is
you
the
go
arm
in
guard
the
is so
front?
close to the glove wristband. I think it is arm guard, but
Front
this
vision, please.
would not surprise. In fact, I think Latham, is he starting to take his gloves off? No, he's not. Wouldn't surprise me if it stays as out.
Roll forward.
The question is it conclusive enough to
Give it
overturn
outright, please, again.
the on-field decision? As it just bounces over his top end with the reverse sweep, isn't it? That shot there looks like is it simultaneous, the top of the glove into the forearm guard. The English, on the basis of that last shot, are starting to high five out in the middle. Hold your breath stuff for the New Zealanders and their fans.
Can you give me the front down, please, again?
Alim Dar wants another look as oohs and ahs ring out around the basin reserve.
I can't see from here. Go back to the outer edge where I would like see touch the top of the gloves.
Tension almost unbearable inside the basin reserve.
Yeah, looks like just touch the top of the gloves.
That's the key
The wristband.
sentence. This looks like it's
Yeah.
going to be out.
Go back to on-field umpire, please. Chris, stay with the decision out. Wait for the call, your screen.
Stay with the decision out. Certainly not overwhelming evidence that it's hit the glove, but maybe not convincing enough to overturn the on-field decision as Leach gets the ball to spin back and bounce over the bat. And plenty of arm guard, but according to Alim Dar, maybe, just maybe, a rub of glove which he could not expel from the arithmetic, and it's 60 for 4, and Latham goes for 35.
I think that's the incorrect decision. I reckon that is not out. And I think when you saw it just then, they replayed it all the way through. I think it's like a try and league or union when about placing it. If you slow it down enough and pause it, you will find anything you want to find. And I think if you played that through, I think it's hit the arm guard just above, very close. And this is where I have an issue with the whole soft decision. Is it out? Just is it out or not out? Full stop. Don't worry about what the umpire gave out first off. And you can see Henry Nichols already complaining about it out there.
He's querying the on-field umpires about, is it above the glove line? So, slice of luck going England's way. 60 for the loss of 4. New Zealand have to get that out of their minds because this rather large hill they had to climb is getting steeper and steeper. Frankie, that angle there looks like it's forearm.
That confirms it for me. That was a different view to what we were seeing before as well. And that's hit the strap of the arm guard, not the wristband of the glove.
No comment.
I'm massively biased too.
I'm actually going to say I had always lived by the thought that if the arm guard was in contact with the glove, then it counted as being the glove as well. So I don't think I'm any use in this situation.
There was a little gap between the glove and the forearm guard, but it's sort of whacked in between. So that's why I think Alim Dar can't exclude the has it just simultaneously touched. So I'm thinking he's thinking to himself, yeah, I can give it not out, but is it conclusive enough? So back around the wicket to Mitchell. It comes down the wicket, and what a statement first ball. Daryl Mitchell, dancing feet, gets to the pitch, half volley, smokes it to the onside of the stumps at the bowler's end for a 4. 60 for the loss of 4. He had plenty of talk with the ball, Daryl Mitchell. He needs his bat to talk today for New Zealand, who still trail by 371 runs.
No reverse sweep needed for Mitchell. He's got the dancing shoes on. First ball.
And off mid-on are up. Slip man under the helmet on the offside as he leans forward. Better length from Leach, just dragging it a little bit wider too. He pushes the ball to point, no run.
So it's Bazball rubbing off on the opposition now too. It's a beautiful. The thing is, it's a beautiful cricket shot, and if that's his first ball or his 50th ball, it's good technique and well struck down the ground for 4.
He likes to play. That's quicker through the air, pushed on off stump, defending from the crease line. Jared Kimball was telling us yesterday. We saw Root especially batting a yard out and sort of taking strides down towards the bowler. There's one man in world cricket who actually is top of that list of coming down the wicket. It is Daryl Mitchell. Defends in front of his front pad, turns to mid-wicket, there's no run. It's more against the seamers, of course. And very assertive use of the feet. A big over the 21st of this New Zealand innings. It saw the departure of Latham for 35, 64 for 4. Here is the aforementioned Jared Kimball.
I just want to talk about the reverse sweeps. In my database, that was the 15th reverse sweep that Tom Latham has ever tried in a test match. Crickers has it as 16, but we can call it 15 and a half if we have to. He's now been dismissed twice playing the reverse sweep in test cricket. I've got another 41 that he played in ODI cricket as well. Being that he doesn't play them very often, and he's going up against Jack Leach, who has a sort of famously bad record against left-handers, my question to Jacob and Frankie is, why would he play that shot here and now? Especially as we'd seen a couple of balls bounce. We'd seen Henry Nicholls try to sweep one, got hit on the shoulder before. Seems like an odd shot for someone who doesn't really play it that much.
Well, maybe we'll defer to the left-hander, Jacob Borum, after this ball from Robinson from the Government House end. Full, and it's just worked into the onside from off stump by Nicholls. He will move to 20 at 65 for 4.
I can't remember the field that Leach was bowling with just before, but I can only assume that maybe there was an opportunity on the offside. Round point, behind point, where he thought he could access, open up there. I mean, the thing is, Latham is actually, I think he'd be the best player of spin, or the exponent of the sweep shot in the New Zealand team as well. So why he would want to go with the reverse, I'm not sure. He's probably ruining that right now. But if he had gone with a conventional sweep, and I also thought there was an opportunity, because deep square was in front, with the angle of the left arm spinner to the left-hander, when you sweep it goes fine, and there could have been chances down there. But that's all in the past now, because he's unfortunately got those pads off.
And he's also launched the finger spinner back over his head out of the Basin Reserve in the previous over. Here is Robinson over the wicket to Mitchell, who is yards down as he meets the ball, pushes up towards mid-on, no run.
Well, Nicholls has done that as well a couple of times. It's not the Joe Root or Ben Stokes dance down. It's more of just a shuffle where your back foot meets your front foot and then you go from there. But again, it's just putting bowlers off their length. It's coming into the ball. It's being positive, all those things, and it's worked well for Nicholls so far. And that's a nice defensive shot by Mitchell.
4 slips and a gully. Leg slip, man under the helmet. Robinson hitting the pitch hard as always, full of length, popping forward. Mitchell comes forward. Robinson 5.3 overs, 4 maidens, none for 2. And Jake used to hit a pitch pretty hard. He looks very dangerous to me. Tall man, high release.
Nice seam. I mean, not bolt upright, angle, beautiful angle like Anderson when he's swinging it. He's not a swing bowler as much, but if there's anything in the wicket, he's going to get it. And that release point with the bounce just doubles his weapons, really.
A little bit wider, getting it inside edge into the back pad. It balloons towards folks behind the stumps. He's quickly forward, can't get there in time. And that's just an illustration of the skill and real skill Frankie he brings.
Yeah, there's some similarities for me with Kyle Jamieson, obviously injured at the moment, not playing. And they both have the ability, even as tall bowlers, who can seam the ball around. Jamieson has got much more ability to swing the ball, but they both bowl that fuller length. They actually allow themselves, they've got the ability to pitch the ball up, and that's where they become really dangerous.
Powerful looking figure of Robinson from over the wicket, too wide of off stump, no stroke.
You think of someone like who I would think of being the opposite would be someone like a Morno Morkel, who always, as a taller bowler, struggled to bowl a fuller length, and whenever he did bowl full, it was almost that he bowled soft, floated the ball up, the ability to do it. His length was that real back of a length and flying well over the stumps. So to have taller bowlers who you feel like you want to get on the back foot to, but they actually still bowl full, that's where they become really problematic.
England on top as New Zealand struggling at 65 for 4 in the 22nd over. So nipping back from well outside of off stump. Mitchell that high above his head as he sees it through to folks.
It's a good point about the heights, because I believe bowlers have natural pace, they have natural rhythm, natural release points, and because of that natural lengths. And you can coach around that, or you can ask them to adapt to different conditions and batters and situations, but it's very hard to do that. You just have almost like a default setting in your action. You talk about Morne Morkel and his length. I was probably closer to Morkel than what we see with Robinson. I mean, I'm 6'6" or 198, and I always said if I'm hitting the stumps, it's either a Yorker or I've made a mistake, you know, because that wasn't my normal length. I was, you know, trying to nick people off outside off stump, but it's going to be going over the bails, you know, just because of my height and my natural release point.
I was listening to Stuart Broad after that devastating spell, Frankie, under the lights, when he spoke with Sam Allard here on TalkSport 2. Two things he wanted to do was hit the top of off stump, but hit the pitch hard. So he recognised he needed to get it fuller to get both. And that's a credit to the bowler with all those test wickets to his name. Nicholls on strike. We're going to see Leach again after the Robinson over from the Van Stand end, from over the wicket. Here's a sweep, a traditional one, backward of square that beats short leg, doesn't beat the man on the 45. Robinson does well. Doesn't field it cleanly, and they'll be able to steal a second. 67 for the loss of 4.
That's almost been the reinvention's probably too strong of a term of Stuart Broad, but a change point in his career when he was able to all of a sudden start attacking the stumps, and he'd given a lot of interviews at the time around people saying, you know, you're picking up hatfuls of wickets now, what's changed, what are you doing differently? He said, well, I'm not really doing anything differently, I just went away and I looked at the footage and I thought, how can I hit the stumps more, how can I bring that into play?
Which again, another sweep and a powerful one into the gap at deep backward square. That's going to beat the field. It was not a long chase for Harry Brook, but he gave up the ghost because he knew that was going to race away. 71 for 4 as Nicholls goes to 26 with his 4-4.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier about this field set. It's a bit odd. You've got a leg slip in place, Ollie Pope, Anderson now at 45, but with those two players behind square, deep square's got to be in front. And for the angle of the left arm spinner to the left hander and sweeping, it's always naturally going to go finer and keep going that way with the natural curve on the ball. So it's an interesting field set. You see there, if the deep square was normally behind, that's going straight to that player and it's just a single.
He remains just forward of square, so no change there as Nicholls defends to the square of the 2 mid-wickets. No run.
And the only thing I can think of is Ollie Pope's here obviously for a reason. There must be the numbers and the data suggesting that Jack Leach gets a lot of balls going through that area of leg slip in the air.
Short approach, the left arm finger spinner, shorter of length. Back, Nicholls goes, turns it to the onside again, no addition.
It's quite an interesting matchup this for mine. Jack Leach hasn't got a great record against left-handers, but Henry Nicholls, he doesn't have a great record against left-arm spin either.
He was sweep and sweeps again, backward of square. Brook can't cut it off. He at least gave himself a chance with the full leg dive. Into the rope it goes, nonetheless, in front of the bank. 75 for the loss of 4.
See, I think that's a bit too easy, especially with the line Leach is bowling. If he was bowling way outside off, that means the sweep will go in front of square, but Nicholls did go across there to drag that, but the straighter Leach bowls, the more chance, the higher the percentage of it going fine, and in fact they have just changed that with Pope coming in front of square at short leg.
And deep square goes just backward of square. Just a subtle change there as he goes wider of off stump, pushed into the cover region, the end of the over. We're going to hear more from Jacob Orr, Frankie Mackay. John Norman will also join in on the mix, but here's Jarrod Kimber.
Yeah, just on release points, Jacob, we have 6 of your matches in the Hawkeye database, and your release point was 2.31 metres, and Ollie Robinson's at 2.20. So you got him by 11 centimetres. if that makes you feel better. So that's why all your balls went over the top and his hit the stumps.
Yes, it does make me feel better. I wish if I could end up probably with the amount of test wickets he's going to end up with, quality bowler. But yeah, interesting, those stats.
So you're higher than Kyle Jamieson as well. So you're about 9 centimetres higher than Kyle Jamieson. So he's considered an elite when it comes to high releases, and you're well above him. There you go. You can put that on your Twitter profile, tell people at cafes, whatever you need to do with the information.
Well, what I'll do is I'll open a Twitter account to start with and do that. and I'll go to the axe throwing place and do it there. But I am shocked by that, because Jameson is actually taller than me, so I would just assume his release point is higher.
Well, it's about collapsing at the crease and wingspans as well, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Robinson in. There is a drive from Mitchell. Got off the mark with a beautiful straight drive from the bowling of Jack Leach. Inside edge, it comes back for 2. Yeah, release point throwing an axe. Now that is what we're going to hopefully find out the next couple of days.
I feel like I should make a comeback with all of that. Those numbers getting thrown at me, mate.
This is the comeback here. Can New Zealand come back? Well, that was a big blow. I popped downstairs and I was in the crowd for that dismissal of Tom Latham, and because of course the crowd are relying on the big screen on the far side, the Don Neely scoreboard. Robinson again forward, a couple of steps down the track. Mitchell, no run. Essentially they don't have the numerous screens that we've got here, cricket commentary, the stump mic. We could hear that the third umpire wasn't sure essentially, but because that screen isn't crystal clear, the majority of the supporters here were fully expecting Tom Latham to escape, and they thought that he was not out, so there was some surprise. And it was quite a polite crowd here at the Basin Reserve. I wouldn't say they started jeering, but a little bit of discomfort. The majority of fans were surprised that decision went the way of England. But Robinson in here, and again looking very strong down the ground. Daryl Mitchell fielded from his own bowling. Mitchell's 6 not out. Nicholls 30 not out. New Zealand, who were like England were, 21 for 3 at one stage. Slight recovery, 60 for 4. What was the feeling here? The right decision in the end?
Well, I went with a strong no comment, which was really helpful in the situation. Great. So that was, I sat on the fence and was undecided. And
saying no comment is better than just making no comment, certainly on radio. Robinson again, forward again, Mitchell.
Yeah, it doesn't quite have the desired effect, does it? Just that, would say poignant silence, but it's probably just an awkward silence when you are talking on radio. But Jake thought that Mr. Latham was a little bit hard done by there.
I thought it was close, and nothing against Chris Gaffney, on-field umpire. I mean, that's too close to call real time, but I thought there was enough doubt, and I know the soft signal was out, but surely if there's doubt, does that not still go in favour of the batter? I don't know, maybe I'm old school there.
Yeah, I think it was the lack of out-and-out evidence. Down the track, Mitchell again. Now, groping for the ball, really. Could have taken the outside edge, beats the bat. Robinson's one shy short of 7 overs. He's gone for just 4 runs so far. Yet to pick up a wicket. Came close to it there, though.
Well, he had this over in particular. Mitchell has gone hard at Robinson, trying to drive him off a length, or at least have a forceful defensive shot. And I think that's exactly what Ollie Robinson wants, with it still just being a little bit... There's a bit of nibble there, if you know what I mean. There's a bit of something. And Robinson wants those hard hands of Mitchell.
Yeah, a bit of nibble and a bit of niggle as well when Mitchell is out there. Down the track again, leaves this one alone. Leg slip in place, and 3 slips, and the widest 5th slip or gully. Stokes saunters towards the wicket. I mean, they're very friendly, these two teams, but when Daryl Mitchell's at the crease, just get the feeling he's up. He seems to me to be a guy that likes to fight. He wants to be fighting. That's this kind of... He likes to be walking to the crease 77 for 4. He wants to get involved.
Yeah, and he had a few words as well when he was bowling, which and a couple of very long follow-throughs I noted as well, which you don't have to say anything if you're following through that much. It's just you're in their face. So he's up for that fight. I wouldn't say he's new to Test cricket, but he's still getting that foundation. Very good player, but obviously, and that mindset gets him going, gets that focus. I'm not sure.
He's a real competitor, that's for sure. He is someone who loves the heat of the battle, loves being in the competition. It's a little bit... He's almost the batting version of Neil Wagner, I think, in this New Zealand side. Just loves being in the thick of it. Gets a little bit of white line fever going.
Nicholls facing up Jack Leach, who's picked up 1 wicket to 4, and who's forward. He clips this square of the wicket. A couple of the team actually bumped into him in Mount Maunganui. He was battling with two kids, so he's probably just blessed relief from not having to deal with daddy daycare stuff. He can just get out there and just focus on taking on the England cricket team. It's much easier than dealing with small children, that's for sure. 77 for 4, New Zealand. As we move towards the tea break. On the reverse is Henry Nicholls, and what a catch at short leg. A dive to his left from Ollie Pope. Jack Leach picks up his second. Nicholls has got to go for 30. New Zealand 77 for 5.
Well, I'm speechless. Obsession with the reverse sweep continues. This time it's Henry Nicholls, and it up off the glove, possibly off the edge, into the helmet, lobs up, the outstretched left hand of Ollie Pope diving away. Excellent reaction catch from him. Henry Nicholls throws the head back in despair. He'd managed to get himself a start. He'd been short of runs recently, but 30, that's where his innings ends today in New Zealand. Well, the slide continues just even further, 77 for 5 now. That's a real disappointment for Henry Nicholls. He's got a poor record, averages just 20 against left-arm finger spin, and that poor record continues. And somehow, on a green top, Jack Leach finds himself 2 for 22.
Well, we did mention this earlier because when Michael Bracewell was bowling, there's comment there was turn out there. I know that Jared Kimber and our CricViz partners were looking at the amount of turn, and actually there's appreciable turn, but caught on the reverse sweep, both Latham and Nicholls. This is always a problem, though. The fortune always seems to go against you. That on both occasions, Latham another day isn't given out, and another day that he either connects or the ball goes, well clear of a field. It just seems to be the way, doesn't it, that these kind of things happen.
Yeah, you're right. I'm just sort of trying to get my head around it. I let Frankie take the summary of the wicket, but you've got to give credit to Ben Stokes and maybe Leach because they didn't have a point. So I now know why the left-handers were looking for that reverse sweep, because there was no one from cover fine, if you can picture. There was no point, there was no backward point as the left-hander stands conventionally. So obviously Latham and Nicholls see this and they're like, here we go, here's an opportunity, but it's still a high-risk opportunity. And so we talked about it a lot with the English innings and the way the English batters play, risk-reward. At the moment there's reward for the way they played. Today for New Zealand, not so much.
Right-handed Blundell facing up for his first delivery. Step outside off stump forward and defends. Mitchell and Blundell. Now, these two combined many times during the English summer. I think I heard Daniel McCarty say this would be the first time New Zealand have lost a test series at home for 6 years. If they do lose, beaten past the outside edge on the back foot is Blundell trying to push this into the offside. It's a dangerous shot to play early on in your stay. Well, there is movement, isn't there, away from the right-handed Blundell. It's turning for the left-armed Jack Leach. Covers up on this occasion. New Zealand needs something pretty special.
Well, I was just saying there to Frankie, we don't see that sort of turn that often in New Zealand. That's why New Zealand curators tend to leave more grass on it, because you try and get seam movement early, knowing that it's not going to break up and turn at the end of the match.
Leach again, and on the back foot, clips to the leg side. It does. Blundell gets off the mark. That is the end of another successful over. He's picked up 2 wickets as Jack Leach. Both set batters in Latham and Nicholls have departed on the reverse sweep. Here is Jared Kimber.
Just to follow up that very important wicket there, to say that Jacob Oram has the second highest release in Hawkeye history, just behind Muhammad Irfan, who is about 6 inches taller than him, to be fair. Reverse sweeps for Henry Nicholls. He has played 27 reverse sweeps in his career, and he's been dismissed on 3 of them. So every 9 times he tries a reverse sweep, it gets him. I'm just saying, there's a big difference between the England players playing the sort of shots that they play consistently and the New Zealand players trying to be aggressive with shots that they don't play as consistently. There's a big difference in the amount of risk that you're taking on those two things. So it's very interesting. But as Frankie said before, Henry Nicholls has a very bad record against left-arm finger spin in general. He's much worse against that than off-spin, which is very rare for a left-hander.
Thank you, Jarrod Kimber. Brilliant stuff as ever. Robinson in and back, and that's an extravagant forward press leave from Blundell. Robinson's 7 overs have gone for just 4 runs. Yet to pick up a wicket at New Zealand, 357 behind. I've had a few shout-outs. We've been doing silent shout-outs throughout this series. Sam Wipeout has got in touch. Shout-out to my fiancée, Sarah, my daughter, Harriet, and my four cats. 4 cats. Do you know Jofra Archer's got 6 dogs? He got him through his injury. He just went back to Barbados and said he lost his head for a bit and bought 4 or 5 dogs. Robinson again left alone by Blundell, extravagantly again. The 4 cats. Do you have any pets, Frankie?
No, I don't. I'd love a
so
dog.
You're away from home quite a lot.
Yeah, it's not. It's definitely a post-cricket plan is to add some dogs to the mob. But I'm intrigued. Do you know what kind of dogs Jofra Archer has got? That's the real question.
Now, if I was a dog person, I would know. Do you know what? He does. I'm going to find out. Hey, the good 4 cat names: TK, Pan, Lukey, and Potato. Robinson again, and this time Blundell does play a shot. Looks like he's winding up his feet to get moving early on in his stay. How do you have 3 cats? You call them TK, Pan, Lucy, and then you have a 4th, and you think, I know what follows that.
I think it's easy. I think that's the one you've said, yeah, kids, you can name the 4th cat. And they've come back with Potato.
The producer just said something in my ear about dogs. He's got how many? You're going to say that in a second, and as Robinson is in, defensively played by Blundell. Say that again, Scott, the producer. Bullies. American bullies. Pit bulls, apparently. Wow. Not for me. So hello to you, Sam Wipeout. Kieran Wilson says, loving the England Test cricket coverage. Getting me and my work colleagues through the arduous night shift. Thank God for Southern Hemisphere cricket. Do you stay up all night, guys? When New Zealand are overseas? Jacob, come on.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, absolutely.
You don't have to lie. You can be honest if you don't.
That's what live recorder's for.
This is pushed square of the wicket, just backward of points for a single from Blundell. He moves to 3, Mitchell 6, 80 for 5. There's a lot of football fans in this part of the world. They record the sport, don't they? And then they wake up at 6 a.m. and they watch it before going to work. I think that works quite well.
See, I reckon I always watch first session of the day, which gets us through normally to about midnight, and then you go, oh, I should go to bed, and then you end up watching whatever the special is in the lunch break, and then before you know it, the second session started, and then you go, I'll just watch the first couple of overs, and then a wicket falls, and then before you know it, it's 2 o'clock in the morning, and then I'm off to bed.
We've all been there. We have all been there. Robinson again, left alone again by Blundell. I think my number 1 favourite memory in cricket actually was listening on my own. This is where silent shout-outs came from, actually. About late 90s, I was living in a rented accommodation with 3 other people who had absolutely no interest in cricket. None of my friends had any interest in cricket. And England were playing the Ashes, Boxing Day test. I had work the next morning, and it's always one of those, I've got to go to bed, but just one more over. And it's like 2 in the morning, you're on your own, pitch black, and Alan Mullally, who was an old school number 11 bat, was facing Glenn McGrath, and England had eked out a lead of about 150, 160. It was okay, it wasn't enough, it was never going to be enough, but Alan Mullally came into bat, and the commentators were absolutely in bits, describing him smash McGrath over his head for 4, not once but twice. And in the end he was out. I decided I better go to sleep. And then I woke up and Dean Headley had run through the Aussies and they'd won by pretty much the exact amount of runs that that 10th wicket partnership had put on. Jack Leach is back. I think that defended by Mitchell forward in defence. There's something pretty special about listening to the cricket on the radio or just watching on TV. It's a real personal thing as well. You don't have to have people around. You just tune in. 80 for 5 then, New Zealand here. As Mitchell, again, these two watchful. How long are we until the tea break? Those timings at Matt Monganui threw me all over. We've had extended session today as well. We lost some rain yesterday. Then we've got about 22 minutes until the break. And it'll be interesting to see how these two go about things. Both of them play very straight early on, and that's exactly what Mitchell does again here.
And using the similar ploy, although right-handed now, I see there's no one back on the boundary at square leg, so...
Little tempter.
Keeping that tease open.
Mitchell readies himself again, not tempted. We've seen that one handsome shot down the ground to Leach. That was Latham. Mitchell got off the mark. I think first ball to Leach as well. Lovely straight drive all along the ground, but watchful ever since. This is a fraction shorter and width given cut from Mitchell, but can't beat Ben Duckett at a deep cover point. Jack Leach just rattling through this over. Steve Harmison about to come in, as is Neil Manthorpe. Extended session for Jacob Oram. He's going to make way. Frankie's heading back to TV World, where they won't be talking about cat's name Potato. And Leach is in, and that's left alone. What better point to bring in Neil Manthorpe? Whose cat was called Potato? Well, Frankie and Jacob are off. I'm off as well, so you're going to have to ponder that one. Little word from Steve Harmison with New Zealand perilously poised. 80 for 5. That's Daniel McCarty then. And then it'll be the returning Neil Manthorpe.
Yeah, it's been a great session so far from England. A bit of spin from Jack Leach. Doesn't normally spin here at the Basin Reserve, but I think because of the wicket starting a little bit damp and it's still a little bit sort of wet underfoot, damp, slippery underfoot, just think that's just getting the ball to grip, and Jack Leach has bowled beautifully so far. I think he's been helped out by not shot selection but shot execution by Henry Nicholls and Tom Latham, and they really have, as a group, as a bowling unit, 27 overs so far have really put pressure onto this New Zealand batting unit, and at 80 for 5 off them 27 overs, it's largely down to being able to put the ball in the danger area, the business area, let the pitch do the work and build some pressure that New Zealand haven't been able to withstand. And difference between the two batting units is England try and knock the good lengths, good lines, and hit the balls that are on offer, where New Zealand have tried to survive.
Jimmy Anderson back into the attack, and first delivery is a quick one, and it actually hurries Tom Blundell and rattles through, hits him on the thigh pad, bounces out into the gully. Did you happen to catch the speed gun out of the corner of your eye when Jimmy Anderson bowled his first spell with the new ball?
I didn't know, but it looked quicker than he normally would, so he's getting a little bit of an injection for his number one bowler ranker
peaked
in the
at
world.
138.5.
That's lively for a 40-year-old. It's lively. And the accuracy that he's got going with it.
Here he is once again, bowls, and Blundell drives down the ground for 4. It's a lovely shot. No swing on this occasion for Jimmy Anderson, but he's giving the ball every opportunity by pitching it up there, and Blundell has responded on this occasion with a sumptuous off drive, which takes New Zealand up to 84 for 5 and Blundell up to 7.
Yeah, good shot. It wasn't over pitched. I don't think it was. It was a good length ball. Tom Blundell, no sideways movement. Just hit through the line of the ball, and that's better from New Zealand. Darren Mitchell's come in. He's been positive, showed intent, without not reckless. He's looked to defend the ball by coming at the ball and having leave with purpose, and he's played his forward defensive stroke. He's let the ball come to him and defended it down into the ground solidly.
Jimmy Anderson once again. Blundell squared up a little by this, by playing defensively. Now, I was talking earlier to Jared Kimber about how much, well, he knows how much. I was actually talking to the listeners about how much I enjoy his history of cricket, and so I'm going to get him to give us a few words during the course of this over on old fast bowlers. 40's not old. That's the wrong word. I should say 40 plus year old fast bowlers rather than old. I suppose it's old by modern standards. Here is Jimmy Anderson again. Blundell forward, playing defensively out on the offside. I've given you no warning at all, Jared. Do I need to give you warning?
Well, Courtney Walsh and Glenn McGrath, I think both went past 40. I think I looked at something that was over the age of 38, and there aren't many that make it that far, Matters. It was very hard to compare Anderson's. Remember when Anderson didn't take any wickets in the fourth innings for a while, and I was trying to work out if that was an age thing or not, and it turned out that it wasn't, because Courtney Walsh took a lot, and he was about the only other one that existed.
Here's Jimmy Anderson up to the crease again, bowls, and that's left alone by Blundell. I was rather thinking, Jared, I was hoping you might say, well, of course, in the 1890s, 40-year-old fast bowlers were quite common.
Well, I'd probably argue that they weren't really fast bowlers in the 1890s, so it was a little bit easier to be that.
Very hard to bowl fast in a jacket and a cravat, isn't it?
Sid Barnes, when he played, had an exceptional record over 40. He took 49 wickets at 11, but that was playing against South Africans on some interesting wickets. So there's one.
Steered away off the back foot defensively now into the gully area. Well, and they weren't really South Africans. They were sort of more like British servicemen who stayed.
Well, to be fair, that was after South Africa had won their first series. So the other guy, there's another South African you might know, GWA Chubb. You know Chubby? Chubbo?
No. I know the name. I don't know. I haven't got any biographical details. Do you?
No. Well, he took 21 wickets over the age of 40 in 1951. So he had a good year in 1951. Tip Snook, another South African, took 6 wickets. There really isn't anyone here. Basil D'Oliveira took a couple of seam wickets after the age of 40 as well. He was probably 47 when he did it. And Amarnath in India took 12 wickets. There's really no one. It's really Anderson and Barnes.
Jimmy Amarnath, yeah. He was still playing. I can't remember he was playing at 40. Here's Jack Leach. Forward comes Daryl Mitchell, pushing defensively out on the onside. So, yeah, I mean, it is a record that is extraordinary, that is extraordinary throughout the history of Test cricket. I mean, through all the eras, through all the generations. Here is Leach. Pushes that one straight back to the bowler. And it's fair to say, well, actually, Jared, his record after the age of 35, is also the best in the world, is it not? Certainly in terms of average.
Yeah, I think Harath is the only one who was ever close to him.
Here's Leach again, pushed defensively, no run. Rangana Herath, the Sri Lankan left arm spinner, he took over 200 wickets, didn't he, after the age of 35?
I think he took over 300 after 30, I think, which I think was the record.
Well, it's just confirmation that Jimmy Anderson's longevity and durability is truly extraordinary in the history of the game. And that one is clipped away through mid-wicket, and to chase on to Zach Crawley, and they'll run through for 2. Actually, they trot through 2 gentle runs for Daryl Mitchell, takes him up to 8. And it goes without saying, so I'll say it anyway, that of all those eras and generations, the more modern you get, the harder it is, and the tougher it is to maintain. He's not maintaining his levels, he's improving. Here is Leach again. Forward comes Mitchell playing defensively, and there's no run. Year by year, Jared, Jimmy Anderson has got better, hasn't he? In terms of wickets and average.
Yeah, him and Richard Hadley are probably the only 2 bowlers that ever has followed, where they started quite poorly and just kept getting better.
Here's Leach once again. That's fine delivery. Just enough turn to beat the outside edge, and Ben Foakes whips the bails off, but Tom Blundell's back foot had never left the crease. End of the over. 29 overs gone. New Zealand at 86 for 5. Just a reminder that England declared at 435 for 8.
Just on the over 35 bowlers, though, it is a ridiculous list. So Anderson has 205 wickets at an average of 20. Courtney Walsh has 180 wickets at an average of 21.5. Sid Barnes has 139 wickets at 15. Richard Hadley has 116 wickets at 21. Glenn McGrath has 82 wickets at 22. And Curtly Ambrose has 68 wickets at 20. The first bowler over that age who doesn't have a good record is Chris Martin. the New Zealand bowler, and he has 59 wickets at 35. So the rest of them, there was a reason they were still bowling, it would be my point.
Jimmy Anderson continues on the back foot, punched away by Blundell through the offside. They've run the first hard, but no, says Daryl Mitchell, to the prospect of a second run. Now I've been handed a piece of paper which is a reminder that we're less than a month away from the start of the Cheltenham Festival. Every race from the iconic Jumps Festival live across the TalkSport network. And it's Jimmy Anderson running in towards us from the Government House end, and that's left alone by Mitchell outside the off stump again, pretty close to the off stump. Did you, Jared, were you listening when during the first Test match when I was talking about Courtney Walsh? Quite soon after his retirement, at the age of 40, he tried his hand at commentary, and we had a great time. He was magnificent company, but he decided that he's too fidgety. It wasn't for him. He couldn't sit still for long enough. It was like half an hour at a time sitting in one chair, and he decided to take up coaching, and he became the Bangladesh fast bowling coach soon after that. It's clipped away out on the leg side by Daryl Mitchell, and they run through for another single. I thought it might be a leg bind momentarily, but it's not. New Zealand moved to 88 for 5. Anyway, did you hear, Jared, us talking about, we added up the number of how far he ran in every single over that he bowled in official cricket, List A cricket, first class cricket and Test match cricket, and it didn't count nets or running from third man to fine leg or any of the other times that he would be only bowling, running while bowling in matches. As that's pushed away by Mitchell, square on the offside towards cover point. Did you hear that? We worked out how far he had run in official competitive cricket.
I think you've told me this story before. It's a ridiculous number, isn't it?
Oh, it's terrifying. It came to the equivalent of, and I told Steve Harmison this, and he's alongside me now, and he, do you know what? I asked him to guess, and he was quite close. I couldn't believe it. I thought, so the question is, how many standard marathons did Courtney Walsh bowl, the equivalent of, run while bowling, I should say? Anderson in again outside the off stump. And the answer was, do you want to have a guess, Jared?
He bowled so many deliveries, I'd have to go back through and actually work out how many deliveries. It was a ridiculous amount. So I have no idea.
We discussed it on air, Courtney and I, before we asked Andrew Sampson, the famous statistician, to work out. And and I even to the extent where I said, well, you have to factor in no balls because he bowled thousands, so you have to factor them in, and the fact that he came off a short run from time to time. He turned around to come off 6 yards rather than his normal 26, and that one is misfielded at mid-on. It's driven. Good-looking shot from Tom Blundell, just momentarily, briefly misfielded by Stuart Broad, and it cost a single. And the answer was 94.4 standard marathons. Standard marathon being 42 kilometres. He ran 94.4 marathons, just bowling in official competitive matches, not even benefit matches.
That's a long way, man. That's a lot of cricket balls. I only ever played against Courtney Walsh once, and that was maybe my third first-class match, fourth first-class match against at Durham against Gloucester, and he bowled me a bouncer at, would have been close to 40. So out of mark of respect, young buck, I tried to hit it, and I did, and then the next one hit me. Rather hard.
Was it a bit quicker?
Well, I hit the one before, and I managed to get it down, and I got it for 4, and I was thinking I was quite cocky and arrogant, 20-year-old, just pulled a great Courtney Walsh for 4, and the next one I didn't see. It ding off the top of my helmet, and realised that that probably wasn't a good idea, the ball before.
30 overs gone, New Zealand 89 for 5, and once again Jack Leach and Ben Stokes are setting the field with the greatest of precision. I mean, they're really, it's a couple of yards here, a couple of yards there, sometimes even just a step to the right, step to the left, everybody in precisely the right position. as Leach is into the right-handed Tom Blundell. On the back foot, punches it into the covers, and there's no run. Who's bowled the most deliveries, Jared? Let's limit it to fast bowlers that we have records for.
In Test cricket or in first-class cricket?
Either will do. Here is Leach again. Forward comes Blundell once again, nudging it out on the onside.
Test cricket's got to be Anderson, surely.
Well, you would think so.
Got to be Anderson.
Unless it's a spinner.
The amount of
Really?
From a seamer's point of view, probably got to be Anderson.
I'm saying Murali's bowled more balls in Test cricket than anyone else, but for fast bowlers, it has to be Anderson, surely. I mean, but maybe Jared will surprise us. Punched off the back foot here to a deepish mid-off, and they go through for another single as Crawley slides to his left.
Murali's number 1. I'm going to give you all a chance at guessing what number 2, or who number 2 is. Not what, he's a human.
Well, spinner or okay.
Spinner?
Well, I mean, Anil Kumble comes to mind.
Would come to mind.
Well, the interesting thing is that he has 100 less wickets than Shane Warne and has bowled more deliveries.
Yeah, I guess I think he probably would. That's punched off the back foot, but straight to Ollie Pope at short leg. Silly point, hits him on the left chin, and there's no run.
It's a spin bowler bowling spin in India. Is that part of the reason why?
Yeah, I think I looked it up
spin?
recently. He bowls about 55 overs a game or something.
Leach in once more, and that one is punched off the back foot again.
Yeah, I think it might have been. It's over 50, and Warne was a lot less than that because Warne took his wickets a lot quicker. But it was just because Kumble bowled on some of the flattest batting pitches in the world as well.
So is Jimmy Anderson top of the list for fast bowlers?
6,000 more than Stuart Broad, 38,000.
They're top 2. Right. Leach in again. Forward comes Blundell, hits the inside half of the bat, or the inside edge actually, and Leach is encouraged by that, and arms go out in the air, but it did hit the bat and didn't go to hand. So 31 overs gone, 90 for 5 New Zealand in reply to England's 435 for 8. Broad and Anderson and Broad in that order, top 2 then, most balls bowled by fast bowlers in Test cricket.
Yeah, and then Nathan Lyon and Courtney Walsh. If you're looking at international cricket, Murali has 63,000, Kumble 55,000, Warne 51,000, Anderson 48, and then Vittori jumps up the list. He's got 43,000 international deliveries.
Dan Vittori now one of the assistant coaches with the Australian team in India. Here's Jimmy Anderson up to the crease now, bowls, Blundell forward, pushing it square of the wicket into the covers on the offside, no run.
Kapil Dev's quite high too when you look at one-day cricket. 38,000. He's just outside the top 10, just after Stuart Broad and Chaminda Vaas.
Point about Murali and Kumble and Warne is that they wouldn't have done nearly as many marathons.
No. Yeah, their step and fetch is a lot less on the body, less toll on the body than Jimmy or Brody.
Here's Anderson again, and that's driven, mistimed by Blundell. Thick outside half of the bat, along the ground, straight out to cover. Ben Stokes, the captain, is fielding at cover point. Did you pick that up, Jared? We were talking earlier about captains and where they field, and Mike Atherton made the point that the one place you don't want to be is square of the wicket. And right on cue, Ben Stokes has gone put himself at cover point.
I think in the database there were three captains who'd taken 2 catches at cover. I think it was Ricky Ponting, Misbah Al-Haq, and might have been Craig Brathwaite, I think was the other one.
Here's Anderson once again, and Blundell pushes out towards cover.
I've got first-class cricket for you here that you are going to like, Manus. Wilfred Rhodes bowled 185,742 first-class deliveries, but he was rubbish in T20.
Wilfred Rhodes, 185,000 deliveries in first-class cricket.
Yeah.
How many wickets did he get? 3,000.
He got 4,204, an average of 16.
Here's Jimmy Anderson again to Blundell, back and across, and tucks it away up towards mid-on. Talking about how Jimmy Anderson's age and success at the age of 40 transcends all periods within history. Well, when you look at Wilfred Rhodes' numbers, you realise that there were very different eras.
Yeah, well, my first coach was the great Norman Gifford, and I think Gift must be about 120 now. Still alive down there in Worcester, still coaching spin down there. And I can't imagine him being listening, but if he is, a massive hello to Mr. Gifford.
Here's Jimmy Anderson, and that is pushed straight back to the bowler, Anderson Fields.
We once asked him, obviously, how many wickets he got. He got over 200. He got over 2,000 first-class wickets, and he believes he got about 400 of them when the batsman wasn't watching, because he used to sneak up on people, didn't he, Giff? And he'd try and bowl when the batsman wasn't watching. He'd do it all the time in the nets. It used to bamboozle some of the young lads at Durham, but he reckons he got between 300 and 400 when the batsman wasn't watching.
Here's Anderson in once again, and that one is clipped away by Daryl Mitchell through the leg side, through mid-wicket. Very, very sweet piece of timing. Stuart Broad has to do the chasing and the fetching, and now the throwing, and he does so without fuss, and they've turned for 3 runs. One of the great storytellers as well, Norman Gifford, and I'll never, ever forget the end of the over. 32 overs gone. It's 94 for 5 New Zealand. The story of Norman Gifford and his first-class debut, which was over in a day.
He's still got the newspaper clipping in his wallet. That's how much he's still got the little. It's about similar sized as it's folded up about similar sized as a sort of cigarette packet. He's still got it in his wallet. An unbelievable story.
Just having a look at this, Manners, the most balls in first-class cricket. So Wilfred Rhodes and Fred Titmus are number 1 and number 2. Number 3 is a seam bowler, Derek Shackleton, who bowled 159,000 balls.
It's just too much for me to compute. It's like when people tell me stories about light years. I don't know. I don't know what that is. 159,000 balls. Here is Jack Leach again. Forward comes Daryl Mitchell, just tucks it away out on the onside, and there's a single. Yeah, so uncovered pitches. Well, and he was he was not unlike Derek Underwood in the sense that he was a sort of medium pace spinner, wasn't he? Or cutters. He bowled cutters.
I think he was a cutter bowler. Yeah, Morris Tate. There's a couple of sort of medium fast bowlers, and there's a couple of cutter bowlers up there as well.
Here's Leach again, onto the back foot goes Blundell once more and tucks it away, this time just for a single, out to wideish mid-on, Ollie Robinson Fields, and then puts the ball in his jumper and immediately starts drying it as much as possible. Ball maintenance is pretty tricky in damp and moist conditions like this, very lush outfield, heavy overnight rain. There are still some pretty damp parts of the outfield, and when the ball is chipped away for a 3 or into the outfield, and got to try and keep it dry, try and keep at least one side of it dry. As Leach is in again, that's played defensively by Mitchell. Once more on the onside. New Zealand 96 for 5, England 435 for 8. Here's Leach again, and forward comes Mitchell playing defensively. And again, Harmy and I pointed this out at the time that England declared, or soon afterwards, but Joe Root on 148 was on 148 when Ollie Robinson was dismissed for 18, and Root was very clearly not offering to come in. He was 148 not out. He was signalling quite animatedly to the change room and trying to get the attention of Captain Ben Stokes to say, declare, like bring me in. I don't need the 150. Bring me in. And I don't know, but Stokes must have seen him. But he turned his back and he said, "No, you might not want the 150, but I want you to have it."
Yeah, and it was that's typical Joe Root. But when you've got 29 Test match hundreds, and I think 12 or so are over 150, it's 2 more runs does it make a real difference?
Here is Leach again, and oh, that's brilliantly caught! What a catch from Pope at Silly Point! A forward defensive shot from Daryl Mitchell, which hit the middle of the bat. He did everything right, and Pope has taken a one-handed catch at Silly Point from the top draw. Absolutely brilliant reaction catch
Stunning. Mitchell can't believe it. Leach has a third. England have a sixth. New Zealand are 96 for 6.
We have seen some unbelievable catches in this test match, and when you see it in slow motion, sometimes it doesn't give it justice, but that, even in slow motion, is an unbelievable catch. He's anticipated, gone to his right, he's more or less on his knees, and when he just springs off his knees, throws his right hand out, takes the catch, and do you know what, Manners? Jack Leach turned. It shows you how good a wicket that was and how good a catch that was. Jack Leach turned into Monty Panesar for a second there. He ran round the top stumps, high-fiving everybody. Ben Stokes was animated as well. And yes, it was England's session, no matter what happened on that last ball. But what an unbelievable session it's been. And Ollie Pope's on our screen, got a great big grin on his face as the England players give him a high five, walk off. And it has been an amazing session for the England cricket team.
Well, you know, the way he was shaking his head, he's sort of grinning, as you said, and shaking his head as if to say, I don't know how I did that either.
No, I don't know how I did it, but it stuck, and that's the main thing. You've seen Matt Henry take a Colton bowled. You've seen Michael Bracewell take 2 unbelievable catches. Was that the best one? I think it was, Manners. I think that's the best of what we've seen. And I think Bracewell's the first one took some beating. Not long after that, he takes a good one. One-handed, it slipped. But that, for me, with anticipation, closeness to the bat, and to be fair to Daryl Mitchell, he was coming forward, and he got a good piece of it. It hit the sort of top half of his bat, and it shot forward towards Ollie Pope to stick a hand out, grab it like he did, and obviously to keep hold of it as well as his momentum was going towards the ground. For me, that is the catch of the test match so far, and it's took England into an unbelievable position. 96 for 6 of 33 overs. It's been a fantastic session. Started off with Anderson, finished off with Leach. Leach 3 for 28 of his 8 overs so far. He has got a bit of spin, which is not the norm from this Basin Reserve in Wellington, but he's used the wind very, very well to his advantage. He's got a ball to drift, he's got the ball to spin, and that very last ball there of the over before tea, he's got it to bounce a little bit, and Ollie Pope has took a magnificent catch.
Well, 3 wickets apiece now for Jack Leach and for Jimmy Anderson. Anderson 10 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 37, and Jack Leach 8 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 28. So it's their day so far, but that's not to say that Ollie Robinson hasn't been impressive. In fact, Ollie Robinson 8 overs, 4 maidens, none for 6. He is going nowhere. He bowled 4 consecutive maidens to begin his spell. Stuart Broad 7 overs, no maidens, none for 25. 33 overs, New Zealand 96 for 6. So they're still 339 runs behind Harmy, and the prospect of the follow-on target not being achieved has now become very much a reality. But you said right from the outset that even if New Zealand were bowled out for 235 or less, then England probably would bat again anyway.
I think they'll bat again anyway. I think today was the worst day for weather. I think, with a bit of weather around that we've missed, and I think because of the length of time that's left in the game, and the forecast is not too bad for the rest of the week. Ollie Robinson's back, Stuart Broad, Jimmy Anderson, the age they're at, back-to-back test matches, put a lot through their body in Mount Maunganui. A chance to bat again on a surface which they'd hope might deteriorate that little bit more. I just think there's far too much time left in this game for England to try and push through for a follow-on. There's a lot of things going against the following on, but the one thing I will say that would help England's decision about following on, if they need to follow on or they want to follow on, it's Jack Leach bowling from one end. He has been the threat. So if England believe that Jack Leach can see out the rest of this innings by bowling and the rotation of the seamers at the other end, and they feel as though Jack Leach is still the man in the second innings to cause the damage, then the decision might be that England, Ben Stokes, decides to enforce the follow-on. I just think there's far too much time in this game left for England to come out here. And what possibly could happen is if England do bowl out New Zealand, say for 150, 160, and then there's no decision to be made. England bat again, bat for the rest of tonight, possibly into 3/4 of the day tomorrow, and then say, right, there's 2 days in one session to bowl New Zealand out for a series win.
Okay, it's tea time on day 2, the second test match between New Zealand and England. We're going to take a break and go for a cup of tea ourselves. Just before we do that, reminder that England 435 for 8, and the big story overnight, of course, was Harry Brook and his unbeaten 184. If you want to know what happened to him, he was caught and bowled just 2 runs wealthier for 186, a magnificent return catch to Matt Henry. The ball seemed to hit him. It was hit so firmly that it hit him, and he managed somehow to knock on and then catch the rebound. Joe Root finished unbeaten on 153, his 29th Test match century alongside Sir Donald Bradman, and New Zealand have lost 6 wickets in reply, 3 to Jack Leach, 3 to Jimmy Anderson, and at tea they are 96 for 6. The forecast bad weather has still not materialised. I'm delighted to say it rained heavily overnight, but nothing so far today. We've had again 2 sessions of the highest entertainment. It'll be Stuart Broad to bowl the first over after tea from the Government House end, the Adelaide Road end, and he's up to the crease now and bowls to Daryl Mitchell onto the back foot, turns it towards mid-wicket, fielded by Ben Duckett, no run. It's a chilly evening. Actually, it was quite pleasantly warm this afternoon. It was quite chilly this morning. It actually warmed up.
You took your jacket off.
I did you see?
I seen, yeah. I seen you took your jacket off, but you've gone back on now.
Well, it's just, I reckon it's a sort of a balmy 16 degrees, or was, but it's dropping now, and I can see that the evening session will become chilly once again. There's no short leg in. Stuart Broad normally has a short leg in for his bowling, a bit taller than Jimmy Anderson. Anyway, he's in once again, and up onto his toes goes Tom Blundell, playing defensively towards mid-off, fielded by Jack Leach. And you can tell that the temperature's dropped because Joe Root's standing at first slip with a long sleeve sweater on and his arms folded in front of him. Zach Crawley's alongside him at second slip with his hands deep in his pockets. Harry Brook also has a sleeveless sweater on. Ollie Pope, who's probably still warm with adrenaline from that catch last ball before tea, is sweaterless. He's at gully, or maybe fifth slip would be a more accurate description. Broad in again, punched off the back foot by Blundell, wide of Leach at mid-off, and he moves to his left, picks it up left-handed, but then as always throws right-handed to keeper Ben Foakes, and they've taken a single. Blundell 13, Michael Bracewell has yet to face a ball, with Daryl Mitchell perishing to the last ball before tea. It's really truly remarkable catch at Scilly Point, England. It is important to point out, not just raising their own performance bar with bat and ball, but doing so in the field as well. And it was, as Harmy mentioned at the time, it was the anticipation, it was the reading of the situation. The catch itself was magnificent, but it wasn't just reflex. There was reflex involved, and there had to be, because it came off the middle of the bat. But it's the anticipation of getting himself into the right position to try and create that chance. Broad now round the wicket to Bracewell, and his first ball is nudged up towards mid-on. I have to say, Harmy, there's also a fair amount of courage that is required to field. Okay, no. Any international sportsman, if told to stand that close to the batsman, will do as he's told. The difference is that to maintain your shape and your position and to keep watching the ball that close.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And to stay down, to make sure you're staying in a crouched position and you don't come up, because obviously the ball goes there.
Broad once again to Bracewell, turns it away behind square on the leg side, and he's off the mark with a single to back of square leg. 98 for 6, New Zealand.
The art of fielding close enough to the bat. It's where you sometimes see a slip fielder who doesn't normally field slip to the seam bowlers will field slip to the slower bowler, because low centre of gravity, staying down is the most important thing when you're trying to catch them low catches. Just looking around at this England field, and Ben Stokes' options are quite limited when it comes to the bowling department.
Here's Broad once again, and Blundell comes forward. Last ball of the over, and he pushes it defensively down in between his own feet, and then does the fielding on behalf of the England team, much as several of the England batsmen fielded the ball when they were the closest to it on behalf of the New Zealanders.
You look looking around the field, Ollie Stone's just come on for a longer jumper for Ben Duckett, and no Anderson and no Robinson on the field at this minute in time. Matt Potts is fielding at 45 on the sweep, and you've got Dan Lawrence who's standing having a conversation with Stuart Broad at the minute at extra cover. I think Stuart's trying to find himself a fielding position where he's not going to be in the game, but no Anderson, no Robinson on the field. Ollie Stone's just run on with a jumper, and Will Jacks, who is the other member of the squad, who's obviously not playing in this game, I think he's off to Bangladesh. I think he's in the air as we speak. So, good luck to Will Jacks in his trip to and the series in Bangladesh. So, England's two of the three seamers are probably not sitting on the treatment table, just enjoying their tea break that just 5 minutes longer.
Once again, Jack Leach and Captain Ben Stokes setting the field for Jack Leach with the greatest of precision. It's almost like surgical precision. Been quite taken by his Leach once again to Michael Bracewell, whose reputation playing spin is less than his reputation for bowling it, and that's a fairly new reputation. But he has, as good as his record is against seam, I think you'll find that it's a bit sketchy against spin. Leach in once again to Bracewell. It tucks it away off his pads behind square on the leg side to backward short leg. Ollie Pope, he does the tidying up. I've mentioned it on a number of occasions.
Sorry, man, as I wasn't watching, there's a nice...
There's a Danish.
There's a nice Danish just coming to my hand, so I'll keep that for 15-20 minutes time.
And we are referring to pastries.
Pastries, yes. I'll keep you one.
Thank you very much. Here's Leach once again, and sweep shot from Bracewell. It's hit that very hard for four. Lovely shot. Bang on cue, just when I mentioned that he might be a bit sketchy against spinners. He's played a delightful sweep shot against Jack Leach, and picks up a 4, and it brings up the 100 for New Zealand, 102 for 6.
Yeah, good shot. Very good shot. Just prompted a change from Ben Stokes. Ben Stokes has swapped with Harry Brook. Ben Stokes has gone into leg slip. I think it's Matt Potts who was on at the edge of this, what would be a 30-yard circle.
And that's short, and it's pulled by Bracewell, but only as far as Crawley fielding in the deep. And, or it's not Crawley.
Matt Potts
Matt
just
Potts,
went from...
pardon.
He went on sort of where you would see the imaginary 30-yard circle. On the one, he's gone back onto the... I would say a deep. He's got quite on the boundary. Gone for that hard sweep. Michael Bracewell played very, very well and got a boundary from the ball before, but that time just stuck in Jack Leach's hand. It didn't quite come out as well as he would like to, and he just dragged it into the middle of the wicket.
Slipping a silly point. Forward comes Blundell, and he drops it down to his own feet, picks it up, and fields it for Ollie Pope. So that Pope is very close at silly point. He was that close when he caught Daryl Mitchell, and the slow-mos of that are quite a sight. Here's Leach again. Forward comes Blundell once again, pushes it out onto the offside. There's no run. Ordinarily, I would be the first to say that I hope that myself and Harmy did justice to that catch, and I would not normally say, if you do get a chance to look at the replays on television, then do so, because the anticipation, as I said, but the look on Daryl Mitchell's face when he was caught, he's gone forward and almost punched a forward defensive straight down, and it's been caught.
Yeah, he punched it straight down, and then as I said, Ollie Pope just threw a hand out, and it went in, stuck. And you're right, I wasn't sure who was more surprised, Ollie Pope for catching it, Daryl Mitchell hitting it, and Jack Leach. It's the most animated I've ever seen Jack Leach at taking a wicket. I referred to it at the time when I was getting carried away. It was Monty Panesar like. It was. He did a whole lap of the square by the time he got to one of his England teammates.
Broad in round the wicket to Michael Bracewell, and it's collected by Ollie Pope, who's now fielding at mid-on. He has been everywhere so far. There's something very, very endearing about Jack Leach at the best of times, but to see him so animated and to see him just exploding with joy and excitement was especially fun. It's like watching an accountant sing karaoke, isn't it? Here's Broad once again, and wide outside the off stump, and it's left alone. The quiet person in the office has a few champagnes at the Christmas party, lets the hair down.
Lets the hair down, and they don't normally sing one. They'll sing one and think, I really enjoy this, and then they go up and absolutely butcher another, kill an absolute classic again and again. I must admit, I've done that many, many times, one too many, not only in alcohol consumption, but definitely in karaoke singing songs.
Broad once again, caught, gone bowled. Michael Bracewell's pushed it straight back to Broad, and he makes the catch look a little simpler than I think it was. In his follow through, it was low down to his right, and somehow he managed to get two hands to it, and it was not quite of the quality that Matt Henry's catch to get rid of Harry Brook earlier, but it was a very, very good catch nonetheless, and he's made it look simpler than it was.
Yeah, another look on somebody's faces of absolute amazement. I've caught it. Yes, Stuart, you did catch it. Bounced in off the right hand, comfortable into the left hand, and it was a fantastic catch. To be fair, I can't blame Michael Bracewell at all. He's come forward, he bowls in an area to try and hit, and I think if anything, it's just bounced a little bit. It's just sat up a little bit because it's hit him quite high up on the bat, not quite up at the splice, but it definitely didn't hit the middle of the bat. And like Harry Brook a little bit earlier, trying to play as straight as you possibly can when you first come in on this wicket to try and combat the sideways movement, and he's just managed to push at it, and Stuart Broad's took a fantastic catch, because I know more than most, when you're bowling, the hardest catch in the world to take is the one coming back at you. You're not expecting it, bang, it shoots at you, and it's one of them, either sticks or it just bounces out. Well, this time it bounced out Stuart Broad's right hand and it landed in his left one.
Let's do a little bit of role play here, Harmy. See the big three: captain, Jimmy Anderson, Stuart Broad. They were just having a long chat. There was an impromptu drinks break. So let's do a little bit of role play here. I'll be Ben Stokes, you be Stuart Broad and Jimmy Anderson, okay? Right, lads, if they take the next three quickly, do you want to go again?
I think it's Matt Potts who's standing next to Stuart.
No,
Broad.
but Jim, it was
Jimmy. I still don't think Jimmy's come back on the field.
Okay,
which
all right. You can
bit.
just be Broady then.
But I would be saying no. I think realistic. I don't think it would be a good idea. Ollie Robinson's just his second come back on the field, and he looks as though he's moving like it's a cold day, which they're used to it being a little bit.
He's moving
warmer.
correctly then.
He's moving very correctly, and he's got a short sleeve jumper and a long sleeve jumper on. Has Ollie, and when you look at the balcony, there's still no sign of England's greatest ever fast bowler, Jimmy Anderson. So with that in mind, I'm not sure at this stage of the game there's any point in England enforcing the follow on. Come out, get some runs, put the boots up for a little bit, for 60, 70 overs, get a massive lead, and then come back and do it again tomorrow after tea.
Here's Broad once again, and that one is steered away out towards cover, and they scuttle through for a quick single. Tim Southey is the new batsman, the captain, and he's off the mark immediately with that single. Just to remind you once again that Matt Henry, who's due in at number 10, has also got 3 half centuries, and probably perfectly capable of batting at 9, and has done. Batted at 9 before. Now Stuart Broad is on the hunt. He strong smell of tail in the air, and he's after it with his first wicket now. That's left alone by Blundell. He is certainly not part of the tail, but Tim Southee is. And that's a good leave from Blundell. It wasn't far away from off stump by any means. New Zealand still a massive 331 runs behind. So they may well go past the follow-on target, which is 235 or less. They might do that. They need another 132 runs to avoid the follow-on, but the likelihood is that England will take those 3 wickets before that, you would think. Driven by Blundell out towards cover. Good diving stop at point. And they go through for a single. Mind you, having said that, Tom Blundell added 70 odd for the last 2 wickets, 75 for the last 2 wickets in the first Test match in the first innings. So while he's there, follow-on equation, follow-on possibilities probably should not be discussed. A bit premature. 105 for 7. Stuart Broad now going off the field.
Yeah, I think it's something to do with his boots. I think he did sort of make reference to the umpire before that last ball was bowled. I think he was pointing towards his boots or something.
Equipment failure.
Either equipment failure, or maybe the insoles are just sort of rubbing a little bit, and or maybe he's sweating and slipping a bit. It just happened to be quite a bit, so he might have just gone off, changed something like that. That can't be changed at the side of the field, and it saves time. Somebody running on, messing about with some equipment, taking time out of the game. Just come off, get it done, and go back on. But good news for England and England fans is that one great bowler walks off the field and another great bowler walks on the field. So Ben Stokes has got a full complement of bowling options at his disposal.
Jack Leach continuing. Silly point, slipped at the close catches, and it's a little bit short, a little bit wide of off stump. Not much. Punched firmly off the back foot by Blundell, but only as far as backward point. So, yeah, have we seen Dan Lawrence on the field?
Yeah, he's just gone off.
Okay, beg your pardon. Here's Leach again, punched away off the back foot once more by Blundell. Does enjoy a good back foot punch. Tom Blundell, magnificent 138 the first innings, kept New Zealand in the Test match, the first Test at the Bay Oval in Mount Maunganui. Here's Leach once again, and Blundell forward, studious in defence, pushes it out on the onside. Ollie Stone, has he snuck on and off that I missed?
No, he's got the high vis on, he's brought the jumpers on for the lads who have obviously misread the temperature out there.
Leach in once more, driven down the ground towards long off, through for another single. I mean, it's I find the unpredictability and of the Wellington weather and the unreliability of the Wellington weather forecasting quite endearing. It's humorous in some ways when you see somebody who's strolling around in a t-shirt and it's 12 degrees because they went by the weather forecast. This one is clipped away by Southee up towards long on. Long on, and they're through for an easy single. Jimmy Anderson doing the fielding. 107 for 7. There was a helicopter landed about 20 minutes ago at the helipad at Government House. Short and pulled. That wasn't a great ball from Jack Leach. He knows it. And Tom Blundell has capitalised with an aggressive pull shot over mid-wicket and down to the boundary, a couple of bounces for 4. That helicopter either dropped off the person or the goods that it was intending to do, or picked somebody up, or picked the goods up, and it's now taken off again and is disappearing over the hill away to our left. I'm also disappearing. Harmy still staring at his Danish. He has got another few minutes to go before he can get stuck into that. Dan McHardy will take over from me.
I was fully expecting you to lean over as you walk past the Manners and take my Danish with you, but speaking of over the hills and far away, the ambulance, and I think it's an air ambulance, that was going to the hospital. But England at this minute in time have got New Zealand in a position where 3 more wickets, and I think England will be over the hills and far away in this Test match series. 111 for 7 this moment in time. Stuart Broad has got his first wicket, 1 for 29 off 9, and he's back on the field and ball in hand.
324 is the lead for England. Here is Southey smashing one over mid-wicket. All the way. Just in front of the Wakefield Memorial as it plonks over the picket fence. He's a good striker of the ball, Tim Southey. And that was in his arc, and he smoked it away, 116 for 7.
Tim Southey's turned into exactly the way England batters have gone throughout this Test match series. If the ball is in and around off stump, they'll try and knock you off your length, and he didn't just try and knock Stuart Broad off his length. A wicket in that last over, and he's knocked him out of the park. That was a big hit from Tim Southey, because that was into the wind, and that's a good 80 metres to that sort of mid-wicket cow corner boundary. That was sweetly struck.
The only issue is Tim Southey doesn't like the other length.
Yeah.
It's going to knock them into a length he doesn't like. Square leg goes back on the fence, mid-wicket to 2. Here's Broad from the Government House end. He bowls up full on. This one's hit powerfully into the onside, but along the grass to the man who's just been positioned at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Correction, the score's 117 for 7.
Yeah, Tim Southey's come out with a positive intent in mind. He was quite happy to get that first single after being knocked over first ball in the second innings at Mount Maunganui. Jimmy Anderson, who was on a hat-trick up at the Mount, and Southey made sure he got off the mark, and now he's going to play in a positive fashion.
Broad into his 10th over, has 1 for 35, moves past umpire Tucker, back of a length, and nicely played by Southey, just punting it forward a point into a gap, gathering a run. 118 for the loss of 7. The helicopter, that was the Westpac rescue helicopter, dropping off not cargo but someone to the hospital. We've got the hospital way towards the south, up Adelaide Road.
There's that more where the weather comes from.
When there is a southerly. Yep.
So there's a few dark clouds around that area. This morning there was a lot over the hill and through the tunnel that seemed to miss us. We seem to get lucky, and that missed us.
Yeah, we have been very lucky.
Yesterday it came from that area. Yesterday there was a lot of dark clouds build up. Not too dissimilar to this time yesterday. They were starting to build up.
Broad once more, wider of the crease, full wide of off stump, and there is no run. We had that bizarre little shower maybe 10 minutes before the first ball.
Yeah.
One of those annoying showers where you wouldn't leave the field if you're on, but the umpires wouldn't dare have you start a test match in those conditions. So that was the last sign of rain just prior to the start time at 10:30. And I drove in from the eastern suburbs, way to our left over Mount Victoria out towards the airport. There was a bit of rain coming in, but it came through the Mount Victoria tunnel, and it was noticeably lighter. The hills around really can hide this ground nicely. As Blundell, in true New Zealand fashion, as he's starting a conversation with a stranger at the bar as he pushes to point, and they won't take a run. 118 for 7 it remains.
Yeah, how's your luck, Daryl Mitchell? Ball goes in towards Ollie Pope, rolling towards him, and he didn't just misfield it the first time, didn't pick it up the second time, and couldn't quite get it in his hand to throw it the third time. But then it was shot at him, the last ball before tee. He made no mistake in just putting a hand out and getting it. So just amazing how this game works, isn't it?
Yeah. He's so good under the helmet. He really is. And it is so unique having someone as good as him. He's Broad, and again nipping back into the right hander on his tippy toes, plays back to the bowler. There's no run. Often we see sides to stick someone in there and hope, and really hope you get someone like a Tom Latham, who's done it for a very long time, who I would call quite good. But Pope looks special in that position. We spoke in Mount Maunganui with great adoration about our match referee David Boone, how brilliant he was in that position. But Hope Pope likes it in there because he's going to be there for a long time.
Yeah, he's going to be there for a long, long time. 3 jobs you don't really want to be very good at in cricket, and that's 12th man, night watchman. Definitely don't want to be very good at short leg. Especially if you've got a bang average spinner, because you spend a lot of time ducking, bobbing and weaving, and a lot of time with ice on parts of your body that you don't. It's all right if you get yourself into trouble when you're batting, but getting lumps and bumps from somebody else has not been up to the job. But he is a fantastic short leg fielder. Anticipates very, very well. Low centre of gravity. Not the tallest in stature, which helps.
He waits, looks at the bowler, then turns, sees Southey before Leach bowls from around the wicket. Bit of short of length and head into the offside. There's no runner. Remember Mark Waugh in that position. What a fielder he was. He could catch anything, anywhere. He used to watch the ball all the way down almost, didn't he? And then, I don't know how he did that. Pope looks at the bowler, but then looks at the batsman before the ball is released on off stump and pushed back by Southey.
Yeah, it's a reaction off the batsman from Ollie Pope, where you're right, Mark Waugh, he did watch it all the way down. Unbelievable slip fielder, especially to spin.
Yeah.
Especially the warning.
Leaning forward, opening the blade as Southey rolling it to backward point. Robinson is to field, gobbing them up at second slip to the quicks. First slip to Warney.
Yeah, he was
silly bit off when Taylor was there for many years. And Warney had some good catches on that side. Leg short, and it's cut away again, straight to Robinson as Southey misses out.
Yeah, that's 4 balls in this over. Leach just sort of tried to bowl flat 3 of them. He's tried to throw that one up a little bit more, just dragged it down. I just wonder if he's going to throw one up in the air. Just see if Tim Southey will really take the bet.
Yeah, deep mid-wicket is out, maybe 10 in from the right. He goes quicker though and spares it in towards leg stump. He just worked around the corner. They should get 2 as Broad trudges off after. And 2 indeed they will add to the New Zealand total, 120 for the loss of 7.
Nice shot by Tim Southey. Ball just angling back towards the leg stump. Didn't have to sort of work too hard on it. It was just all about timing. Just turned it round the corner. Stuart Broad is quite square at 45.
Continuing around the wicket. On off stump. Popping forward. Southey pushes to Pope. No run. New Zealand 118 for the loss of 7. They still trail by 317 runs. You're listening to TalkSport 2 on DAB, online at talksport.com via your smart speaker or by downloading the TalkSport app. If you're just joining our coverage, England resuming at 315 for 3. Got through to 435 for the loss of 8 wickets. Harry Brook had just 2 runs to his overnight total. Gone. Well caught and bowled by Henry for 186. Joe Root made 153. Henry, the best of the New Zealand bowlers, 4 for 100. But the New Zealand top order, which should in theory be their strength, just has not been up to the demands of a very good English attack. Conway gone, caught behind without scoring. Williamson caught behind with only 4 to his name. Will Young caught behind off the bowling of Anderson for 2. All caught folks bowled Anderson. New Zealand reeling at 21 for the loss of 3. Sound familiar? Yes, England were 21 for 3 themselves. But found 2 brilliant players to come together for a 302-run partnership. New Zealand have not been able to do anything near that. There was a semblance of a partnership for the 4th wicket before Tom Latham out reverse sweeping. Henry Nicholls too. Here's Broad bowling to Blundell, who defends very late down into the wicket as it goes towards second slip. Latham going with the score at 60, then Nicholls with the score at 77. Before we saw Daryl Mitchell brilliantly caught by Pope, as we were just talking about, Steve Harmison and myself, and then Michael Bracewell pushing one back to Broad, and Broad taking a nice reaction catch. 103 for 7 at that stage. Now 120 for 7 as Michael Atherton, he joins me, and Jacob Oram. One's kind of smiling, and guess who's not? Here is a drive from Blundell, thick inside edge towards mid-on. There's no run. You're not alone, Jake. I did the death march around the Basin Reserve over the last break, speaking to some New Zealand cricket fans. And boy, there's a bit of doom and gloom out there.
It's not ideal, is it?
No.
And I think out of the 2 as well, I'm the one checking the rain radar as well, seeing when we're coming off.
Yeah, and I can tell you from a Wellingtonian's perspective, don't do that. You'll lose your mind.
It is amazing. About 3 or 4 days ago, you would have thought no chance on Saturday. Maybe even for a day and a half of the test, but it's actually looking not too bad.
Here is Broad again, the 40th over of the innings from the Government House, and gets 2 straight to Blundell. He can work him wide of mid-on and get a run. Yeah, if you really are feeling miserable about yourself, New Zealand cricket fans, the rain radar that Jacob Oram is talking about shows there's going to be rain about 7:30 this evening. You know, about half an hour too late from a New Zealand perspective, and tomorrow looks pretty ugly as it stands right now, but this Wellingtonian will tell you that will change in the next 12 hours. It's Wellington.
Well, by the time it arrives 7:30 tonight, New Zealand will be 3 down second time around.
121 for 7. Do they send New Zealand back in?
They'll have tea times booked at Parapara Umu for the 4th and 5th days.
What a course. Here's a top edge over the top of Slips. He's trying to again smash it to mid-wicket. Is Southey, healthy edge, sailing high over folks down to the fence. 125 for 7.
I was there in Napier, actually, Tim Southey's debut against England. I've been around the media for so long now, and I just remember him smoking about 10 sixes out of McLean Park. Were you playing, Jacob, in that game?
For those who followed my career, that won't be shocked to hear I was injured. That was Grant Elliott's debut. I think he came in. I played the first 2. We had Hamilton. We won there. The Wellington Test. Don't worry about that result. And then up at Napier, I missed the Napier one. It was quite a cool little period because then we had 3 here and then followed them back to England for 3.
Yes.
So it was almost like an extended 6-match series, which for us in New Zealand was kind of, unheard of, really.
Grant bowled first change, didn't he? New Zealand must have lost
Did he
their
really?
mind for that. He is my co-host on a Saturday morning. I can say this. A glorious Test career Grant Elliott did not have. Here is Southey. He gets hold of this one over mid-wicket. Leg out, left foot outside leg, opening up and into his happy zone. Broad delivered. And he hits it high onto the bank for his second 6, 131 for 7. He's 21 off just 13.
Oh, he's absolutely smoking these over mid-wicket. I think I'm right in saying, of the players currently playing, he's got the next most 6s after Stokes. I think so. Stokes obviously went past Brendan McCullum in the last game. He took that record off Brendan, and I was trying to kind of look at the list to see who might be threatening Stokes, and I'm fairly certain that Southey is the next on that list.
Yeah, well, Southey, Tim's been playing baseball since it was a thing, really. I mean, he's saying, well, I copyrighted this 10 years ago. You don't know Tim Southey's batting for his defence, but he does hit a good ball like we've just seen a couple of times today.
131 for 7. Slow off Fuller. Checks any attacking intent and turns it to mid-wicket. There's no run. He started well in Napier with the ball, of course. In some ways, Jacob, as far as expectations from the New Zealand cricketing club, it was the worst thing that could happen for him. Him getting all those runs. Everyone thought, here we go, it's the second coming of Sir Richard.
Well, I think you're right with the bat, absolutely, but we could see straight away. In fact, I remember John Bracewell, who's next door, talking about these 2 young kids from Northern Districts. So this would have been 2006 or 7. They both debuted around 08, 09. And typical Brace is almost threatening the current crop with these 2 youngsters coming from Northern Districts. Kane Williamson, Tim Southey. It's like, who are these guys? 15 years later, they're 2 of our best ever. But you could tell, out of the hand, his seam release. He had decent pace, quality bowler all around.
He got 5 for 55 on debut.
It was the game Andrew Strauss got a boatload of runs, wasn't it?
Was it? Yeah, Peterson got 100 in the first innings.
I think
Southey took 5 for.
Yes.
Here's my boy Grant Elliott, 1 for 27 bowling first change. I think Strauss got a big 100 in another one of those Test matches.
And he never looked back.
No.
And then we went to England and he dominated that series.
Yeah,
and he was about to be dropped.
Is Leach bowling around the wicket to Blundell. He defends, no run. And then New Zealand were... So there was a score of... England made 283. New Zealand, a bit like here, struggled in the first innings, 168 all outs. And Andrew Strauss in the second innings. You are so right, Mr. Atherton. How very dare I doubt you.
Well, it's just that
once more, made 177.
Yeah, he was on his last legs. He was basically last chance saloon for Strauss, a bit like Henry Nicholls here today.
And to add to that, Strauss had played for Northern Districts before that series, so he'd come across for the acclimatisation, if you like.
Oh, short. Blundell goes back, thick inside edge, drags the ball down, dangerously so.
So probably appreciated where his career was at the time. Thought, I'm going to get a bit more play, a bit more match practice in the conditions, and did him a world of good, obviously.
New Zealand were only set 553 runs for victory in that test in 2008. We didn't get them, Jacob. Defending on off stumpers, Blundell. And Tim Southey coming in at number 10, ahead of Chris Martin, who of course had to bat number 11. He made 77 off 40 balls, hit 9 sixes. Leach was wider of off stump and feeling the ball as Blundell as he dabs the ball to first slip. So the first sixes of Tim Southee's Test career. And he's got a couple more here today, and he's climbed to 78 overall, just 3 behind one Kevin Peterson. And I hope to say this, in 12 fewer tests. Tim would definitely want me to say that. He's only got about 6,500 test runs to make up as Blundell plays a glorious stroke, goes back, uses the crease very well to the spinners, opens the blade, finds a gap, the back foot punch through point for 4. 135 for the loss of 7 at the end of the over. Blundell moves to 24.
Well, he's a very good cricketer, is Tom Blundell. He always seems to come out in these situations, or at least latterly, since New Zealand have rather started to struggle a bit in Test cricket. He always seems to come out in these situations where the team is struggling a bit, but he's got a lot of character. He gets runs in very tough and sticky situations. He's a really admirable cricketer, both with the gloves and with the bat. He made 1 error today, actually, keeping, which is an unusual thing. You don't see him drop many, but he put down a fairly straightforward catch today. But he's always a wicket that England value. Tough customer.
Deficit is 300. New Zealand trailing by 300. Leach, 12 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 45. And that was another of the messages I was getting quite clearly from the New Zealand fans I spoke to. 3 of them have come to Leach.
Well, I think you can attribute that to Ben Stokes as well. The fields he said,
Yes.
that carrot has been dangled. No point to the left-handers. Okay, we'll reverse sweep. Well, they're both gone.
Broad in again from the Government House end. That one bounces on Southee, hits the glove, goes away on the offside. Blundell calls him through. Southee's a little late to respond as he's shaking his right hand. He'll get home. 136 for the loss of 7. And for our TalkSport 2 listeners, that's no criticism, Jack Leach, just understand in New Zealand spinners and Test wickets, you don't often see them. Part of the world where seam and swing really do dominate.
A brilliant catch as well from Ollie Pope to get rid of Daryl Mitchell. Fantastic anticipation at Silly Point.
That's the thing, that catch wasn't about catching skill. It was about the anticipation, about it knowing last ball of the session Mitchell's going to defend, he's lunging. As soon as he knew the direction of that, you could see he's already on a knee leaning that way. Outstanding catch, good way to finish the session, obviously.
Broad, steaming in, full, worked into the mid-wicket gap, run to Blundell, 137 for the loss of 7. Would I be right in saying, Michael, if you spend enough time working on your slip fielding, you can improve yourself as a slip fielder a lot, but there really has to be an innate ability to field in that position? It does seem when you get a great man in close, they really do seem streets above a lot of players placed under the helmet.
You need to be brave there. You need to have good reactions. You need to have a lot of confidence in your bowler. If you're worried about a half tracker coming down or a full toss and you're already starting to think about shying away, it's no good.
Broad full, dug out by Southee. She's hit that one quite firmly back to Broad, who anger throws to first slip. I think he was trying to hit the stumps.
Who are the best you've seen around the bat, Jacob? Any fielders stand out for you? Normally Indian fielders are very good because they have lots of opportunity to practice around in the subcontinent.
Exactly, they get the match practice in it, don't they? And what Dan said before is we just don't have a lot of spin here in New Zealand. We would play one spinner. Well, Michael Bracewell, I'm not going to call him a part-timer, he's better than that, but there are so many tests that this Black Cap side wouldn't play Test cricket, so we don't get to see them in close.
Short wide of off stump, a swipe by Southee. He misses. A lot more quality slip fielders in the history of New Zealand cricket. Jake, you bowled to a few of them, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, and they always seem to be captains, don't they? You know, the batters go there. Fleming and Taylor was so good for so long. I mean, Bracewell, we saw today, he's got big hands. I know Daryl Mitchell's a quality slipper. Tom Latham doesn't drop many. But I think that's where, if you look at the last 5, 6, 10 years New Zealand cricket, that's where our catches go. It's not in front of the wicket close. But I'll just to add to about silly mid off, silly mid on, generally the smaller guys as well. Thank God, because I was never there.
Broad pushing Southey back, who calmly just plays with a straight bat, finds a gap, and mid off 138 for 7.
It would just be a big target as well. That's what I was thinking.
Well, I was a bit before your time, obviously, Jake. But when I started, it was a case of very much junior player, in you go.
Yeah, last in the team, first up.
Yeah, you earn your stripes in there. And what you didn't want to do was do it too well, because you'd have a job for life. Some counties paid danger money to players, actually. Essex was one county. They'd have fielders like Brian Hardy. When I started, he'd always be in at silly point, short leg, because you got a bit of danger money, a bit of extra money to put behind the bar at night.
Well, what about the generation? I'm not saying it was yours, Michael. I'm not implying that. But before helmets were in play, but you'd still be in there. I mean, what are they thinking?
Incredible.
Broad moves past the umpire. Blundell forward, defends, no run. The end of the Broad over, 138 for the loss of 7. Jacob Oram and Michael Atherton can continue this conversation. Southeast 23, Blundell 25. John Normans to join you.
Of course, what they didn't know then, pre-helmets and pre-protection, what you don't know, you don't miss, I suppose. It's only looking back now in retrospect, with helmets having come in, it seems remarkable that more players weren't hit more seriously or hurt more seriously. Famously, Brian Close, who was a very brave England player, he used to stand right on the edge of the cut strip and would not flinch. If the ball hit him, he wouldn't flinch, and he'd catch him on the rebound. Maybe they don't make him like that anymore.
Apparently it's raining on the south coast of Wellington. We have been so fortunate today. We haven't missed any cricket. We lost how many? 25 overs yesterday? 25, so we did start early today, 2.5 hour opening session, but we're kind of pointing it out the window, Jacob. Where should we be? Where should we be worried?
That's south, so down that way. And you can almost see, I've got no idea what the landmarks here and what those hills are, but it almost looks like it's coming a little bit hazy out towards the south there, isn't it?
I've been following the rain radar for much of the day, a little
it's
nervously.
Now,
I think actually it is just starting to rain. As I come onto commentary and talk about how fortunate we are, it starts to rain. Isn't it always the way? A little bit of a reprieve for New Zealand, who've been up against it for the entirety of the day. Tim Southey giving us all a bit of enjoyment. I was actually at that game myself back in 2008 at Napier with the Barmy Army. Yeah, it was quite an innings. That was Southey's debut, wasn't it? Teenager, maybe 19. And it's funny, the parallels, actually, because it would have been Stuart Broad's third test match, Tim Southey's first. How many games is... I think this is Broad's 161st test match, which is the same as Sir Alistair Cook. And has Tim Southey played 100 tests?
No.
I don't think so. 91 is it, Daniel? So that just shows you the difference. They've both been playing the same amount of time, almost identical.
Well, we looked into, when Joe Root was batting today, I had a look and he's played 129 tests. And then I compared, and his numbers, he averages about 50 now, 2900s I think was. Had a look at Kane Williamson, and he's only played 91 tests. You know, and he's been a regular fixture now for 12, 13 years and hasn't even got to that 100 test mark. Had a little bit of an elbow issue, probably missed half a dozen tests, but New Zealand just doesn't play the amount of test cricket. And I think it shows that if things start to decline a wee bit and there's been a lot of player turnover and quality players, it's going to be a while potentially for that to be starting to go back north with performances.
Well, the likes of Kane Williamson and Ross Taylor, who's only recently retired, they would have played in an era where New Zealand played more than 4 tests at home, and they would have played more Plunket Shield, because that was trimmed a few years back, wasn't it?
They went from 10 to 7, I think, but I think it's at 8 now, yes. Yeah, but 4 or 5. Depends who's coming, you know, the big nations, they might get 3, although England's a big nation, we're only having 2 here, but maximum of 5, I would say, in a home summer.
Yeah, so 4 this summer. New England are back end of next year. I think it always gets a little bit confusing talking winter summer, but so next summer I think New Zealand face South Africa in 2 and Australia in 2. Now they're 2 big nations. You You know, it's a shame.
I think for South Africa in the next Future Tours programme, they only play one series of more than 2 test matches, which
I think
for
that's
a
actually
big
just happened.
nation, yeah.
I think that was the series against Australia.
Well, I think, the next Future Tours programme, the kind of next cycle, I think they only
maybe when England go over, I'm not sure.
play one.
Do you know what? There's one South African summer where, as it stands, they don't have a single test match in their home summer. That's South Africa.
Well, and with the introduction of the SA20, I think, and how successful it was, they've pretty much locked it in for January, February next year as well, and probably most years, just because of the dollars. It was so successful, the crowd got into it, but at the expense of their Boxing Day Test match.
Our listeners at home would be fascinated to get your view of Jofra, because you were in Cape Town with him.
Well, first of all, it's my first interaction with Joff, and I didn't know what to expect. I hadn't even met him before, but what I will say is he's a lovely guy, and he's very passionate and very enthusiastic to get back on the park internationally and do well. Loves his cricket. If he had just thought, naturally I'll just go out there and bowl 90 mile an hour, no problem, but wants to watch video of the opposition, wants to watch, break down his own technique, wants to chat about things pre-game, post-game, very much into it, and that surprised me, not because of who he is, but again, if he had just gone out there with natural talent, I would have been like, okay, that's cool, you can bowl 90 mile an hour, do what you need to do, but looking for ways to get better. When he went, so he played maybe 3 or 4 games for us for the MI Cape Town, then there was that series in the middle of it, South Africa, England. I don't understand that planning, by the way. We had 10 days of nothing, which was a bit weird, but to watch him progress and play those 2 out of the 3 and then get that 5 or 6 wicket bag, I mean, you just thought, he's going that way. Came back, was suddenly up around that 150 mark.
And did you get a sense that physically he was fully recovered and strong after, because quite serious injuries that he's had, both to his elbow and his back?
Yeah, look, absolutely. I mean, I think he said early on that it was a bit stiff in his back after the first training or game or so, but not to the point where it was hampering him in playing. And obviously it was very tightly managed by the ECB, and MI Cape Town people were working with those protocols, restrictions. But he's a physical specimen. I mean, him and Rabada next to each other, my God, you can see why they can bowl quick as well. Good guys, athletes, but he seemed fine. He really did. I know they're going to Bangladesh soon, aren't they, the white ball team?
Yeah, the white ball team, that starts virtually the day after this series ends. So Will Jacks, who's part of this squad, he's flown over. He's left the squad today to fly for that one-day series. So England have, I think, 3 and 3 there, 3 ODIs, 3 T20s. Then, of course, you've got the IPL. So I suppose the question is, for a fast bowler like Archer coming back from injury, how much kind of quality preparation will he have ahead of the Ashes? Because that's the thing on the horizon now. Will he have enough miles in his legs? Will he have enough overs in terms of a build-up to the Ashes?
Well, first of all, I know the Ashes. I talked to him about the Ashes. I mean, he's not a franchise cricketer that wants, if I play the Ashes, whatever. That is at the forefront of his mind. I'll say that first and foremost. Look, I think with the whole T20 build-up, granted, you're not bowling 20 overs a day or 15 overs a day in 6-7 over spells, but if you end up playing, say, 3 games a week, and maybe the odd bowl in between at trainings, and your loads will still be up there, in terms of the amount over a period of time. You just don't get the heavy load in a per session or per day, which is obviously a factor. So what I do know, I don't know the answers, but I do know the ECB will be all over it, because they were when he was at Cape Town. So for a guy who's that talented and the jewel in the crown,
yes, those fast bowlers don't come along very frequently. When you've got one,
you've got fast too.
Yeah, you got to look after them. Obviously, it was here on this tour in 2019 where England bowled him 42 overs, I think, in that opening Test match in Mount Maunganui on an absolutely flat deck. I'm not sure that was a particularly healthy bit of workload management from England's perspective, and obviously then the injuries came on the back of the following tour to South Africa. But everybody is fingers crossed and hoping that the likes of he and Wood and Ollie Stone can be fit and available for the Ashes, along with the others like Broad, Anderson, Robinson. Stokes has gone on record as saying he wants 7 or 8 fast bowlers to choose from, because those 5 tests are in the best part of 2 months, so there'll be some natural rotation, one would have thought.
Well, Wood looks like he's the business. I mean, what he did in Pakistan and in the previous Ashes series in Australia, last summer, wasn't it? You know, he looked the standout bowler there. Looks like he's got a big heart and obviously bowls fast. We had Ollie Stone at MI Cape Town as well, and he's a lovely guy and bowls fast as well. You know, 145-ish, give or take. And I had a chat to him this morning. I saw he's doing quite a lot of bowling, obviously just keen to go. I reminded him there's no third test. What are you getting your loads up for? But obviously he's got cricket back home, you know, in a couple of months. So Sam Curran, another Englishman, was there. So obviously a different type of bowler, but heavy English contingent. You know, good players and good guys.
Who was the rest of your coaching staff? Were you assistant coach there?
So I was with the bowlers, and we had Simon Kadich was head coach.
Right. Okay.
Hashim Amla was batting coach. Robin Peterson, South Africa, was kind of fulfilling the role of manager, I suppose, but kind of like a generalish manager. You know, it's a good group of guys actually.
And it was a successful tournament. Crowds looked good, and I didn't mean successful for your team,
no.
but in general, you know, first tournament, crowds looked good, looked to be a lot of interest.
It was a massive success, and we didn't make the semi-finals, and when you've got a lineup like we had, and the expectations which can come from, you know, a franchise like Mumbai Indians who invest a lot and expect a lot, and I get that. It was awesome. The crowds were huge, packed everywhere, Durban, Pretoria, Johannesburg, everywhere, Port Elizabeth. It was a lot of fun. It was my first foray into that level of men's franchise cricket, and I learnt a lot. I have a 2-year contract. Let's see if that comes to fruition. But, you know, I learned a lot to take forward into next year.
And you, as a player, I remember you were right there at the start of it, weren't you? The first IPL auction, which I remember England were in this country, 2008, you were a big signing in that auction, weren't you?
Yeah, and I remember Michael Vaughan giving me a lot of stick.
Oh, did he?
It was during the one-day series, and Michael wasn't in the one-day series. First test here, I remember it came out, Monty Panesar's bowling, so everyone's around the bat, you know, and I might have mishit one or whatever it was, probably not looking at my best, and suddenly the chat around the bat was around, you know, Michael Vaughan, who I hadn't seen in the one-day series. So this guy seriously went for blah, 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 and what, they want to pay him this much? You know, what's going on here?
Well, I can't recall the figures exactly, but I remember it being a healthy sum, and I just thought then that you were probably getting, I don't know, 5 times your national contract or something for a month's work, and I thought then this is just going to change the game completely.
It did, yeah. I mean, it blew us away. I remember it vividly. You know, sitting, we just drew with them actually at Napier. It was a one-dayer at Napier. Jamie Howard got a big 100, and it was a tied match in Napier, one day, and that night was the IPL auction, and we were beautiful day and beautiful night. We were sitting around outside our hotel just having a pizza and a few beers and watching this thing unfold, and no one quite realised what the hell's happening, and are those dollar figures correct? And Baz had gone for, Dan had, myself, a few others, and it was just surreal. And I think you're seeing it has changed the game, because look how many pop-up franchise leagues there are now, and you've seen it last week with the women as well. You know, Ash Gardner from Australia going for, what was it?
Yeah, 500 grand, I think.
Yeah, which New Zealand dollars, 600,000-700,000 New Zealand dollars for not even a 3-week tournament. So that now the women's game, and rightly so, is going to be going through the same thing.
If you are listening, I mean, I'm not sure what time it is, 4:05 in the morning in the UK. But those cheers might be picked up in the on your speakers. Well, it's kind of being blown off and pulled off at the same time, the cover over the pitch, over the strip. I'm not sure we're going to be getting any cricket anytime soon. What I can tell you is that if we don't get back out on the field before 6 p.m, so that's 55 minutes from now, then that will be it for the day. We've already had bags more cricket than I would have, or anybody really who's turned up to here. I spoke to a gentleman from Manchester who's flown up just for this test match, and he was fearing the worst for a couple of days. But we've had cricket all the way through the first 2 sessions and up past the tea break. It's not a pretty looking scorecard. It's a pretty looking picture here at the Basin Reserve. But if you're a Kiwi, 138 for 7 with Blundell and Southey at the crease. When rain did finally hit this ground. Earlier today, England declared 435 for 8. So a decision over the follow-on will have to be taken. You imagine, I mean, if Southey swings merrily for an hour or so, either today or tomorrow, possibly New Zealand will get past that follow-on target. We shall see.